start your engine.
And after a nearly 2-hour delay, it looks like the Pontiac Excitement 400 will run under the lights here in Richmond, the first night race of the season.
Well, race fans, the engines have been fired, and jet dryers still over in turn 2. Shortly, they will be exiting the track, and the cars will be out. We're going to make an attempt to also dry some of pit road, and then hopefully, if the rain stays away from us, we will be ready to go racing in the Pontiac Excitement 400.
Well, thanks for clearing that up for us, as we're anxious. We call this the Pontiac Anticipation 400. We've been waiting for this. We're with Coach Gibbs, Jeff Hammond of the Hollywood Hotel, and I know you're going to have some work to do in just a moment. But let's talk about your teams this year. Bobby Labonte, his first short track win at Martinsville. Tony Stewart after the rough Daytona, 10th in points, despite some of the problems tonight. But overall, how would you size it up?
Well, it's kind of funny. I told the team last week in a team meeting, if you take out something happened to the car, us having a wreck, the worst we finish is 12th. You know, every other finish has been a top 5, so we kind of see where the problem is us. We got to get everything straightened out. But I do think I'm excited about every time we go to the racetrack. It's fun going. You know, you have a chance to win. Home Depot feels the same way about Tony. Interstate Batteries about Bobby. I mean, we go just excited every week, and we know if we give our drivers the right stuff, we got a chance to win. So I'm excited every week. I think we're going to make a run at it. I'm an optimist on this deal.
Well, you've always been very successful about how you approached a lot of things, the championships you've won, not only in football but in racing also. And I think we need to note right now that we're getting ready to start this race, and the guys will go out. NASCAR is obviously going to give these guys probably 5 or 6 laps to kind of help drive the racetrack, get everything nice and warm, work the tires up. And I think that'll kind of work in y'all's advantage, give your engine a chance. I know you run them on dyno, but at the same time, it'd be nice to get everything good and warm and give these guys a chance to get ready to go.
And we're going to be a little nervous tonight. You know, we had the motor problem with great qualifying for us. I said, man, it's finally up front. That's where we want to be, short track. then I was in New York and got a call and said, guess what? We're going to be in the back. And so I said, oh, that's perfect. That's just where we want to be. But anyway, hopefully we have a good night, and hopefully have a good race for the fans out there.
And I know you've talked about this before, but there are football fans, racing fans. Joe, just relate the two and how your passion is having had success in both.
I say to everybody, no one would believe how close the two sports are. It's a people business. It's a matter of getting the right people together. It's team chemistry. You can't buy it. You got quarterbacks, drivers, same thing. You got crew chiefs and coaches, same thing. And you got owners. It is so close. The difference over here, we have a technical thing in the car, and we have sponsors. That's the only other difference, and I think the sponsors are great, and it's fun. But the two sports are exactly the same, and anybody that would be good in football would be good in racing, and I think vice versa.
Yep, and you have proven that.
I want to ask you one question. When you get in the pits right now and there's a bad call made, do you get just as excited as you used to during football games?
No, technically, I sympathize with the crew chiefs. I'm probably the best because I've made a bunch of bad ones, and so I sympathize.
Well, good luck tonight and the rest of the season,
Thank
Coach.
You guys.
All right, Joe Gibbs with us in the Hollywood Hotel. Let's get ready to go racing. Go upstairs.
Thanks, Chris. Wow, Jeremy Mayfield finding it a little slickery out there.
It happens all the time. I see a car time and time again here. Somebody will spin out coming off a pit lane up on the racetrack. There's a little bit of a transition there, and when you come off that wet pit lane and hit the racetrack, the tires are wet, you spin out.
But Darrell, the pit lane itself right now is the area of concern. The crews have kept their pit stalls dry. That's the area to the right of that long white line. But look at the pit lane and how shiny and wet it still is, because that's where all the cars were parked and lined up as we waited for the start command. Now NASCAR will get a chance to dry pit road.
And they'll make a gallant effort to try to make it as dry as they can. They will not work to get it as dry as the racetrack. It'll just be one of those things that the teams, the drivers, will have to be aware that it's not completely dry as they go to make pit stops in the first part of the race.
And these tires have absolutely no tolerance for moisture on the track.
Oh, no. That's exactly what happened to Jeremy when he went down there. The tires are wet, not the track. And the wet tires, just no grip. And that sealer, I'm telling you, with the rain and everything that we've had, that sealer is going to be, it's not going to have any grip in here for a few laps. These guys are going to have to be careful, man.
But I think you're right earlier, Darrell. The one advantage to the sealer is because the surface is sealed, it dries faster. And trying to dry a track when it's only 50 degrees out, that's not easy.
Yeah, I'm amazed at how quickly this thing dried up. But again, it's because it's got a coat. It's got a coat on. It's got a coat of sealer on.
And you know, Mike and Darrell, we always get asked, why do they not have rain tires? Well, Goodyear has developed a rain tire for Winston Cup cars for the road courses where you turn right and left, but I don't think they've ever gotten comfortable, like a lot of other series, having a rain tire where you're turning left all the time and that right front tire has so much load because the wear rate on a rain tire is much higher than on a slick tire because you don't have as much rubber on the ground.
Right, they're treaded, and when you make them soft enough to be able to adhere to the racetrack, they're not going to last but about 15 laps on one of these 3,400-pound cars. 3,400 pounds, 800 horsepower, rain tires, none of that goes together.
No. Well, about 2 hours ago, we had hoped to bring you the Castrol starting grid, so thanks for staying with us. Let's take you down through the way they'll line up tonight. With Ward Burton's Dodge sharing the front row with Dale Earnhardt Jr., who makes his first front row start of the season. Tony Stewart goes to the back. Jeff Gordon's also won here twice. Steve Park fourth in both his last 2 Richmond starts, and Kyle Petty got his first win here. Matt Kenseth, Bobby Labonte goes to the back. As well, engine change. Ricky Craven with Rusty Wallace, a 6-time winner here. One of the favorites among our Fox announcers, Ricky Rudd, there with rookie Ryan Newman, Jerry Nadeau, and Jeff Green. Take you further back in the field. Joe Nemechek starting for the injured Johnny Benson. 43-car field. Kevin Grubb was the only driver who missed the field. He was 37th fastest, but no provisionals for that new Rick Goodwin team.
And Mike, because Joe Nemechek is a substitute driver, he did not qualify the 10 car. He will have to go to the rear as well as Bobby Labonte and Tony Stewart for their engine changes.
And we got to remember now that 10 car was really fast in happy hour. They had a great car. He was the quickest car in practice. So, and he likes Richmond. He'll run well here tonight. Just needs to get a break early on. Don't get any trouble. Which could be said for all those guys that got to drop to the back, because it's going to be a little tense here for a lap or two.
But you know, Darrell, we go to Talladega, we talk about give and take. We go to Bristol, we talk about give and take. But based on the Busch race last night and knowing the conditions this racetrack, yeah, you can run 3 wide down this front straightaway, but there has to be give and take getting into turn 1 just like getting into turn 3.
Well, it's like anything else you do, Larry. You don't want to be the one to give. That's the problem. And so you go down there, it's like playing chicken. You listen. I can hear that guy beside me. Is he going to let out that throttle? He going to let out that throttle? And if he does, you're fine. If he doesn't, raw.
We have a caution flag.
Of note, the 2-point leaders, Marlin and Busch, starting way back in rows 18 and 19. Let's go to Steve Burns.
Hey, Mike, as you said a minute ago, Rusty Wallace has 6 wins on this racetrack, and his numbers here are just flat amazing. In 36 starts, he's led 24 of those races for over 3,000 laps. A year ago, he led both races for exactly 276 laps. But you know what? He hasn't won here since 1997, and he said before the race, I don't care about all those laps led. I just want to win here tonight.
Thanks, Steve. These laps are considered pace laps, and they are not counting. They have not put the field under a green-yellow condition as they occasionally do.
And what Rusty was doing was he's heating up his tires. He's moving that steering wheel. That wiggles those tires just enough, get those low air pressures, get a little pressure built up there so he won't be all the way down on pressure when he takes off.
Matt?
Mike, in the first 5 of his 7 seasons at Robert Yates Racing, Dale Jarrett had never used a provisional to start a Winston Cup race, but in the past 2 years, he's had to use 5, including tonight, where he officially will start 39th. To make matters worse, DJ is on his backup car after crashing his primary in practice on Friday, but he couldn't pick a better racetrack to try to bounce back from some bad luck. 2 wins here and 9 top 10s. His average finish, 7th. To Dick Berggren.
Well, we all got here about mid-morning, and this place is already teeming with race fans, even though the race wasn't set to start until 7 o'clock tonight. During the rain, the grandstand was virtually empty, and you kind of wonder, would folks stick around? Let me tell you what, this place is packed. I don't know where they all went and how they stayed dry, but these fans are here, they're ready for a race, and so are we.
Well, Dick, there was such a traffic jam getting in here, they probably couldn't get out. All right, the back half of the field that has been released by the second pace car, and now Everybody's formed up, but the jet dryers are still hard at work along the pit road. They have the inside half of the pit lane pretty dry, but the outside half, Darrell, looks like still needs a little work.
Yeah, they're going to keep blowing down, putting those blow dryers down there. But you know what I always say, Mike, and you know this it's the truth. We got to get these cars running so we can get that vortex working. Get that hot air blowing up off these race cars, circling up into the sky. It'll open up the stars, and the moon will be shining right above us. I mean, if you're an old racer like I am, look at that. You can see it. This is all vortex over in here.
You get that heat column of air working, and it keeps the rain away.
Yeah, it works.
All right, tonight's weather and race analysis is brought to you by Richmond Ultra. 43 cars, as we've said, will race 400 laps. And Larry, that pit window, you could do this on 3 pit stops with no cautions.
Yes, you could. I mean, tires are pretty important here. Normally the fuel window is not an issue, but we've seen, Darrell, in the middle part of this race before where they finally settle down that we may see some long green runs.
Well, right now what NASCAR's doing is they're talking to the drivers. The crew chiefs are talking to the drivers. Everybody's asking them what they think about the racetrack. I got to believe that the track is in pretty darn good shape. It's dry all the way around. The apron even looks pretty good. So I'd say we're going to go green here before long, guys.
Just look at this weather here. Look at 49 degrees. You heard a lot of the drivers and teams that we interviewed, they tested up here in the 90s. That's 50-something degrees cooler.
It's kind of like wasting a test, wasn't it?
We've got 61-degree track temperature. The track temperature at 91 degrees was probably up in the 120s or 130s.
After last night, do you really think there's going to be a long period with no cautions?
If we don't have any give and take.
Don't you go there, Mike. That's my job. Oh, that's my. I keep asking, why you keep doing that? We know we're going to have a caution. I love it, though, Larry. I love it. I love the way you keep me in tow over here.
One of these days, my fuel mileage strategy.
I can't wait. I'm going to be so excited when it works out the way you want it to.
In a couple of weeks, we'll be at a fuel mileage track.
Yeah, Charlotte to 600. That's long greens.
Pocono, Michigan.
All right, the word from race control is in about 5 laps we should be ready.
You know, one thing that's really helping this racetrack as well, you talk about your vortex. Another thing that's happening is the heat from these 43 race cars. That exhaust system about 3 inches off the ground, putting heat in this racetrack all the way around.
Now, if you missed last night's Hardee's 250 for the Busch Series cars, 11 caution flags, a record for here, and a record number of cars failed to finish the race. And every retiree save one was due to contact with the wall or another car. It was, to be polite about it, a wreck fest last night.
It was, and it started off that way. I mean, from the very get-go, they went in the first turn, they were 5 wide, and guys know they can't do that. But again, you're fighting for track position. I mean, not so much first, second, or third, but just to get down in line because there is no outside groove. And if somebody nerfs you a little bit, you're out of here.
And Darrell, we talked about turn 1 here being that sucker hole.
Oh yeah, you can see this great big old wide. Look at this front straightaway here, folks. That sucker's wide. You can go down in that corner right there, 5 wide. But guess what happens when you get down there? Only 1 comes out. See, look how wide that is getting down. This is in the turn, actually. This track is very wide. It's 60 feet wide. So obviously you can get a lot of cars on that straightaway, but you just can't get them all through this corner.
But as we saw last night, when the problem starts happening in the entrance of turn 1, the results ends up in the middle of turn 1 up against that outside wall.
They have repainted that wall since last night. It must have taken several coats.
I see, Mike, here we're coming down the front straightaway, and you can see, I mean, here's 2 cars wide now. Look how much room we got. So obviously a guy could get down in here as he heads off in this first turn. Can't make it.
3 laps we're going racing.
I like it.
You know, in every interview tonight, we've heard the word sealer. We've talked about the sealer, but I guess the question would be, why the sealer? Why do they put the sealer down? You know, here in Richmond, they have some pretty severe winters. And what the sealer does, it's like a asphalt protection to preserve the asphalt to keep from having to repave it. It has not been repaved since 1988. This surface has about 14 years of racing on it.
This has long been one of the most competitive tracks on the circuit. That's why this place is full.
Well, we got to get going here.
Get that vortex going.
If we don't get it going, it's the rain's lurking in the background.
The weather radar is pretty clear behind us. This is just remnants of this storm system, and if they hold to their plan, it would be 2 to go right now. And now I see the light is off atop the safety car.
Oh, that means Well, if the light is off on the safety car, we're going to go green.
He's not giving the one to go at the flag stand just yet.
Wonder why they don't have the light on. I mean, if I'm a driver, I'm calling my crew chief right now and saying, you know, lights are off. Are we going green?
Caution lights, though, still flashing. And the four-way flashers are on the safety car. As you can see from Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s Bud Cam.
He bounced back pretty good from that hard hit lick last week. Be up there on that front row and almost captured the pole. And you can see on his windshield there, Mike and Larry, look at that. Got some moisture. He isn't going to like that.
See if they give him one to go.
Stop saying it over here. It's probably blowing over the racetrack, but a couple of them now are complaining they don't want to get started just yet.
That was Ty Norris. That's Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s spotter, and he's given a
2 to go is the indication.
I mean, NASCAR, they will talk to some of the crew chiefs by virtue of talking to the drivers. You know, what do you think about the racetrack? I mean, yeah, Bus Dalton driving the pace car, he's giving NASCAR feedback, but they want to hear what some of these race car drivers have to say as well.
And you see in those lights, looks like that little bit of a shower has stopped. Racetrack still nice and gray, not that shiny black as if it were wet.
Should be
we're going to go.
One to go this time.
And the fans are scrambling to find their way to their seats. They'd all been out either sitting in their cars or beneath the grandstand or in shelter.
Or buying souvenirs. I bet it was busy back there when I came through there earlier. Looks like the flagman is going to
hold.
They're not going. They're not going. For the anticipation. Just, you know, I'm up here and my heart's pounding just a teeny bit, and I just know what it's like out there in those race cars. You're anxious to get going. You're worried about the track. You're worried about if you're on the outside, can I get down? You've already talked to the guy on the inside of you. Your spotter's talked to his. Will you cut me some slack? Can we make a deal? If you let me in, I'll let you back by me when we get down the back. Lots of things are happening right now before we go green here.
You saw in-car views from Bobby Hamilton, Kevin Harvick, and here Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon. We're going to try to put this race again under 1 to go. Nope, yellow flag waving again.
You know, the biggest anticipation, though, Darrell, listening to a lot of these crew chiefs interviews, is not knowing where their race car's at as far as the setup, and we do have one to go.
Yes, sir.
All right, now, Larry, I'm not sure exactly how many laps we've run under this condition when they sent the cars off from pit road. These laps did not count, but they are burning fuel.
They count towards your fuel mileage. And here, 3/4 mile racetrack, we normally figure the 3-to-1 ratio. 3 caution or pace laps equal 1 green flag lap. Absolutely, you have to figure it into the equation.
One car came in and topped off. That was Randy Renfro, who was starting at the back anyway.
Well, that is the penalty for coming in and topping off. You have to go to the rear.
Where he already was.
Where he already was.
Yeah, you cannot top off before the green flag.
In Jeff Gordon's pit, scoring monitor and FX TV monitor.
Now, we used to be able to top off before we took green, but they wanted to stop people from coming down pit road and doing that, so.
Hey, pace car off.
It's Saturday night.
And
in Richmond, Virginia. Let's go.
Be ready.
Boogity, boogity, boogity.
All right.
Hold your breath, guys. Everybody down in here nice and clean.
Made it through turn 1 and 2, all clean. Inside line, the one moving right now, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 car, the Budweiser car. He's trapped on the outside. He'd like to get down in front of Matt Kenseth before they get to turn 1.
Jeff Gordon's in the same boat. He's caught up on the outside, can't get down either.
And Steve Park got a great jump from 5th to 2nd. Good, clean start.
Right now we have everybody running around the bottom except for Jeff Gordon in the 24. Looks like Mark Martin in the 6th car. We have single file back to about 20th.
Kyle Petty underneath Jeff Gordon. 7th place.
There's just not a whole lot these guys can do right now, caught on the outside, till they find an opening. The greatest news in the world from the spotter, clear low.
Yeah, and you're just waiting for him to give you a number. Give me a car number I can get in behind.
For second place, that's the battle. Earnhardt Jr. takes it from Park.
That's how you make a lot of your passing, is you out-drag race them down the front stretch or down the back stretch, take that bottom groove getting into the corner, and out-break them getting into the corner.
Well, I tell you one thing. I know it's back in the pack, but Tony Stewart just put a big move on 3 or 4 cars getting down into turn 1. He was down on the apron.
Well, you heard Greg Simpidelli, his crew chief, say we're going to be patiently aggressive. That's what you have to do at a short track. You have to be patient, but right now Tony Stewart's in turn 1. The leader's going into turn 3. He's a half lap down already.
Gordon finally got in line, and now he'll start to work the inside and get somebody moved up out of the way.
They have Kyle Petty in the 45 kick to the high side, Jeff Green in the 30 car, Jerry Nadeau in the 25 car. He was fast in practice as well.
Ricky Craven cleared that group. He's now in the 7th position, right behind the number 12, Newman. You know, of all the multi-car teams that were here, the only multi-car team that qualified its cars close together was Penske, with Wallace 9th and Newman 12th. They're running nose to tail in the top 10, but the other multi-car teams have cars spread out all the way through the field.
And the Penske group was one of the few multi-car teams that both teams came here and tested. Ryan Newman and Rusty Wallace both tested.
Craven under Newman.
Craven's got a fast car. OTIDE looks pretty good tonight.
Craven up to 6th. You see him trying to chase the rear bumper of Rusty Wallace.
And this is not the car that Ricky Craven actually ran at Martinsville so well, but it is the car that he ran very well at Darlington and Rockingham, sitting on both the poles at those racetracks.
And that is a new paint job on there. Brian McNamara, the brand manager of Tide, told me that that's a trick paint job that they came up with. I kind of like it.
Terry Labonte underneath Kyle Petty. Kyle just can't seem to find a home in the low groove as now Mayfield slips underneath and brings Jeff Burton with him.
Yeah, he started in 6th. He's all the way back to 13, kicked on the high side. He just can't get to the bottom. Kevin Harvick in the 29 car goes by him.
Yeah, Kyle's got to be so careful. It's tempting to cut down in front of somebody, but if you watch last night's race, you do not want to try that.
You heard the spotter say clear behind the 29 car. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, give me a number.
And Harvick's coming. He started 23rd. He is up to 16th. Ward Burton, the pole sitter, has led all the 10 laps so far. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has moved into 2nd ahead of his teammate Steve Park. And Jeff Burton has come from 21st position. Burton is up to 14th.
I'm really impressed with the job everybody did, getting this thing off, getting going here, and everybody's really using a lot of courtesy.
Yeah, what a difference a day makes.
Oh, yeah, they saw last night's race.
Harvick and Burton have worked their way up from the mid-20s into the mid-teens, and Kyle Petty, drifting back now, finds a place in line. Dick Berggren,
teammate.
Yeah, started 6th right now. He's deep in the field, about mid-pack, Mike, and part of his problem was getting caught on the outside. The rest of the problem was he had to use his brakes a lot, and they are not working according to the way he'd like them to work. This is, according to some of the drivers, the toughest track on brakes. It's not the toughest, it's the second toughest. This guy, car 45, Kyle Petty, having problems with his brakes.
Now, Larry, you know, when it's damp like this, brake fluid will pick up moisture, and sometimes when the car's set for a while, that brake fluid will get moisture in it, and it'll cause your brakes to fade.
Yeah, because moisture turns into air, and that's not good for a brake system. And you definitely use more brake getting in the corner here than we do at Martinsville. I know we go to Martinsville, we think about brakes, but you're in such a high rate of speed, and you don't have as low a gear to slow you down. Matt Yoakum, what else is going on with brakes?
Well, Larry, talking about brakes, I was speaking with Jason Shapiro, who is the brake specialist for Tony Stewart. He was commenting on, you could see how many cars as they enter turn 1 are hard on their brakes, the brake rotors are glowing, and it goes back to what Tommy Baldwin told his driver right before the green. Look at this race as a 200-lap race. Anything after that is bonus coverage.
Thanks, Matt. Matt Kenseth has moved to 3rd, displacing Steve Park. Rusty Wallace, here's your leader, Ward Burton. He's led every lap so far in that cat dodge of Bill Davis. "22 laps, the 22 car has led them all. Ward Burton from South Boston winning the pole in this new car, the first in-house short track car, in-house chassis built at Bill Davis Racing. And Randy Renfro is slowing on the backstretch.
Caution is out. Caution is out.
That car looks like it's got like the carburetor is flooding over on it or something, because it just has black smoke pouring out the pipe. Can you believe a caution for no accident?
First time this weekend?
First time all weekend.
Second time. We had a debris caution last night.
Gosh.
We'd had so many wreck cautions there had to be debris.
Yeah.
Darrell, I think we'll see most of the leaders stay out, but I think the guys at the back of the pack, good chance for them to get 4 tires. Plus, if your car's not handling good chance to get 4 tires and make adjustment. This guy right here, Tony Stewart, he was only 6 seconds from going a lap down back in 32nd position.
And now is when I like to get out of sequence. Ooh. This is a great opportunity to get out of sequence.
Well, our leader, Ward Burton, his crew chief, Tommy Baldwin, the king of short pitting, but this would be short pitting.
But I think, again, if you're at the back of the pack, like Darrell's saying, come in and get those 4 fresh tires, your hopes would be then, in another 15 or 20 laps, you get another caution, and that would put you off sequence.
Yes.
We see the back of the field starting to hit pit road, about the back 10 cars.
Sadler, Michael Waltrip, Jimmy Spencer on pit road. Tony Stewart's in, Brett Bodine, Hunt Strickland, Bobby Labonte, Bill Elliott, Rick Mass, and Robbie Gordon. Just gotta love short track Saturday night. Here we are at Richmond International Raceway. Pontiac Excitement 428 laps down. Caution out for Randy Renfro, stopped on the backstretch. And other pit stops, John Andretti, Dale Jarrett, Bobby Hamilton, and Hermie Sadler.
A total of 14 cars.
Steve Burns.
Mike, we've been listening to Jeff Gordon talk to crew chief Robbie Loomis. He says the car is loose getting in, tight from the middle off, but he's a little concerned about feeling a vibration in the brakes. Dick Berggren.
Matt Kenseth has gone from 7th to 3rd since the drop of the green flag. His problem is under the hood. He said the throttle leakage doesn't feel right to him. He can't pick up the throttle the way he wants to. To Matt.
Dick, Tony Stewart gave up the 32nd position. Not a bad move at all, because his car was tight up off the corner. He said it was just killing him on exit. They made a track bar and wedge adjustment. Greg Zipadelli banking on pitting now, kind of short pitting for track position later when the leaders have to pit.
And after pit stops, he's 32nd.
Yeah, and that brake vibration, that's just like in your passenger car. When you stand on the brakes a little too hard, you'll get some buildup from the pads on the rotor, and then when you put the brake on next time, it wants to vibrate. It'll shake the pedal under your foot. That can get to be a problem.
How about we stand on the volume control?
I got mine now turned up.
How about 34,000 horsepower? Let's crank it up.
Jr. gets underneath Matt Kenseth, and that's second place.
Yeah, he was all over the back of Kenseth, and Rusty and Junior both was.
Whoa!
Yeah, Kenseth was holding those guys up, and man, they put a hammering on him.
I think actually Steve Park and Kenseth, Steve in the one car, they got together down there in 1 and 2 just for a second.
They're both black and yellow. How can you tell?
They look like one there for a second.
They're going to be black and blue if they keep this up.
Right now they have Ryan Newman in the 12 car. They have him kicked on the high side in a line of looks like about 8 cars trying to get underneath him.
I hear that train whistle again.
Yeah, and what happened now, see, everybody's had a few laps here. They've kind of settled in. They got their game face on now. They're starting to play a little rough. time to go. Crew chief's got on and say, look, can't lollygag around like that anymore. Got to go.
Whoa! Just ahead of this, Jeff Green under Steve Park. And
boy, Kenseth he's going to get spun out.
I believe those boys did get together just a little bit. Steve Park in the 1, Matt Kenseth in the 17.
Man, it's battle isn't over with yet. I don't know.
Jeff Gordon on the high side.
I think Kenseth's just trying to get back in line.
You know, Darrell, I think if we get a few laps under our belt on this racetrack, I think that second groove will come in. I mean, we saw 2 and 3 grooves being used at both races here last year.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be up against the wall like we've seen them here a few times, but they could get enough to where they could pass anyway. That's all you really hope for, so you can pass.
Now, look at what Matt Kenseth has been through since they dropped the flag for the restart. First, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Whoops.
Next, Jeff Gordon.
Whoa! That was loose. Well, I tell you, he just kind of he can't go.
Terry Labonte by him.
They're gonna bump him right onto the rear the way they're going.
Somebody to watch tonight, Darrell. Jeff Green powered his way up to 4th place.
Well, you know, he ran a little bit of the Busch race last night. He didn't get to run a lot of it, but he did run probably enough to maybe make some good adjustments on his car.
Yeah, he started back in 14th, so he's definitely on the move. But he actually ran the Winston Cup race here in September in that 30 car, one of the few races he ran last year for Richard Childress Racing.
He's come to 4th and is chasing down Rusty Wallace. Meanwhile, Steve Park sits in 5th spot. Let's go to his pit.
Mike, Steve Park is fighting a push from the center off. The crew chief, Paul Andrews, said, Steve, your car has insurance. I added air pressure in the left rear and put wedge in before we started. This will help the car come in, but it'll come in gradually.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, I'm getting passed by everybody out here.
Darrell, it's got to be hard when that crew chief says, be patient.
Oh, yeah, and you got people banging into your back bumper.
And driving underneath you.
They're all around you like bees, and they're swatting at them, and crew chief tells you to be patient.
I mean, you see by the Fox tracks right here that he continues to lose ground to our leader right now, Ward Burton. Here's the miles per hour. This is driving off into turn 3, up about 133 miles an hour, right at about 95 miles an hour in the middle of 3 and 4. We're going to see more miles per hour on the front stretch because it's about 400 feet longer. You're in the gas a lot longer. About mid-140s getting into turn 1.
Yeah, you'll probably turn 300 to 400 more RPM going down into turn 1 than you will up that little short back straightaway.
Ward Burton, it's only the 2nd time he's ever led a race at Richmond. It's the 7th race, though, that he has led this year.
Well, I watched him in practice in happy hour, and, you know, other than Johnny Benson, he was the 2nd fastest car, and he was zinging by people out there in happy hour about like he is here in the race tonight.
And I don't mean to say it's easy out there where he is. I mean, right now he's about a 2 1/4 second lead. But if we stay green and we run another 15 or 20 laps, when it becomes tough, Darrell, and you have to use patience, is when you catch the back of the field. We got a battle for 2nd right here, battle for 3rd. Jeff Green in the 30 and Rusty in the 2 car.
Yeah, you were talking about Green. I just wanted you to know that Green just made a pass.
Now he's 4.2 seconds off the lead. As you see what that looks like to Ward Burton, the race leader, down here entering turn 1. Ward Burton stays in command here at Richmond International Raceway in the Pontiac Excitement 400, 45 laps old. Ward Burton well out in front. At 52 laps, he is just smoking the field.
Yeah, well, if it was Sunday afternoon, you could say he was cruising on a Sunday afternoon, but he's having a pretty good Saturday night ride here.
And, you know, Tommy Baldwin, his crew chief, told me on Friday, this brand new race car, untested, Bill Davis Racing, a lot like other of the major race teams, starting to build their own chassis. This is an in-house chassis.
Moments ago, Matt Kenseth, Steve Park again, and Jerry Nadeau smokes it up.
Steve Grissom got up out of the groove off a 2 over there and just now, and I don't know if he got in the fence or not, but he got mighty close.
The real downside when you start banging wheels like that is knocking one of those valve stems off and having a flat tire. You don't run the safety line or the inner shield here because it's basically considered a short track.
And this is about how much patience that some of these guys got, 50 laps. They're out of patience.
Looking back from Kenny Schrader. teammates pacing 4th and 5th.
Anybody working a top groove yet? No, everybody's single file on the bottom. Yeah, I want to know if anybody's working a top groove yet. It's pretty much single file, Rusty.
No, and that's a veteran like Rusty who runs well here, has won here, led a lot of laps. I think he probably wishes that top groove had come in. His car needs to move up some because he gets a little high off turn 4 every other lap.
He'll depend on his spotter and crew chief to tell him when someone starts working the high groove and if it's working for them.
So far, I haven't seen anybody venture up.
No, Matt Kenseth now has dropped back to 9th place. Dick Berggren?
Well, Matt had worked his way up to 2nd spot. Then he got pushed around by a bunch of other cars. Wound up in 12th, worked his way up to 9th. Crew chief Robbie Reiser, what's going on with your race car?
We're doing all right. Just got punted around a little bit on the restart there and got knocked out of the groove. And when he first did get back in line, he was back in about 12th. So he's working his way back now.
All right. Kenseth's car's okay. He's on his way back up to the front.
As you can tell, it's as loud down there as it is chilly here at Richmond. A little bit of sprinkles on the glass here. We've completed 58 of 400 laps.
Boy, and I tell you, this little bit of rain, if we get a caution here, that's good news for some of these guys that are back in the field because closing in up in a hurry. Ward Burton set a blistering pace.
And I mean, Kyle Petty is one of them that started back in 6th. He's about 2 seconds from being lapped.
Jeff Green is running this race like it's a 100-lap Saturday night feature. He has just bombed his way right up into 2nd place.
And we've talked about it already a couple of times, Darrell and Mike. I just feel like that what little feedback those guys that ran the Busch race, Jeff Green didn't run a lot of it, but I think he ran enough that he learned something, was able to convey it to his crew chief, Todd Barrier, make that car better for tonight. Steve Burns.
Hey, Larry Mack, Jeff Green just told Todd Barrier the race car, as caution comes out, the race car is very good in turns 3 and 4, but rain's starting to come out now.
Well, the key will be, can we keep the heat in the racetrack and keep this water from accumulating and turning that gray asphalt to black, to shiny black, which would indicate that we've lost the racetrack.
Well, the problem is that the cars are running single file. If we could get some cars running side by side, we'd get that vortex working better. But this single file racing is just not creating enough vortex to get the clouds lifted out.
Now, I think there's no question those cars at the front of the pack that did not pit the first time on lap 24, they'll come to the pits. I mean, because we're not going to run no 140 laps of caution should it continue to rain. So go ahead, come in, get your 4 tires, make your adjustments. But you have to be careful. As we noted, pit road still is damp. It's not completely dry.
Well, now some of these guys like Tony Stewart and others that pitted in last caution, they'll probably stay out.
But most of the field is coming to pit road.
Yeah, those guys have about 30 laps on their tires. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if most of them comes to pit road. Tony Stewart, that group, they are coming to pit road. Looks
Dale
like
Jarrett's
basically Dale Jarrett, what he'll try to do is maybe at least stay out and lead a lap and get 5 bonus points.
I think his game plan was to stay out, Dick.
Now Matt Kenseth is pitting for 4 tires and 2 cans of fuel. They're going to make a track bar adjustment to try to make the chassis a little bit better. To Steve Burns.
Thanks, Dick. Jeff Green in. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment, a half a pound out of the left rear on the 34 tires, and his service is done.
Sterling Marlin bumped a member of Robbie Gordon's crew, knocked him off his feet, but the crewman was quickly back on his feet and completed the pit stop. Very close quarters there.
It appears that only 5 cars actually stayed out. Dale Jarrett, Michael Waltrip, Hermie Sadler, Bobby Hamilton, and Frank Kimmel. Again, they all pitted back about 30 laps ago. Looks like Hermie Sadler, no, too. He's going to come to pit road now, so that leaves only 4 cars that didn't pit. Only car out of the race, Randy Renfro, retired his car after bringing the caution out back on lap 24.
Well, and Dale Jarrett started 39th. So this is what he planned. You know, he come in on that first one. Now he's got track position. Now he can race. From here on, he's even with everybody.
Matt?
Well, down here in the 22 pit of Ward Burton, no adjustments in the 22 car. He mentioned to Tommy Baldwin under the caution the car was just a little more free than he would like, but the car is fast. Meanwhile, on Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s Budweiser number 8, they made a wedge adjustment. His car was great on entry, great up off the corner, but it was just a little too tight.
Just a light shower falling, but that's enough to keep us from going back to green.
And as far as the cars that pitted, Rusty Wallace, that 2 group, they won the battle off pit road. but he'll actually restart the race in 5th. Ward Burton, they came out 3rd out of the pits, but he'll have to restart in 7th.
So pit stops complete under this second caution of the day for what we hope is just a short, light rain shower. Welcome back to Richmond, where the field has been brought down pit road, and when the last car comes to a halt, the red flag will be displayed. We're going to stop this race for rain. Hopefully this will be a short shower, as we thought it was all moving to the northeast, and it was, and now it's all moving to the southeast, and hopefully it will move on out of here, and we can continue this race. So while we have a pause.
Oh, no. We normally don't do it this early, but I guess we have to do it since it's raining.
Pep Boys Trivia. This track used to be a flat half-mile. Now it's a 3/4 mile D-shaped oval. Who won on both the Richmond Fairgrounds Raceway and the Richmond International Raceway?
Ricky Rudd.
Ricky Rudd.
Okay.
Ricky
how many?
Rudd.
You got to give us a clue. How many is it?
There are 2.
There are 2. So
Ricky
we have
Rudd.
one of them. Terry Labonte. No,
Nice try.
No.
no, it wouldn't be Terry Labonte.
Ricky Rudd and
Jeff Hammond?
Yeah, but he's got the book.
him and
No, I'm
Chris.
just sitting there scratching my head right along the rest of it. How about Rusty Wallace?
Thank you for playing.
No, that's not.
You said make a guess.
We have a nice
I can
parting
be just
gift
as
for
guessy
you.
as you are.
Mark Martin.
Dale Earnhardt.
Dale Earnhardt.
I'll be.
Wow, is that what you're saying? They get spread.
One on both the half-mile and the 3/4 configuration that we race on now. Well, very quickly, the jet dryers have been sent out to go to work to try to keep whatever heat was in this racetrack and keep us from, as we say, losing the track. But right now, the remnants of the storm system are heading to the southeast. Why are we covering the cutaway car? Oh, okay.
Hey, we do the same thing that everybody else does. When it rains, we cover our car up.
I don't see Jeff Hammond out there actually covering that car up.
No, he's telling them to cover. He's up there in the dry.
Nice matching uniforms on your crew, Jeff.
Directing them.
We spend all our money to try to take care of you guys in the booth up there.
Turn.
Jeff's real bad about working his mouth and not his hands.
Yeah, buying ribs, trying to feed the drivers.
That's a neat shot.
I'm not going to say anything. He brought ribs to the booth, and they were good.
How'd y'all do? Did y'all finish those off?
Oh, I didn't know my mic was open. I just trying to keep Jeff in line here. You want me to run down and cover that car up for you?
No, when it comes time to dry it off, we'll let you go down and do that.
Okay.
Remember, you have the hairdryer.
Yeah. The overblown hair dryer.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, that's good for you.
Let me write that down. Annoying crew chief 1, anchor boy nothing. All right, we're just getting warmed up.
Why is it every time Chris gets flustered? Why is every time Chris gets flustered, we got a shot of Kevin Harvick?
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
It
used to be Tony Stewart. Now it's Kevin Harvick.
Or we go to break.
Just try to. Oh, there's Tony. All right. Just
all your friends, Chris.
Yeah, just try to keep them on their toes.
And they're all headed for the Hollywood Hotel.
Uh-oh.
Tell them to come on down.
Dick Bergman, I need that ride to the airport about now.
Well, it is elevated. It's the highest place in town.
It has to be.
Whichever color wins the M&M Global Vote, Kenny Pink Schrader will have to drive a pink car in several pink races this season.
In a pink uniform.
And that'll be the fun part. So we're voting pink.
Look at
now, now there's a troubled guy, Darrell, because he wants to go run that NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race tomorrow
in St. Louis, his hometown. But I don't think it matters if it's in the hometown.
He'll race in anybody's hometown.
That's
he doesn't
right.
care.
He's a racer.
He just found out they're having a race tomorrow, and he's not racing in the Winston Cup. He's going.
And here's our race leader, Dale Jarrett, who started at the back. And here, this may be the fastest cat in town, Jeff Green. Boy, what a drive he had in his opening lap. Steve?
And we've caught up with Jeff Green. I heard you talking to your crew chief and said it was real good in 3 and 4. That's pretty good hot rod tonight.
Yeah, I told you before the race started, AOL Chevy was awesome. And we just, didn't get a good qualifying spot. We were able to get up through there really good. And these Winston Cup guys drive you so clean. They give you, when they see you coming, you're a lot faster, they just move on and let you go. And we need to run. This is an awesome race car. I don't want to wait till tomorrow. I want to run it.
You want to get it in now.
Yeah, it's an awesome race car. So looking forward to this. This is how we've been running all year. We just hadn't put it all together yet. So hopefully we can do that tonight.
Jeff, I think the rain has almost stopped.
Well, I'm doing a rain dance. If we can, did DW ever shut up long enough to do one?
No.
Okay. I didn't figure he would. He's from Owensboro, right? So it's an awesome night. Hopefully the fans enjoying it. I hate it for Mother Nature messing us up here, but hopefully we'll get it in tonight.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Let's go to Dick Bergeron.
One smart guy, two dumb guys. Here's the smart guy. He's got the umbrella. Jimmy Johnson and I, we don't have any umbrellas. What's it like out there, guys?
It's tight. Tight racing, tight race cars. It wasn't bad, though. I mean, there's no outside, unfortunately, yet, but I think it'll come. If we can get this rain out of here, that outside might come in. But cars are real tight and real fast, not falling off much on time. But I got hung out there at the start and trying to work my way back up there.
How about you, Jimmy? How's your car?
It's good. We worked ourselves up to 15th there before the caution. Following Mark Martin through, he knows his way around these short tracks and kind of letting him open up the holes, and I'll follow him through. Lowe's Monte Carlo's running strong, and just try to keep the fenders on this thing. And if it doesn't stop raining, we're going to need a boat here to race pretty soon. This is getting old. We need to race.
Able to give him any tips on how to get around here?
Him? Yeah, right. It's the other way.
Okay, let's go to Matt.
Well, Dick, by virtue of not pitting, remember Michael Waltrip pitted under the first caution. By not pitting, Michael Waltrip currently in the second position. Things looking good for you.
Yeah, me and Jarrett got them right where we want them. They didn't even know we were here until now, but we're happy with our car. Last night, we pitted with 102 laps to go. Bobby Kennedy made an excellent call. We pitted with 102 to go and finished fourth. So 30 laps on the tires. This particular tire is nothing. And so I'm happy with our position. I'm not worried about the fact that we don't have on tires, and got on this big Napa hat, just waiting for it to quit raining. The Napa Auto Parts Chevy's running good.
Well, I saw that you were trying to lean in to get your sponsor.
I'm tricky, aren't I, Matt?
You are tricky. Last week it was Diet Coke, and this week it's Napa.
That's right. You just got to work every angle. DW, eating them ribs, man, all morning long or all afternoon long. I was impressed by that. You get comfortable with your surroundings. You start liking the way things are looking. You start to eat. And before you know it, DW, pounds are going to come around. That's why I stay so thin. I don't know what's next for me. You never can tell.
They've got ribs in the hotel. They've got ribs up in the booth. They've got ribs everywhere.
Whoa, Sterling just ribbed me, and it's a little lower than I was comfortable with.
A little ribbing going on. Let's do some more ribbing, guys.
Well, maybe we can send one to Johnny Benson. Understand he needs one. Needs a rib. And since that joke didn't go anywhere, we'll go to Dick Bergeron.
I'm trying to think if that's funny or not.
It wasn't. Never mind. Dick?
Does that mean I'm the joke here, Mike?
No, sir.
Okay, good enough. Well, I'm with the leader, Ward Burton. What is going on here in your state of Virginia with this weather tonight? Are we going to get this thing in or what?
We really need to stop and Mother Nature cooperate with us tonight, but Virginia needs the rain. The whole East Coast has had a drought forever, and it seems like March, April, and May, weather's pretty fickle in Virginia these days, but awesome racing car with the Cat team has given me. That car is handling great. Looking forward to getting going again either tonight or in the morning.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to getting going tonight, Ward. Tonight, yeah. Okay, Mike.
He sounds like Al Gore. We're trying to put a race on tonight, and he's worried about the environment, about the rain in Virginia and everything.
Well, with his Wildlife Foundation, he's very involved in that. Yep.
What Michael was talking about, Darrell, I don't think that's a bad move at all, because without that second groove, it's so hard to pass as long as you stay on the bottom. I'm watching the Busch race last night. I don't think 25, 30 laps on the tires means a whole lot.
No, sir, buddy. I'd be sitting right where he is right now.
But
for the first time in 40 years, we agree.
But if I'm Jeff Green or his Todd Barrier, crew chief Todd Barrier, I'm a little nervous about this rain. I mean, my race car was good in the configuration that racetrack was in. And how many times have you had a good race car, a rain delay, whether you went back racing that day or the next day, it's like, what did y'all do to this car?
I don't know. And the only thing I'd be worried about if I was Michael is these tires, they might be unhappy once they cool off. Now, he had happy tires. He heard you say that, but they might be unhappy when they go back to racing after they get cold. So, Matt, you know anything about happy tires?
Well, I know a guy who's a somewhat happy driver right now, and that's Joe Nemechek, making the best out of a bad situation. Your car looks like a rocket ship, Joe.
I tell you what, the Valvoline, the Pontiac is very awesome. I just had to take some laps to get used to the race car. Thing goes around the corner awesome. Now I know how Johnny runs so good here all the time. I just can't say enough. The car is good. Just took me a little bit of time to adapt. We made no changes at first stop. Just got to get out there and make laps. The car is very good into the corner, through the middle, and off. And you just give me enough laps, and I'm going to end up in the front.
How tough is it to take over a car that you haven't sat in all weekend
and confidence-wise try to go to the front?
Well, I'm a race car driver. I mean, I've won 2 Winston Cup races, and I've been competitive before, so just hopping in something, and I watched Johnny in happy hour yesterday at home, and his car was good. And normally, if the car drives good, you just got to adapt to what it does, and you'll end up good.
And the best part about it is, I guess you fit the fire suit.
Yeah, this is Johnny's fire suit. It fits real good, and I guess that's one of the requirements anymore. I got to say hello to Andrea Blair and John Hunter back at home. We'll see you tomorrow.
Currently riding in the 25th position. Dick?
Well, Steve Park is from Longa Island, where it never rains, and his crew chief, Paul Andrews, is from Bangor, Maine. It don't rain up there very much either. Well, looked a little rough out there in the beginning.
It was a little rough. The Pennzoil Chevrolet ran real good in the beginning and just got a little tight towards the end, and we came door to door with Matt, and guy got underneath him, and I got underneath him too, and he kind of closed the door a little bit, and we just touched. But I think mainly the guys are really using their heads. I mean, we're trying to, put a show on in between all the raindrops, so hopefully we'll get it in. Just trying to figure out when would halfway be.
200 laps, exactly.
So we got like 140-something to go, right?
That's it. Yeah, at least that's my math.
It's because we really look forward to having a Sunday off, so we'd probably stay here all night and try to get this race in as long as there's not a curfew. But I just want to say hello to Dave Charpentier and his wife Cindy. They had to leave. Dave had to leave today, and his wife Cindy his father passed away. So we're sorry to hear that, and we just want to tell Cindy that we're thinking about her.
Dave's the team engineer. How do you keep your focus at a deal like this? I mean, getting started, the thing was late. You just about got going. You got right into the rhythm of it, and boom, the rains come again. Is it going to be tough to get going again?
It's like an emotional roller coaster, It rains, and the race starts late, and then it starts. So you get all geared up and focused to racing and racing hard, and then all of a sudden it rains again. So here we are just sitting back again, and then if it stops, we're going to get all geared up to get back going again. So it's an emotional roller coaster, but we're going to do everything we can, and I'm sure NASCAR is going to do everything they can to get this race in.
And for you, Paul Andrews, what happens to you in a situation like this? Do you have to get up for it, then lose it, and then get up for it again?
Oh, it don't matter to me. The biggest thing is just keeping everything prepared. Right now what we're doing is talking over how the car is, what we can do to make it a lot better. Talking over the changes we just made from the pit stop. But it's a roller coaster, but that's okay. It's part of the deal. We want to get it in as much as all these fans do.
They sure do. Let's go to Steve Burns.
Hey, it's Steve Burns. I've caught up with Sterling Marlin, drive the Coors Light Dodge. How's it running, Sterling?
I don't know, pretty good. Talked to Glove and Lee and the boys, and pretty good.
There you have it, straight from his mouth.
We just want to get it in, and I think car run pretty good in practice, and let's get it in tonight. Have Sunday off. What do you think?
Sounds good to me. Time to get on the boat and go riding. We got a pretty good car. We're just a little bit tight and freed it up, and I think we'll be okay once we get going back. Hope we do.
It'll be pretty good.
Pretty good.
All right, let's go. Want to go?
Let's go.
If Sterling wins the Winston Cup, Burns is going to have to write his banquet speech and put it on the teleprompter, because who else could?
You know what? And I love to see Sterling like that. Have you ever seen him so loose and having so much fun? I mean, that's really cool to see him have fun with somebody making fun of you like that. Or not even making fun of you, impersonating you like that.
Oh, we have lots more rain songs for you. So you enjoy a little Credence, and we'll be right back.
FX welcomes you back live. The Pontiac Excitement 400 in a rain delay. A late start, nearly 2 hours. We have run 66 laps. And so that's about all we can do at this point, is listen to the raindrops falling. We've had 2 leaders, a lead change. Dale Jarrett, who qualified 39th, backup car, now leads. He had a big crash, remember, in the first practice. This is the Hollywood Hotel right up of Victory Lane, where I hope we see a little no vacancy line flashing.
Yeah,
we hope that
no room right now.
We'll pull in there. It'll be in the morning, I think, maybe
exactly
by the time
right.
they wrap it up. In all likelihood, with Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers, and thanks for being along with us throughout the evening here on FX. Let's talk about the delay, Jeff. And it looks like with the rain coming down and the track, and we're close to losing this track.
Well, I think we've already lost the track. We hear the jet dryer's working, but it's really hard to kind of control when you got this much rain coming down. These guys will try to keep control of it so that it doesn't totally get to where they got to stop. If they stop, then we're going to be in for a long night.
All right, let's go down to Matt Yoakum, has a little bit more on the rain delay. Matt?
Matt's checking the radar right now, Chris. I was just calling to make sure everything's good up there and you're not getting wet or anything. Everything all right?
I'm okay. If you could set up a little makeup, please. I'm running out of hairspray.
Okay, it's Patrick up there because I was just, looking out here, and I don't know if it takes a NASCAR historian or a statistician to tell you, but we have definitely lost the track. You see out that window?
We have. Let's see. I see rain falling down.
Oh, okay.
But if you want
Patrick didn't relay the message or what?
Patrick?
Yeah.
Patrick Perrin.
Oh, yeah.
Our researcher. Yes. No, Patrick.
It's the guy we're in the corner, Chris, that we keep asking questions.
Right.
to.
Patrick keeps handing me. Here, hand me a card. Let me see here.
See?
Officially, and it says, there you go, Kevin. We have lost the track.
Right.
Okay.
So, but if you get a moment, grab a squeegee. Go out there and push just a little bit more.
Hey, you guys don't need me to come in there and mop the floor or anything.
Yeah, we might need you to do that. We have nothing else to do.
Okay.
I think Chris is looking for some more ribs, Kevin. Can you think you can help us out right there?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if Chris needs to eat any more ribs because of the fact he might have to redo his makeup, and the night's running pretty thin, and I think all the makeup artists went home.
I think I could race you backwards with Steve Burns and Matt Yoakum.
You know what? We're going to have to set up a foot race or something.
Just kidding.
Maybe a wrestling match or something?
A wrestling match? No, I don't want to wrestle. Hey,
I'll referee.
What'd you think of the new nickname? Jeff liked it, the Bakersfield Basher. Did you like that?
Well, I've been called worse.
I know you have.
And it didn't rhyme either, did it, Kevin?
No, I mean, did Patrick come up with that too?
No, that was my own.
You should pay him more money.
We call that an ad lib.
Because without him, you're nothing.
There's Patrick.
You're nothing without Patrick.
Kevin Harvick is now is acting as the agent. William Morris called. They want Patrick to have his own TV show.
Well, Patrick knows it all because you're a know-it-all.
It's called.
And let me see that. What do you got next on your paper up there? Let's show everybody what you go off.
I don't really have.
Pick one of your notes. It doesn't matter.
I got all kinds of notes. I got about Rusty Wallace. I have the definition. I have the definition of parked. What that means. But we'll go down to Dick Berger.
Go to Dick.
Who's standing by. Dick?
With Elliott Sadler, Steve Burns, come on, get over here. We have got the solution to the problem. The three of us are going to do an anti-rain dance. Here it goes. You ready, Burnsy? Go ahead. Here we go. All right, end of the rain. No more rain. This is what happens when we fill on the rain. Well, the rain's still coming. I guess it didn't work. How come it didn't work? I thought you got to do these things.
Well, what's it? The environment's messed up right now.
Well, it's your environment. It's your state, not mine.
I know, but look at these great Virginia fans, man. Look at them still in the stands there watching all us play in the rain and dance and make a fool out of ourselves. Yeah, it's bad. I mean, we really actually thought we could get to halfway. We thought it had a big enough window, and hadn't worked out for us so far.
Still might. They haven't given up. I'm hearing the jet dryers out there. You ready to go back racing if they get the track dry?
Yeah, we are. I was running right there with Mikey and DJ, and we thought about staying out too, but we decided to come in and get 4. We lost some track position, but hopefully next time we won't have to come in the pit or get 2 tires and get track position towards lap 200. So that was our thinking. Motorcraft 4 Tours are actually pretty good. Just a little tight, and track position means a lot. Hard to pass here tonight at Richmond. So went here and got 4 now. Maybe get 2 or none later and hopefully be in the right place at the right time.
All the stories about you jumping from the Wood brothers, what really is going to go on? Are you really going to stay with those guys the whole year? Or are they really going to stick with you?
Oh, yeah, and we're focused 100% to race. I was watching the guys before the race started talking about, it might hurt us here, it might hurt us there. Not this race team. 100% focused on running good, 100% focused on trying to win a race and get a pole. And this is the best we've ever qualified here in the last 2 or 3 years. So that's showing everybody how focused we really are on this race team. We went to test this weekend in South Boston. Things are going great. I will be in this race car the rest of the year. Thanks, Steve Burns. And we just decided that we just need to do something else. I have not done my job as a race car driver for the Wood brothers. They deserve to run better than how we've been running. So maybe they can find somebody that fits in their package a little better, and maybe I can find a deal to fit in a little better. So we'll see what happens. It has been tough this week, but the media has been very, very great to me and the Wood brothers this week, and I want to say thank you. You've been very kind to work with.
We wish you well with wherever you wind up.
Thank you.
To Chris.
All right, thanks, Dick. And Elliott, for at least a candid response, an explanation of something that we've been talking about and heard about all week and was really the talk of the garage.
Well, I think right now what we're looking at is, hopefully it'll work in those guys' favors. We're telling you folks, myself, Darrell Walter, were telling you from past experience that it's very difficult when you make that kind of announcement, because it's telling somebody inside the operation that, hey, either you don't have faith in me or I don't have faith in y'all, and it creates a little bit of a problem. I know you try to do the best you can, but this whole sport is built so much on giving out 110% and total confidence. And so if you cut it down to 100 or 95%, you're not as effective. That is our point. I hope they can do it. And if they do, I'll make notes, and they'll be one of the first guys I ever see accomplish it.
All right, but as he made it clear, he'll be somewhere else next year. Now, the dryers are taking place, even though the track seems like it's covered with water. So we'll update the situation, and it still is raining lightly here after we had a delay. We have run 66 laps. We're trying everything to stop the rain, but this is not probably...
That right there should have scared the rain right out of here, I can tell you right now.
All right, that's a bad night and a bad disco. Van Morrison, wherever he is, he's cringing right now. We can't see the moon because of the rain, but they're doing a little moon dance. Kevin Harvick, I'm coming after you. Hang in there. We'll be right back. You're watching FX. Welcome back. The Pontiac Anticipation 400. It's actually in a rain delay here in the Pontiac Excitement 400. You've been watching FX most of the evening, and you can see the amount of water that's on the track as they try and keep it as dry as possible, and the rain is still coming down.
You know, we around the racetracks, we like to call this a clearing off shower. Hopefully it's going to clear on off and get out of here, but it's really a lot of rain coming down on the track right now. The track drivers are trying to keep control, and I believe, is it Matt Kenseth is standing by?
Yes.
He wants to talk to us.
He's going to talk with us. Let's go down with Dick Berger.
Dick, you got him?
Yeah,
All right.
I got him, and Matt's not going to do any dancing either. But we're going to talk a little bit about that carburetor. We're listening to you on the radio talking about possibly a linkage problem. What's going on?
Well, I don't know exactly what happened to it, but the pedal's up a little too high, so I'm having a hard time, feathering it right. And then it just has like a miss off the corner. As soon as I give it gas, it just has a stutter every once in a while. So on the restart, it was really good and clean, and I got a run on Junior. And then I came around to 3 and 4 again, and the thing hesitated, missed, and I got them all bunched up and back underneath me. So I'm struggling with that a little bit, but our dual car is handling really good. I'm really happy with it. We just kind of got mixed up there. I kind of messed up getting into one. Thought I was clear and came down. I don't even know who was under me. We got together a little bit there and shuffled back on outside groove. But overall, I'm happy with the way my car's handling. And, once we get this thing going again, I think we'll be able to keep it up front.
You going to open the hood on this thing, or are you just going to keep going?
No, I don't know how to fix it. It's it's the way it's tuned or something. It's just something I'm going to have to live with. And I'm going to have to figure out how to drive it a little different with a gas pedal to be a little smoother with it so it won't jerk like that. And just live through it. It won't be the end of the world. I'll figure it out.
Okay. That's a good driver. Figure it out. Don't make the mechanics work. To Matty.
Dick, his teammate Jeff Burton currently riding in the 13th position. How temperamental is this racetrack after a big rain like this?
Well, today, tonight, the track was just like it was yesterday, and it rained quite a bit, and we had a bush race too. So right now with a sealer on the track, I don't think that it's made a big difference.
How's your race car right now?
We were really good. We drove up to about 7th or so. We started 23rd and got up to 7th before the stops, and then people didn't pit or put on 2 or whatever, so now we're back to 13th. But really, really happy with the car. It was real fast. We were coming pretty good on Ward. We were about 3/10 quicker lap on Ward there, and I don't know. I think we got a little hot rod tonight.
The fans always remember that fall '98 win here. Lap after lap, side by side with Jeff Gordon. How does that rank on your win list?
I think it's pretty big. I finally got to quit hearing you should have wrecked Gordon when you were at Darlington. If I had $1 for every time I heard that, but it was a great race, and I like being part of really neat, close races. That's what drivers live for, is to put it on the driver's shoulders, see what the driver can get done. And I felt like I came up a little bit short racing him at Darlington, and then we came here to Richmond, and I felt like I got all I could get, and it felt good. I mean, that's what, as an athlete, you live for, is to put yourself in a position to lay it all on the line and go get you some, and that was a big night for us.
And it was such a clean drive to the finish. I mean, both you guys really didn't trade any paint or try to take each other out going to the win.
Yeah, he could have easily wrecked me, and he didn't, and I could have easily wrecked him at Darlington, and I didn't. That's just not the way we race. That's not the way Jack likes to win. That's not the way I like to win. And by the way, somebody about to kill themselves over there, but want to say hi to Jack, and I know he's watching, and I'm going to the front tonight, Jack.
Keep your eye on the 99, Jack. Currently 13th, but it looks pretty fast.
All right, thanks, Matt. And as we see the The dryers have stopped as the rain continues to come down. And, yeah, they might need 2 tires, Jeff. Should they
No, I think they're
take
right
some
now
fuel?
trying to save some fuel right now, Chris, because it's pretty obvious right now with the way the rain's coming down that it's really kind of fruitless, and they need to wait until the rain slacks off and then go back at it again.
If we can we get a look at the weather map? And because as you see the rain falling here at Richmond International Raceway, and Jeff, circle again where exactly we are. You can see if it keeps moving through, we might catch a break, but the track, and which direction is it headed? It's going in that area.
This direction right here.
And so if it does continue to move, but then of course the track would have to be completely dried off, and that takes at least anywhere from an hour to. Is that the direction it's headed? It's Larry Mack and Jeff Hammond dueling.
No, I think.
Oh, there we go. Okay, well,
I think that's the direction we're headed.
And the green is the rain, as we can see. All right, during the rain delay, Dick Bergen will have to get me to the airport bright and early, as he always does. Through the delay here, we've had 25 drivers interviewed, right? We went out about 6:30 Eastern time. We've had 4 crew chiefs. We talked to an owner. Joe Gibbs joined us here in the Hollywood Hotel. Kevin Harvick, trash talking once again. It doesn't matter that he's on probation. And he's challenging me. So I would say I'm going to give him the slight edge here, okay, because he surprised me.
But you got to understand something right now. He's on probation with somebody with NASCAR, not somebody from Hollywood.
Yes. Well, I'll talk to the people in Hollywood. When he goes to write his book, he's in trouble. And Patrick Parrott, who does a lot of great work and research and helping all of us out with graphics.
Go, Patrick.
And Patrick was on camera twice, which is 2 times more than the country really wanted to see him. And of course, we had the one rain dance and some rib eating that Larry Mack at DW. They don't look even too happy.
Don't look, Ethel. Don't look.
All right, do not adjust your sets. Welcome back to Pontiac Excitement 400 in a rain delay. We are 66 laps in after there was a delay to start the race. Dale Jarrett, your leader. The rain coming down, and the dryers have stopped for the moment, but still optimistic that if the rain moves through, we'll be able at least to get this race going again. One guy always optimistic on a short track. He has 6 wins here, is Rusty Wallace, and he's standing by with our Dick Berger. Dick?
It's perhaps the environment that's unique. This is an FX first, probably a television first. When a driver is called into the NASCAR truck, this is where they bring him. I can't believe you're here voluntarily on your own, Rusty Wallace. What brought you here?
It's dry. I saw you guys out there in the middle of the rain messing around. I said, that's not real smart. And I knew old Hunter here had some coffee getting made over here. I said, we're going to have 2.5 hours before we get back on the track. It's going to take me 6 cups of coffee to get ready. So we just made some, didn't we, Jim?
Absolutely.
So what goes on in here? When a driver gets called into this big red truck, Jim, what happens? Jim Hunter from NASCAR.
Well, the first thing we do is we make a pot of coffee, and then we give the weather report, which Rusty, why don't you give them the weather report?
Well, right now we've got green, and you thought light green was okay.
Yeah, I want to believe light green's okay. It's okay, right?
No, any green's not good, and we've got a lot of green. But we're optimistic here in this sport, and Mike Helton, our chief, and Mr. Bill France always tells us that that's going to go away and nothing flat, and I always believe those guys.
Sunny and mild in NASCAR.
I know it will be tomorrow. I hope it will be tonight.
How's your hot rod?
It's pretty good. The track's a little tight right now for me, but we've been running 3rd, 4th, 5th all night long, and the car's been real strong. I'm real happy with it, but I need that sealer to wear off a little bit and a little more temperature in the track. So, but I'm happy with it right now. It's a pretty good run so far.
Looks like Ryan Newman, your teammate's running pretty well, too.
Yeah, he is. He's doing a really good job. Heck, he caught me and passed me, and his car looks like it's turning pretty good and running real good, so I'm real proud of him. He's doing a good job out there.
Is this your best shot to win one of these things in the front half of the year? I mean, of what we've got left, is this your best track?
Well, I was hoping I could pull it off last week in California. Had a really good car out there, but I just missed the setup, and this is a really good shot for us this weekend. But, you know, all in all, we got a lot of good cars, got a good crew chief, strong engines, and we're going to knock a couple out this year. I really feel good. But, you know, I'd love to win my 2nd championship. That's what my main goal is.
Sticking on you, isn't it? Got to win it.
It's really bugging me. Yeah, I want to get it done, and I'd love to do it. And I think 2002 with the 02 car, with the 2 car, sounds pretty good to me.
He's got this thing all figured out.
No, really, I don't. I don't have it. I just dreamed that up just now. I'll tell you the truth.
Nothing wrong with dreaming.
It just popped out just now. I wasn't really planning that at all.
And that's not against the rules, is it, Jim?
Not at all.
All right. This is NASCAR. Dreaming is legal.
All right, thanks, Dick. And, Jeff Hammond, interesting, and Rusty touched on wanting to win a second points championship. He is, fourth currently, the graphic showed, and he hasn't won a race yet, so obviously he's doing some things right, and you can actually go through a season, certainly, and have that kind of success.
You really can, and one of the things you need to stress right now is that, the number of wins you get are very important to a driver and a team, but being able to run up there and win that point championship, even if you don't win a race, it's very, very meaningful because it shows a lot of consistency and a lot of hard work that goes into, to putting other successful finishes together so you can earn a championship. It's not just winning races. It's finishing races and finishing well.
Yeah, and consistently. Jim Hunter, by the way, was sitting there with Rusty Wallace, Vice President of Corporate Communications with NASCAR. Maybe he can communicate with the people controlling the weather and change things here as the rain continues to come down. Have you ever had a situation, it hasn't come to this yet, but where you were crew chiefing and they started a race, you got a portion through like we are here, 66 laps, and then you had to continue it the next day?
Yeah, we have, and as we see right here, the pace cars going around. Buster Alton, our pace car driver, he's actually looking at the racetrack and trying to make a determination of how much water is on the racetrack right now. It may sound a little bit strange, but the racetrack has to drain, and he'll be probably checking some of the drain areas to make sure everything's working well there and to make a decision whether we're going to fire the dryers back up. But yes, I have, and the hardest thing that you deal with when you stop a race, just like right now, is getting everybody back up and getting everybody back basically on the game plan that you set earlier. When you get ready to start a race, you call everybody together, you talk about your game plan, your strategy, you try to get everybody motivated. Coach Gibbs earlier, or Joe Gibbs earlier, he want to call him Coach.
Yeah, he still responds to Coach.
He likes to talk about football and racing being so close together. You really do a lot of the same things that you do in a football team. You get the guys together, you try to get them pumped up, you go get your driver, you make sure he's got his game face on, and you talk over everything. When you go out there and you want to start this race and it doesn't happen, well, it takes that little edge off, much less if you had to wait another 10 or 12 hours to get everybody back up and get them on the game plan that you wanted them to be on the day before. It's hard.
And crews waiting things out. Matt Kenseth's group. What's the latest you ever were crew chiefing and had a race run through the night?
I would have to say it was probably Atlanta, one of the last couple of years that I worked with Jack Roush. I believe we were there till about like 11:36 at night. But it may have been also Charlotte one year, I think, when we did our rain delay. We were pretty late that night. That was after midnight.
That wasn't the anniversary of the
witching hour
of the squirt gun, was it? We got super soaked.
Yeah. I was getting ready to say Buddy, we got to come up with a game plan.
We're coming up. I'm going to get Kevin Harvick to help me out to attack Dick Berger and Matt Yoakum. And I heard Steve Burns, even though he wasn't part of it there, that he helped set it up when he was at a different location.
I believe one thing.
What's that?
The other two guys we know are guilty.
Okay.
Now, with Steve Burns, he may back those guys, but I don't think he had anything to do with it. He's just not that way. He's one of those men who work on pit road, but he's not a schemer and a conniver. I believe them guys up in the booth, the ones who did it.
You think they had something to do with it?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get Oliver Stone to look into this when Steve Burns does the Sterling Marlin story. It's coming up on Fox. We're going to take a quick – that was a terrific impression. He always does that for us. I'm glad the audience got to see Steve Burns do Sterling Marlin. All right, we're going to try to do this rain dance a little more when we come back on FX. Welcome back live in Richmond, Virginia, and the rain falling at the Richmond International Raceway. We've been on for, I believe it's 4 hours. We have 66 laps of racing in. They're refueling the jet dryers or
hair dryers.
All right. Now that started out when I referred to them as blow dryers because our producer Neil Goldberg said, "Oh, look, blow dryers." And of course,
but he's got no hair.
Yeah. Well, don't tell the audience that. But anyway. So then Kevin Harvick exposes, I'm talking about my hair dryer out here, and anyway, we're having some fun. By the way, the Haminator, you heard us talk about it, and if you were with us last year at the Winston, we had the rain delay here in FX, and we got ambushed with the Super Soakers with Matt Yoakum, right, and Dick Berggren.
Yeah, Dick Berggren.
And then we were like nailed to the Hollywood Hotel, and they just soaked us, made big headlines. So we have now the Haminator. Jeff is ready. This is a sneak peek, show the audience what the Haminator.
Just to let them know that if they come after us, we're ready. Yeah.
It says the Haminator is the beginning of the end of the Hollywood Hotel. It's a way to super soak those guys.
That's
Although
right.
Tonight, I think we're all a little soaked, as a matter of fact.
The only thing I'm worried about right now, they got rain gear.
Yeah, well, we'll take care of that.
Okay, we'll take care of that.
Yeah, the leader, the guy who created the coup.
Right.
He tried to overthrow the Hollywood
Dirty
Hotel.
Dick Berggren, I think.
All right, Dick Berggren is standing by. Dick?
You guys just don't get too wound up about this thing. I got my buddy Ray Evernham here, and I remember that car that you called Rex that you brought to Lowe's Motor Speedway for the Winston and just clobbered everybody with that thing with all that trick stuff on it. What are we going to do to the hotel? You got any ideas of what we can do to the hotel? I mean, these guys are looking to get us. We're not going to let that happen.
Is it on wheels?
Yeah.
I just hook a truck to it and drag it down the road.
You're out of here, guys. How's your hot rods tonight?
Jeremy looked like he was pretty good. He said the car was good. Took a little bit of time for it to come in. It was just a little bit tight. We made an adjustment. A lot of guys stayed out, and we didn't have a great first pit stop and lost some spots. I think we got up to about 12th, and now we're back to 21st. But he said the car's real good. Haven't talked to Bill. They made some adjustments on his. He's got a long way to go, but his car was good in practice yesterday.
You having fun as a car owner?
Some days yes, and some days no.
What are the good days? What makes it a good day?
When I get to work on stuff, at Talladega when we were building cows and things like that. But it's different. I am having fun, but it's like having 3 kids. You want them all to do good, and some days that's just not possible.
Know what you mean. All right. Good luck when the rain stops, which we hope will be soon.
All right, thanks. That was a good suggestion by Ray if he wanted to attack the Hollywood.
Don't be telling them that.
Yeah. By the way, I want to thank our camera crew. You can look at the Hollywood Hotel, our audio technician, production crew, everybody in the hotel, the booth, been with us all night. I mean, behind the scenes, keeping us on the air, keeping us rolling. And hopefully, they're not singing in the rain. They're singing the blues that this race is not taking place, but there's still a chance. We're holding out hope. We're 66 laps through the Pontiac Excitement 400. You're watching FX Live in Richmond, Virginia, and we'll be back whether you like it or not.
Rain is falling through the mist of sorrow that's surrounding me. The sun could never
FX welcomes you back live here in Richmond, Virginia, and we've had a rain delay, and then we got the race started, and then after 66 laps, you see what's happening now. So people are waiting it out, and we're hoping that NASCAR will make a determination one way or another and try to get the Pontiac Excitement 400 in. In the meantime, let's go down to Dick Berger, and he's with Dave Blaney. Had a good run last week. Dick?
Yeah, but these Winston Cup drivers, none of these guys make enough money. They all make $1 million a year or more. So Dave Blaney went out and bought himself a race car track so that he could pad his wallet a little bit more. Yeah. Sharon Speedway, how's it going so far as a new track owner?
Well, opening night was tonight, and I got some reports we had a big crowd, but I need to confirm that.
What was your weather?
It was good up there. I think we're the only rain here.
What was the weather last week when it was supposed to be opening night?
Nah, rain.
Not really. What does a promoter do when it rains at a little short track like yours?
I don't know. I'm not a promoter. I guess you look at the people in the stands and count your money. I don't know.
Count your losses anyway, huh? You had a good run last week. What's cooking? That car just looked terrific.
Well, we're getting better and better. Our team, we're inching along and making strides. Sometimes it's slower than what you want, but we are. And, the first half of this race, we went forward fast, and then we went backwards just as fast.
How can you do that? How can, in one run, you go forward and then backward?
I don't know. That's what I was asking Ryan. How can we do that?
Ryan's your crew chief, Ryan Pemberton.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how we were so good and then got so bad, but we needed the rain. We need to fix that thing and go back racing.
You need a pit stop?
Yeah, we pitted and changed air pressure a little bit, and we'll see what it does. But, yeah, we're still a little confused.
Well, we are, too. We keep thinking it's going to stop raining, and it keeps raining. To Matt.
Well, Dick, tomorrow, Tiger Tom Baldwin Sr. will line up for battle in the NASCAR Featherlight Modifies. Tonight, his son. You finished second here a couple of times with the old man in the Modified, didn't you?
Yeah, we've had some success here in the past in the Modifieds, and, cars running real good. The cat cars running real good tonight, and, it's a brand new car, in-house car, and from the ground up we built back at the shop. And first lap on the track, I knew it was going to be a good car, just the attitude of the car. And after qualifying, we didn't do much. We just untaped it and changed a little left rear spring there, and had a good happy hour and left the car alone all night. In my mind, I said that's a good baseline. And the car really took off in the beginning. He was just riding at the end there, and real pleased. If I didn't hit 100 lug nuts in the back, we probably would have come out ahead of the 2 in the 30. But I think we're good enough to get back by him today. We're real calm today. It's been an awesome weekend for the Cat 22 Dodge, and I hope it just keeps going. I don't know what the weather's going to do, but we'll race tomorrow probably.
Now, you told me this is a brand new race car, but back in the Modifieds, you had a couple brand new race cars that you debuted. I think one was called the Fisher for some reason. That was a very fast race car in its debut.
Yeah, we had 2. We had a car that we called the Bronx Bomber that me and my dad and about 4 other of us put together. We bought it, and the guy owned it, who owned it was in the Bronx, and about 40, 50 miles from our hometown, and they towed it down in a tow truck with a dolly, and the thing was just wheeling there. It pulled up to the shop. Me and my dad looked at each other and went, oh, no. But we worked day and night for about three days straight on it, and got it to the racetrack, set on the pole, and won the race, led every lap at Riverhead Raceway, a big tour race we had there. And that was we called that the Bronx Bomber. The Fisher, I built the body on the 8 car with Steve Park driving the Sunoco car, and it was a real wide car. I built a lot of downforce in it, so I thought back then. And Park looked at it and goes, man, that thing looks like a snowplow. And Fisher snowplows from up north, and we'll just call it the Fisher. And that thing won a lot of races also. But some good old times there. The modifieds are going to be running the Spring Sizzler tomorrow at Stafford Motor Speedway, and I'm real excited. We're going to be testing in a couple weeks at the Thompson Speedway with the Cup car on a Monday and Tuesday. Do some testing, and I'm real excited about getting back to my home roots there and seeing that track and seeing some people. But real happy with the Cat car. Cars run real good, and looking forward to getting this race on the way.
He's also excited because next Saturday night, Mike, Tommy Baldwin Jr. will marry Beth Bruce in Charlotte, North Carolina.
And I like to say hi to her because she's back home getting out. She got operated on back on Wednesday. Hope she's doing good. I'll see you when I get home.
Mike?
Thanks, Matt. Well, what Tommy will be doing tomorrow on what should have been his day off is racing. They have finally stuck a fork in this. We're done for tonight. We're going to go racing tomorrow and pick up where we left off.
Well, I think we'll be glad. I think I'm glad as we can be under the circumstances. I don't think we'd ever get the thing dry again tonight. And tomorrow it's going to be sunny. It's going to be a beautiful day, about 70 degrees. I think the guys will be happy. I think we'll get a great show.
Now, Richmond, like many communities, have what in the East are called blue laws, and you can't fire engines or make any of that kind of noise before 12 noon.
Yeah, I think that's the deal. I think probably will start the race around noon tomorrow is what I've been hearing. So I don't know that that's official, but that's what I've been hearing.
11:30 pre-race here on FX for our pre-race show, and then we'll pick up at 66 laps complete of 400 tomorrow. So glad you folks could join us on our long day's journey into night. We're going to fix breakfast and send you back down to I think it's almost breakfast time, back down to the Hollywood Hotel.
All right, thanks, guys. And, I guess it was Jeff Burton who had the nickname Rain Man because he had won 3 straight rain-shortened races. But actually, since 1990, Jeff Gordon has won a total of 4. That's the most rain-shortened races. But in this case, we won't have to worry about that because it's just a race that's carried over until tomorrow. And with good weather in the forecast, they should be able to complete all the laps necessary.
Yeah, if you go by what the weather map showed, we will definitely have clear skies tomorrow, and we should have a great racing. Again, another variable. The guys have been testing under the lights, practicing, qualifying. Now they got to run a race in the daylight. So the guys will be going back to the haulers right now trying to anticipate how hot's it going to be tomorrow. We talked about track temperature today, about 50 degrees. Well, tomorrow it may be back up around 70, 80, or 90 degrees if the sun comes out. So it'll be very interesting and exciting.
So the first night race of the year is not going to happen. It'll be a day race in Richmond or the continuation thereof after 66 laps with Dale Jarrett leading here. Thanks to all of you who stayed with us throughout this rainy evening in Virginia here on FX. Thanks to all the drivers who chatted with us and their crews, and to our production crew that worked so hard. We'll see you tomorrow, 11:30 Eastern on FX from Richmond, Virginia. From all of us here, enjoy. Stay dry. We'll see you. FX welcomes you live to blue skies in the Richmond International Raceway, where the rain has stopped, and we're expecting a crowd of maybe up to 100,000, hoping to continue and conclude the Pontiac Excitement 400. Yes, the sequel. We're back by popular demand. It's a great way to kickstart your Sunday.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening. But they had expert timing.
Welcome to the Stacker 2 pre-race show, presented by Stacker 2.
And you're looking live here in Richmond at the best drivers of the world getting ready to battle it out Winston Cup style on this 3/4-mile track. And you see the cars ready to go. We're ready to go racing. There's a vacancy, though, in the Hollywood Hotel. We're down below in Victory Lane near Jeff Hammond's Ford Cutaway car as we welcome you to the Stacker 2 pre-race show along with Jeff Hammond. Hi, I'm Chris Myers. Thanks for hanging with us through the rain last night. Today, we're ready to go racing. So are the drivers, so are the fans here in Richmond. And I think the rain cover has to come off.
Time to go racing. Let's get the cover off. We got to go.
I should have
we
never.
got work to do, man.
I should have never quit my day job. And then, Jeff, take us through what the drivers and the crew chiefs are going through right now as they had a night to kind of think about the conclusion of this race.
Well, Chris, right now, a lot of guys have been talking about what can they do to their cars and what they can't do to their cars. Obviously, NASCAR will not allow you to make any adjustments on your race car. When the race stopped last night, they said, hey, guys, hands off. But this morning when they came in, they were allowed to plug the oil in, get it warmed up, warm the cars up, change the spark plug, as well as change the air filter because of the dampness in the rain.
All right, before we go through your checklist, let's recap last night because there were some cars on the track as the racing took place. Ward Burton, who lives about 60 miles from here, one of 7 drivers from Virginia, started on the pole. Of course, the Daytona 500 winner. And you see he led through the first 62 laps. Matt Kenseth getting into it a little bit with Steve Clark, and then Kenseth and Jeff Gordon. Dale Earnhardt Jr., he was running 3rd, lost a lug nut, went all the way back to 13th. The rains came back out, and Dale Jarrett, who started way back at 39th, qualified 39th, was one of 4 who did not pit, and he's your leader today, 66 laps into this 400-lap race. All right, now let's run through, he's the crew chief, the checklist of what the drivers and the crew chief are worried about in their cars today, and I guess we'll start with probably the tire pressure, right?
Yeah, right now, tire pressure is one of the things that guys can change before the start of the race. NASCAR will allow you to go over there, so a lot of guys have been discussing, hey, let's take a couple pounds out of the rear tires to try to hook the car up. Sun's out today, track temperature is going to be up, so that'll be one of the first adjustments you'll do.
All right, well,
secondly,
it's spring rubbers, you always talk
spring
about
rubbers.
that.
Here we go, right here, one in the left rear. In this case right here, if the car's a little bit too tight, we may pull this rubber,
all right,
free the car up a little bit.
Complete
some more
rubber
different
looks
ones
like.
right here. Also, hey,
wedge is
may make some wedge adjustment here. May see some guys come in on pit stops, make an adjustment here in the left rear or the right side or the track bar to make the car turn and rotate better.
All right, and finally on the Jeff Hammond checklist, brake adjuster. And why is that so critical?
You don't hear a lot about, but you use so much brake here at Richmond. When you go off in the corner, you're carrying a lot of speed.
Inside.
A lot of the guys are trying to balance their car into the corner by adjusting the brakes. As you can see here, if you crank it to the right hand to right turn it, you'll put more rear brake in the car. The other way, you obviously put more front brake in it. Depending on how your car is working as far as loose or push, you may try to balance your car out by making those kind of adjustments.
Is there a driver or crew chief when you were in the garage this morning who felt better about what they were doing? And also that first pit stop will tell a lot.
A lot of guys are either telling me their car was going to play right into this kind of weather because a lot of guys were tight last night. They feel like this hot temperatures will be exactly what their cars need to get them freed up some. Some of the guys who didn't have the forward bite, a little bit loose, they may be coming into pit road early when it does become open to try to make some adjustments so they can get on top of this weather change early.
All right, yeah, the sun is out. It is getting warmer. They were tight last night. We were loose during the rain delay, filling and chatting and eating ribs with Darrell Waltrip and Larry McReynolds, but the weather created a lot of inconvenience and difficulty for a number of crews and drivers. Let's check with our Matt Yoakum to find out exactly who and how. Matt?
Chris, the sun may be peeking through the clouds today, but the dark and stormy Saturday night in Richmond created a logistical nightmare for most teams up and down pit road. For Dale Earnhardt Jr. was camp chaos at his motor coach as 8 Bud guys spent the night on the couch, on the floor, any space they could find they filled. For the Hendrick Motorsports race day only guys, they had to fly back last night to Charlotte, got 3 hours sleep, then flew up this morning. But for the Gibbs race day only guys, they spent the night at the Richmond airport in the team's G4. Those are just some of the stories of the camp-created chaos here in Richmond. Dick Berggren?
Well, the Roush guys did not have hotel rooms last night, but they did have a commercial-size airplane. So they all boarded the plane, which took off last night about 1 o'clock in the morning, went to Charlotte, slept in their own homes. Wake-up call was about 5 a.m. Most of these guys have had about 2 hours sleep. Wake-up call, guys, wake-up call. They're a pretty tired bunch. To Steve Burns.
Well, Dick, the Ganassi Racing Team, 20 members from the 40 and 41 team, desperate for a motel room. They stopped at a motel near the airport. Alas, no room in the end, but an alert innkeeper gave them a banquet room. 20 of them slept on the floor, had a little pizza party, couple hours of sleep, and they're back at the track.
But this isn't about razor stubble or lack of sleep. It's about an already difficult job becoming that much more difficult when they have to be precise on pit road. Chris Myers.
All right, thanks, boy. And I thought I had a rough night last night. By the way, the last time NASCAR had a Winston Cup race that was started and then had to be completed the next day was at Rockingham last year when Steve Park, of course, won on Monday, and you saw that on FX. One other item of interest, Johnny Benson was released from the hospital. He does have the broken rib. Joe Nemechek in his 10 car, but Benson will be here at the racetrack today in attendance, observing, and actually we'll talk to him through the broadcast. Right now, speaking of the broadcast, the voices of NASCAR on Fox. Let's go up early for a check on what we could expect today with Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Joy in the booth. Guys?
Good to see Johnny Benson at the track this morning. No hotel rooms, massive traffic jam. A lot of folks slept in their cars out in the parking lot. New sealer on the racetrack, new compound tire. Everything but locusts these teams have had to face coming here to Richmond this weekend.
This is what memories are made of.
Oh, yes.
Or nightmares. I don't know which. A lot of these guys probably didn't want to go to sleep. But anyway, it's going to be a whole new day. And they have had a lot of curves thrown at them, Larry. The track sealer, the tires, and now the weather. I mean, last night was 50 degrees. Today it's going to be about 75. That ought to drive you. Got to be enough to keep you up all night.
Well, and we talked to a lot of the teams over the last couple of days. Probably about a dozen teams came up here and tested over the last month. And when most of them tested, it was record highs in the 90s. So you almost threw those records away. But it's one of those deals where if my car was good last night, you hated to see the rains come. If I was one of those cars that was struggling and based it mainly on maybe cold temperatures, it's like, all right, track's going to be a little warmer today. Maybe it will come to our race car.
Good news, bad news.
Yes, sir. Three fellows I want to watch very carefully once we get going. Ward Burton and Jeff Green, who were really good until the rains came last night. And Ricky Craven. Remember last night he told us he was good, he went to the front, and then he was bad, and he went to the back, and Dick Berggren asked, how could that be? And Craven said, we have no idea.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he fares.
Yeah, well, the guys can come in the pits here, you know, if they like. I kind of like where Dale Jarrett is. Last night when he stayed out, the reason I wanted to stay out last night, Larry, is because I wanted to be leading this race all night long.
16 hours you'd be leading.
Been up there, and all they talk about, they don't talk about how I got there. They just talk about I've been leading all night.
All right. Chris Myers.
All right, thanks, guys. And you see, we're counting down to the green flag. If you were with us last night, thanks for hanging in there through the rain. And if you're joining us today, get ready to go racing on FX live in Richmond. We'll be right back.
NASCAR on Fox welcomes you back to Richmond International Raceway for the continuation of the Pontiac Excitement 400. 66 laps completed last night before the rains came. So welcome to, I guess this is our mid-race show.
Restart show. Jump start.
Hi, everybody. Mike Joy with Larry McReynolds and three-time Winston Cup champion Darrell Waltrip. Boy, the more things change. I mean, what else could you throw at these teams other than a whole change of weather on a track that's just been resealed with a new tire compound, with crews that have had a sleepless night? And here we go. Let's go racing for 334 laps.
Yeah, one thing about this racetrack, though, and I think Larry will agree, with the sealer, the track was going to change anyway. I mean, nobody really knew what they had because they hadn't run enough laps. So I don't think anybody's sitting there all that upset right now. I think some guys think they got a second chance because we have practiced a lot here and we have run a lot here, but not so much with the sun out. But it has been relatively warm, and a lot of these guys tested here when it was real hot here, 90 degrees. So I'm thinking everybody's going to be in great shape.
I mean, we have a 98-degree track temperature right now here before the race starts. That's almost 40-something degrees warmer than last night. But I think you're right. But you know, crew chiefs, we're going to worry about something.
Well, you
no
know,
matter
drivers,
what the
we're going to tell you what we didn't do right.
But I'm like you. I think we have to get racing. We have to see what we have, and then we'll adjust from there. And it's not going to be many more laps before I think we see that second groove, and that's going to change the complexity of everything.
One other thing, I believe with the hotter temperature and the hotter track temperature as well, the sealer will wear off quicker. I think we'll maybe get that second groove quicker than we would have last night, so that's good news for everybody.
And hats off to NASCAR. They stayed with this racetrack long after they lost the track to the rain, long after a lot of folks, I think, including us, would have thrown in the towel. They really did everything they could to try to get this race completed last night, and I know the fans, especially the paying fans, really appreciate their efforts. The drivers and teams did too. Sadly, it was for naught. We're back here today, but under clear sunny skies and ready to go.
Well, I think with the sealer sealer, again, as we saw last night, the water wasn't soaking down in the asphalt, so the track was drying really fast. I mean, in less than an hour, they could get it dry. So they had every reason to hang in there, except when we had a torrential downpour, and then I guess that was time to pull the plug.
Now, even though this race has 66 laps in the books, we are going to have our traditional opening ceremonies, beginning with the invocation by Dale Beavers, Pastor Dale Beavers from Motor Racing Outreach. So let's go trackside.
Welcome back, race fans, to the action track, Richmond International Raceway, for the resumption of the Pontiac Excitement 400. Here to give the invocation, would you please rise? This is Dale Beaver from Motor Racing Outreach.
Let's pray together. Our Father, thank you for bringing us back today safely, for warming us under this Virginia sky. We ask your blessings upon the fans and those who participate on this track today. Cover us all with safety. Let us have an enjoyable day and take us back home for Christ's sake. Amen.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of colors by the Virginia Air National Guard of Sandston, Virginia, and the playing of our national anthem. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to give the command to restart the Pontiac Excitement 400 here at Richmond International Raceway, would you please welcome from GM Racing, Mr. Jeff Chu.
Drivers, start your engines.
66 laps complete. 4 drivers who did not pit out front. Dale Jarrett, Michael Waltrip, Bobby Hamilton, and Frank Kimmel, and the rest of the field who made pit stops under the caution for rain. That has brought us to lap 66, and 14 hours later, we're set to go racing. Let's go trackside, and Dick Berggren.
Well, Rusty Wallace will take the green flag, currently running in 5th position. Wallace, a strong candidate to win the race today. He has won more races here at Richmond than anybody else in the field and led more laps than anybody else in the field. Moments ago, he told me that what the chassis really needed was sunshine. He's got just that. To Steve Burns.
Well, Dick, it'll take more than a short night's sleep to affect Ricky Rudd, because today he makes his 655th consecutive start, a streak that began in 1981. He ties Terry Labonte's record, making him NASCAR's newest Ironman. He also won here in September, Matt Yoakum.
And Steve, the current air temperature is 64 degrees, the track temperature 98.7. That's good news if you're in the Hendrick or Gibbs camps, because that's the conditions that they tested here a few weeks back. A few other teams, though, they may not be quite as optimistic, because there's another group that tested here. The track temp was 151 degrees, the air temp 97. They may have a little more work to do to try to dial in those race cars if the conditions stay that they are right now.
We might give Ricky Rudd 655.5
That's right.
for this restart. How about
it? I've already done this once.
Right.
Yeah, we'll talk about this track temperature a lot, and what normally will happen when the track temperature comes up. Like last night, if your car was pushing, not turning. Today, as the track gets more temperature, slickens up, then your car will turn less. It's going to turn less and less. Same with if it was loose last night. As the track gets slicker, it's going to be looser. It just loses grip.
Well, and your car's been sitting there all night, and you hop in there, and from a driver's perspective, you're just hoping that it'll handle good on the restart here, that you get off to a good start, because the cars are bunched up the way they are. There's only one groove right now. Last thing you want to be in is an ill-handling race car.
And the best rested people here are likely the drivers. Most of them have motor coaches in the lot off behind turn number 2. So while it's been a tough night for many of the teams, the drivers are rested and set to go, Harold.
Let's see if we can talk to Dale Jarrett. Hey, DJ, this is DW up here in the TV booth. Bud, how you read?
You're loud and clear.
Well, you led the race all night long. You ought to feel pretty good about that.
That's nice. Probably the longest I've ever led one of these things. But we got our work cut out for us. Hopefully we can make some adjustments here on this UPS board and see what we can do today.
This is probably not something you can tell me, but are you going to stay out, or are you going to come in and work on it right now?
We've elected to, we're going to stay out. We thought about it quite a bit, and we've adjusted our air pressure since we were able to do that. And we're going to see what this does for us, so that'll give us an idea of what to do on our next stop.
That makes me feel good, because that's what I'd have done. I'd have stayed out. So, man, I want to wish you good luck. You got a great view there. Keep it there.
A lot.
Only Matt Kenseth comes to pit road. Everyone else stays out, as we'll run a couple of caution laps before we get the green flag to restart the Pontiac Excitement 400.
NASCAR on FX is brought to you by UPS, official delivery company of NASCAR. We want to race the truck. People love the truck.
Frank Kimmel, Ricky Craven, Rick Mast, Hermie Sadler, and Randy Renfro have pitted, and Matt Kenseth is still in the pits. Craven back in to remove the adjustment wrench, and they'll put some tires on while he's there. But Matt Kenseth has not left pit road. Dick Berggren.
Well, there are all kinds of things going on here with Matt Kenseth's car, and they're basically blaming the contact he had earlier in the race with Steve Park for the problems that they are experiencing. They've got brake line problems right now. They're feeding on the exhaust system on the left side of the car. And Darrell had a good look at the passenger side of the car, which we did not hear in pit road. They were working on a lot of stuff under there. They've lost several laps of the opportunity to win this race as a result.
I don't know what was going on up under the car, Larry. It was hard to tell. It looked like they were working on a number of things. They had a pry bar as if they were trying to realign the rear end housing, like maybe they thought when they hung into somebody it moved the housing, and that they ran into a problem in the process.
Yeah, he's going to go 2 laps down, and boy, third in the points. That's going to be hard to make up here.
Hermie Sadler comes back in the pits. They had the hood up. They're lifting it again. Rick Mast and the Richmond-based Junie Donlevy, number 90, back in, and so is Randy Renfro.
And just to make you understand about the 3 guys at the front, Dale Jarrett, Michael Waltrip, Bobby Hamilton, that did not pit, we had a caution last night on lap 30. Those guys were on pit road when the caution came out at lap 60. 30 laps later, for rain, those guys, along with Frank Kimmel, who has recently pitted here today, they elected to stay out and gain that track position. So they have 30 laps on their tires.
And Michael, as he heard you say last night, some people did, he ran the Busch race on Friday night, and he went over 100 laps on his tires, so he felt like tires was not an issue. So I think that was a good call.
And I think as long as we only have the one groove, I believe I'd rather have that track position, especially single file. I mean, the leader's going to take the green flag. The 43rd place car is going to be going into turn 3. And here it's 71 laps. All 43 starters are still running. Randy Renfro's back on the racetrack. He brought the first caution out when his car stalled on the backstretch at lap 30, but all the cars are out there running.
Now NASCAR has closed pit road so that the pace car can pick up its speed and allow the drivers to get a little more heat in all the operating systems and the tires. Usually it's 45 miles an hour. They picked it up, you see there, to 65 on Dale Jarrett's Fox tracks, and in 3 laps we'll go racing.
Well, even though they allowed the teams to warm the engines up this morning, they would not allow them to jack the cars up. And normally on race morning, while we're warming the engines up, we'll jack the rear end up and run the transmission and the gear. So these things have been laying there cold, for 14 hours in these cold temperatures. Can make a big difference if you don't get heat in them.
One of the things I always worry about as a driver is if we said like these cars were hot, the brakes were really hot, you pull them down here with the moisture, the rain and everything, and cover them up, you can have a brake problem because you get moisture in your brake fluid. You can have a lot of problems because all those hot pieces sweat. Once you cover that car up and the temperatures drop they sweat and it gets liquid in your fluids. So I'd be a little concerned about that. I mean, you've had 14 hours to think about a lot of things that, you know, you could worry about. Bottom line is probably won't be a problem anyway. What's that old saying about 80% of what you worry about never happens? So I don't know. I heard that on the History Channel. No, Discovery Channel. No, I think it may have been the Food Channel.
Did you know it's the Weather Channel's 20th birthday?
Happy birthday, Weather Channel.
All right, 2 laps we're going to go racing. Got to wish my son Scott happy birthday. He's 3.
Happy birthday for him.
So one of several parties that will be missed on Lake Norman this afternoon.
And my buddy Rooster.
I wish I could be there.
My buddy Rooster. He didn't have FX in his room last night. Guess what he did?
Got us
1-800-FX. He wanted it in that room today.
Did he get it?
I don't know. I hadn't heard from him yet.
We'll send him a tape.
That's what Stevie said. Kenson's back on the pit road.
Coming to 1. We're on 1 to go right now, guys.
Now, Kenseth had to come back to pit road because he pitted before pit road was open. So this will just have the effect of putting him to the end of the longest line.
Look, guys, I know it's
a new day.
It's a new day. It's sunny. The sun is shining, and I don't know about I don't know about you guys, but I know there's about 100,000 people out here that are ready for us to go boogity, boogity, boogity. One more time. Mikey's all over the back of that 88. He wants to make a run on him.
And Jimmy Spencer got Ward Burton for 6th going into turn 1, and Burton's trying to get him back at 3.
Boy, Spencer drove that thing down in there, and it washed up. Ward Burton's going to get the position away. You can definitely overdrive the entrance to these corners.
Now, if you wasn't racing, you'd go out and you'd run a few slow laps, you know, get up to speed. But here, you got to go right now. And there goes Mikey right by the 88.
And I tell you, Jimmy Spencer in the 41, he's almost made 2 positions in that second groove through 1 and 2, Darryl. Let's see what he does down here 3 and 4.
DJ is not very good right now, and that's going to hold him up, and that's really going to cost him. Ward Burton wants to make it 3 wide going down into turn 1, and please don't do that.
3 wide will work down the front straightaway. It will not work getting into turn 1.
Isn't it amazing? I mean, it's just like you flip a switch and it's right back where we were last night, just in 1 lap.
Everything but the light switch.
That's it.
And I believe definitely Jimmy Spencer's car will work right there in the second group, but DJ in the 88 car, UPS car, is holding him up. They're going to be 3 wide here with Ward Burton getting into turn 1. Somebody's got to give, boys.
And DJ did. And Ward scoots through underneath Spencer and starts marching back to the front where he spent the first 60 laps last night.
Well, you know, Friday night, Spencer had a great Busch car here. And, whoa.
Jeff Green gets in the back of the 2 car, Rusty Wallace.
If you're not going to go, get out of the way. This ain't no time to be holding anybody up.
Well, Jeff had to go or Ward Burton was going to get him.
And, you know, let's go back to the Busch race Friday night. Jimmy Spencer, one of those guys that run that race, he was probably the only Busch car that could go in that second groove.
Actually, he had a Busch car that could run in any groove, and it looks like he's got a good car today.
Yeah, that James Finch car could have run around the parking lot and won that race Friday night.
And the thing about those guys now, they did all their practicing in the daylight, in the sunlight. The Busch guys did. So this is probably working really good for Spence.
Now they have Rusty Wallace in the 2 car. They have him kicked up to the high side. Jeff Gordon in the 24. Jeff Burton in the 99. They're going to take the position away from him.
Jeff Green for 2nd. Another driver ran the Busch race, Darryl, and practiced his Busch car in the daytime. And Green moves up to 2nd. Ward Burton now 3rd. Michael Waltrip, Jimmy Spencer, Sterling Marlin.
The guys are a whole lot more aggressive today than they were last night. I mean, they know they got a whole race to run now. Last night they were just trying to race the rain. Everybody's kind of getting after it right now. There's a lot of beating and banging going on back here, a little pushing and shoving.
I think when we started that race last night, there were some drivers that were concerned, was the track even ready to race on? Was it completely dry?
And something else I'm going to tell you. You may not believe us or not, but you can see better. I know we got great lighting, but it gives you a deception. There's a deceptive look to the track when it's under lights. You can see better. Now you know where you want to go. You can see that outside groove if it looks like you can get up there and go in it.
Darryl, about 10 laps, and Ward Burton's going to be leading this race again.
Well, he was bad to the bone last night. And he's back after it again today. And he's got tires. He's set to go. He's looking good for the long haul. He just needs to be patient.
There's a battle right here for 7th. Jeff Burton and Jeff Gordon, and Ricky Rudd's going to follow Jeff Burton through as well. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8 car, he's wanting to follow him through. We got a battle for the leads up here, guys. Jeff Green in that 30 car, pulling Ward Burton in the 22 by Bobby Hamilton in the 55.
Remember, Hamilton did not stop for tires under the caution. Green and Burton did.
Good laps right there. You're about a third place car.
Boy, Michael's got a problem. I think he's got a tire down. He just dropped off the pace down the back. Right rear tire.
I got a flat tire.
Heard him tell him he thought he had a flat tire.
Another of the 4 cars that did
Yeah,
not
he
stop.
He looks like he's got a right rear flat.
Oh man, and he can't get out, and it's going to cause a heck. People going everywhere back there.
Well, they are bottlenecking up behind him and getting into turn 3. He's going to make it to pit road.
Yeah, Elliott's, oh boy, that's his Nerf bar out from under his rear bumper. It's a little small piece of tubing, but that could come off and be dangerous.
It's what support that goes behind the rear bumper.
It actually goes up in behind the rear bumper.
Show you again here, Michael Waltrip trying to control a car with a flat tire.
Well, he goes down into turn 1 there. I saw him, and he gets all of a sudden, he goes loose on him, and he chases it up the hill. Right there, I think he figures he just got up out of the groove, but he had a flat right rear tire.
And everything jams up behind him.
Big time.
And Bill Elliott's going to have to come to pit road.
Yeah, as bad as I hate to say it, they need to get that car in, because that piece of metal I think it probably flew off.
Caution is on the speedway. The debris, it's probably, you can see it. We know what the debris is. But that's quite a break for Bill Elliott, especially with nobody getting into it, because now he can pit under caution, or he probably won't even have to pit.
I don't know why they bring him in now.
But what a bad break for Michael Waltrip, because he's actually going to go 2 laps down.
Here's a look at it.
There's a look at it, and everybody's looking at it. Several cars run over it. It's not very big, Larry. What is that, about a 3/4 inch piece of pipe that they put up in the rear bumper?
It's just something to give the rear bumper a little bit of support as somebody's beating and banging on it. Of course, the rear bumper is made out of a fiberglass or a hard plastic.
There it is. Bam.
See the 44 car ran over.
Boy.
Look at there, right over the windshield. The 31 car, Robbie Gordon. Remember, these are plastic Lexan windshields, so you don't have to worry about it cracking the windshield. I don't know if he was going to pit here. I would have to believe Dale Jarrett might come to pit road. He restarted this race leading. He fell back to 20th. He's on pit road along with Jeremy Mayfield, Steve Park, Mike Skinner, Jerry Nadeau, Bill Elliott, Steve Grissom. A lot of the cars at the back of the pack coming to pit road.
Yeah, Kenny Schrader, Elliott Sadler, Robbie Gordon's in, Ricky Craven, Kyle Petty, Joe Nemechek, Stacy Compton, and Hermie Sadler. Dick?
Now Dale Jarrett's going to take 4 tires on, throw 2 cans of gas in the thing. A minor chassis adjustment to the automobile. Car is much better now than it had been at the start of the race last night, which seems like an eternity ago.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of people that were here last night that don't know that we didn't race last night. I think it's just a long race.
The 24 Hours of Richmond continues on FX after this. We've just restarted at lap 93. Ward Burton takes off from Jeff Green and the rest of this field. Matt Kenseth and Michael Waltrip were trying to get laps back from the leader without success. And Jimmy Spencer now third with Sterling Marlin, his Ganassi Racing teammate, right behind him. Then Jeff Burton, Ricky Rudd, and Dale Earnhardt Jr.
We had 17 of our cars pit on that caution, mainly cars that were at the back of the field.
And I think Michael's a good indication of he took tires, and he's not as good as the guys that didn't take tires. So those tires don't come right in, and he's in trouble back there.
Yeah, spring rubber down on the apron of the racetrack.
Yeah,
out of harm's way.
Unless it came out of my car, then it hurt something.
Now, Bill Elliott lost that bumper reinforcement, and you saw it bounce up off over Steve Grissom's car here and into Robbie Gordon's windshield. Pow!
Look at that. It's wonder it didn't stick in there.
It actually did. It put a hole in it. Again, that's Lexan. What they did, they took a piece of clear tape. They call it helicopter tape. It's what you put maybe on the front of your motorhome or your truck or your car to protect the front end, and sealed that hole right up on that windshield.
That's the beauty part about having Lexan as far as windshields go. If it had been a standard windshield like in a passenger car, it just shattered it.
Coming up on quarter distance, and as he did in the long green flag run last night, Ward Burton is doing a disappearing act.
I'm telling you, he's just checking out. I mean, that car just looks pretty good. I'm telling you, it looked awesome last night. He's picking up right where he left off, right, Matt?
You're exactly right, EW, and that was a major concern for his crew chief, Tommy Baldwin Jr., is how that car would run today. In the daytime, Tommy, that car looks like it's picked up right where it left off last night.
Yeah, we were really concerned about being back at, losing a little track position, but, car stuck on the bottom past all them guys. I think all it did was help Ward's confidence a little bit right now. I think we just got to start pulling the reins back a little bit, if anything. But real proud of the guys back in the shop. Brand new race car, like we said last night, and everything's so far so good.
Up until 1999, Ward Burton had never led a lap here at Richmond. Believe it or not, he's never scored a top 5 finish. If this car holds true, he could break that one this afternoon. To Steve Burns.
Matt, Steve Park restarted this race 24th, but he was one of the 17 drivers who pitted. They made a track bar adjustment, went up 1 turn, changed 4 tires, but they had a lug nut fall off one of the left wheels rather, cost him more positions off pit road, currently being shown 35th.
Now, that's something, Larry, that could happen. They glue those nuts up on those wheels. They could have done that last night. That glue gets too dry, too hard. When you hit that wheel up against those lug studs, they'll pop one of those nuts off. So might be a product of the things laying there all night.
Yeah, I mean, the glue they use is a weather strip adhesive. It's made by 3M. It's a yellow glue, and normally about 3 to 4 hours is what you want. You don't want that glue to become hard. You want it just to become tacky.
I don't know why it won't stick to the lug nut. It sticks to your fingers forever.
But yeah, the 2 best cars from last night right now are the 2 best cars today. Ward Burton in the 22, Jeff Green in the 30. That was by far the 2 best cars last night.
And I don't know, but my experience has been when my car is good, it's pretty hard to mess it up. You can put tires on, you can do about anything you want to it. It's just good, and there's nothing you can do to hurt it. And when it's bad, sometimes there's nothing you can do to help it.
Our serial scoring brought to you by Rent-A-Center shows you how Jimmy Spencer's night and day as Mr. Excitement has gone from 30th at lap 20 up to 3rd place right now.
Yeah, I think he's settled in right there. I think he's pretty happy. He's kind of in a little zone all by himself. Be a good place to ride for a while. Sterling's getting a challenge from Jeff Burton.
That's 4th place.
Ricky Rudd, the 28 car, he was trying to get up in there as well, but Sterling slips back in line before Ricky Rudd can get up that left rear quarter panel.
All right, Darrell, who would you rather have behind you, your teammate or your brother?
Well, it'd be good if my teammate was my brother. I guess I don't know. I tell you, it's been my experience that guys don't pay much attention to who's in that car. They just, the next car you got to pass.
Well, Jimmy Spencer just overdrove turn 3 and way up the racetrack. Jeff Burton in the 99 pulled right up to his rear bumper and brought Sterling Marlin and Ricky Rudd with him. Jeff Hammond, what's going on down there at the Hollywood Hotel?
Well, I thought I'd let you guys know. I talked to Jeff Burton this morning. I was asking about his car and what he thought about the weather conditions. And he said, man, I'm telling you right now, I really think I've got a great race car. I said, well, can you run with your brother? He said, if I can work my way through traffic without knocking the front fenders off his car, I can outrun my brother. That's a pretty strong statement, as good as Ward looks here today.
Well, he's backing it up right now, Jeff, because he is all over the back of Spencer, and he's getting up off it, too, really good. Well, Michael's in trouble again, guys.
Brett Bodine got in the back of him, Darrell, and sent him up the hill at turn 2.
He's getting punted around all over the place.
And you see Kurt Busch in the midst of that pack. Kurt Busch had a little brush with the concrete here.
Well, he had a pretty good brush because the right side of that car is pancaked.
And this is his backup car. He wrecked his primary car almost right out of the truck on Friday before qualifying.
Here's a look at it.
I tell you, this is pretty hard lick. Looked to me like just judging by the side of his car. Yeah, bounced off there pretty good.
And Darryl, what happened, you carry a lot of speed off turn 2, and it's almost like the racetrack turns too quick. It's like it should go on out a little bit, and you're just carrying so much momentum, you're just getting to the outside wall with that right side.
It's holding you, and then it just dumps you all at once, and the back end will hop out. And it doesn't do it every time. You'll be coming through there one time with the wheels turn left, wide open, and the throttle feels good. Next time you come through there, wheels turn left, wide open, hit the fence. Tony Stewart there looks like he's just kind of riding along. Him and Bobby Labonte both. They don't look like they don't look all that good right now.
But remember, these two cars, Bobby Labonte and Tony Stewart, they had to start at the rear of the field because of changing motors. Qualified up the front. Matt, what's going on with Tony Stewart?
Larry Mack, Tony Stewart restarted from the 25th position today. He came here and tested. His car was extremely fast off the truck, but what Greg Zipadelli and the Home Depot crew did, they made their car react poorly so they would know how to adjust it back to where Tony liked it, the comfort zone, so to speak. Last night, his car was extremely tight in the center of the corner. 2 pit stops to try to adjust on that Pontiac. But the second stop, they never really got a good run to see how their last adjustments did to the race car. Tony reported today the car is much, much better today, currently riding in the 17th position.
Yeah, he's got some damage on the whole right side of that car, like he got into somebody. Right front fender shoved in. Probably in, yeah, you can see the nose is beating it. I mean, he's got quite a bit of damage to the car. The nose, the right side.
And then we think that may have happened when Michael Waltrip was trying to get to pit road with that flat tire. I mean, there was a lot of cars stacked up behind him.
Did you see that, Mike?
Yeah, Jeff Gordon just put one on Junior going into turn number 3 and squirreled him up the racetrack. It did not change the position, however.
No, but it will, because Junior will say, now don't do that anymore, because I'll let you go if you quit doing that.
This is a battle for 8th.
Meanwhile, Ricky Rudd has moved up to 5th.
Junior goes up the hill, and that's what you do.
There.
You kind of let a guy know you're there. You don't wreck him. You just let him know you're there. And then if he's smart, he'll move up the hill, and he might just give you a little nerf back to say, I didn't appreciate that.
But he can't stay up that hill, or he'll lose more than that one position.
See, one thing that makes this track tough is for a car to be good in 3 and 4, it's way too tight in 1 and 2. The way you come off turn 4 and the track opens up is what your car's got to be tight. You get over to turn 2, you don't want it to be tight. You want it to turn. You push it loose over there, and that's why they jump sideways the way they do.
It's not going to be many laps, though. Ward Burton, our leader, the 22 car, he's going to be in the lap traffic, and that's going to be exactly what Jeff Green is going to be looking for, is traffic for the leader.
A little bump and run here at Richmond.
Winston Cup Racing on FX is brought to you by Beechwood Aged Budweiser with the crisp, clean, and refreshing taste known only to the king of beers.
Matt Kenseth has passed leader Ward Burton to get one of his laps back, but Burton is now starting to mow down lapped cars.
And I got to tell you, if Ward Burton will just control his emotions, be patient, there's nobody that can run with him. He's fast. He's the fastest car on the track. Car looks great. He could win this race, but he's got to be cautious.
Boy, if you ever have to practice patience, it's in lap traffic.
Well, on a short track like this, I mean, you know, you got to just be careful. You don't want to beat the car all up.
Now, I know he's 4 seconds back, but in 3rd place, Ricky Rudd was 14th when this race got the green flag to restart on lap 76. He's now worked his way up to 4th place, and Rudd is coming.
We also talked about Matt Kenseth. He's still 1 lap down. Remember, he has about 15 lap fresher tires in the leader, and that's what enabled him, I think, to drive by Ward to make one of those laps up.
And another of the cars we talked about in the mid-race show to watch when we got back to the green flag was Jeff Green. And Jeff is still doing a great job right there in 2nd place, half a second behind Ward Burton.
Yeah, actually, in traffic, Ward and he are the same speed, 22.3. But behind them now is Rudd and Jeff Burton, and they're 22.1s. So they're closing a little bit with the cars in traffic.
And what will happen, these cars trying to stay on the lead lap, they will fight the leader, Ward Burton. But once Ward Burton has went by him and the 2nd, 3rd place car catches them, they won't wrestle them quite as hard. There's no reason to.
And between those two groups, Mr. Excitement, Jimmy Spencer holds on to 3rd place. Let's go to his pit.
And Jimmy Spencer has been told by his crew chief, Doug Randolph, that he has the fastest car on the speedway. Lap after lap after lap, Spencer is cutting the quickest lap times. He has pitted, came in on lap 62, and took on just 2 tires, and he's this quick, Mike Joy.
Thanks, Dick Spencer in third. Behind him, Rudd, Burton, and then rookie Ryan Newman.
Got a pretty good race for the lead now. That traffic has slowed Burton up to where Jeff Green is right on his back bumper.
Ryan Newman, he is having a good run. He was one of the teams that tested up here, and he told me the other day, it was 95 degrees air temperature when they tested.
Might have been a good day to just go home.
Here's that battle for the front spot. Jeff Green having, I would say, the best evening and day, the best race of his Winston Cup career so far, on the trail of Ward Burton. Newman and Jeff Burton locked in a battle for 5th.
When your car takes off, when you come out of turn 4 here and the car starts to push up, it opens the door down underneath you for somebody to come under you, and it really makes that's what makes this track fun to watch.
Now, this 55 car, Bobby Hamilton, he's on pit road. This is a scheduled pit stop. He was running in 12th, but he has not been to pit road since lap 24, so he ran over 100 laps. He was forced to come to pit road under green here.
Well, he'll be fine if we don't have any cautions. That'll all work out just fine for him. Eventually, you get out of sequence, he can end up in great shape, but everybody's got to pit under green for that to happen.
Comes the leaders off turn 4 right now, 40 miles an hour down this pit road. He's probably going to go 2 laps down.
But stopping now, Hamilton's on a 2-stop race.
Yes. He could do it on 2 stops should we go green the rest of the way, which is doubtful, but never say never.
No, and this place can go green for long periods of time, particularly when they're just everybody's minding their manners, and we're pretty spread out right now.
And blend in off turn 2 and try to get in there. And he's going to be much faster than most of these cars, so that's one thing he's going to have to be cautious. He's going to be catching cars with those fresh tires at such a rapid rate.
For more on his stop, here's Dick.
Hamilton did not make a scheduled pit stop. The reason he had to come in and pit was he had a tire going down.
Yeah, but he was close to having to come to pit road anyhow because he had not been on pit road since lap 24 of last night. But he still has a problem because even with fresh tires, he's up to top of the racetrack and they're just going by him.
I watched Michael when he came in and put tires on. He did the same thing. It took him about 5 or 6 laps before he could ever finally get back up to speed. They got the air pressure so low in these tires that you just can hardly, it's like having 4 flat tires.
We are 1/3 distance in the Pontiac Excitement 400. Ward Burton's Dodge leading Jeff Green Chevy, Jimmy Spencer, Ricky Rudd, and Ryan Newman. No change among the front 5 at lap 142 here in Richmond. In the Pontiac Excitement 400. Next Saturday, the NASCAR Busch Series takes center stage at the newly repaved and reconfigured New Hampshire International Speedway. Jason Keller's taken over the point lead in the series, and coverage begins next Saturday at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific on FX, the Fox Networks, and Speed Channel, your home for NASCAR television.
Well, right now is when there's a lot of chatter on that radio, Larry, because these cars are running enough laps now that the drivers have figured out what they need.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of our leaders have been out there almost 85 laps on these tires, about all of the top 10 or 12. So, yeah, a lot of talk about what that car doing and thinking about those adjustments coming up here shortly.
And how many people you think are happy?
Ward Burton and Jeff Green.
About 5 of them, and that's it.
1 or 2.
35 cars still on the lead lap. The last of those, Robbie Gordon, and just ahead of him, Kyle Petty, and then Steve Park. Ward Burton has led all but 24 laps. 4th place, Ryan Newman, slipping under Jimmy Spencer for 4th.
And that's exactly what he did. He slipped up under him. They were tight off it too over there.
Now Bobby Hamilton made that pit stop, but Dick, did that cure his ills?
Well, probably not, Mike Joy. They think they have a broken sway bar arm on that car. They're not really sure what it is. I just sent a note to Jimmy Elledge. It is so incredibly loud where they are. They are right at the exit to the corner. It is a very, very difficult place to hear. And he just wrote back, may have a broken sway bar arm.
Oh, we got trouble. Dale Earnhardt Jr. on the front stretch.
Caution. Lap 146, Dale Earnhardt Jr. pounds the wall coming out of turn 4. and getting a lap back. Earlier, Matt Kenseth had passed the leader. He gets a lap back, and it's a save for Kyle Petty and Robbie Gordon, who were falling into the clutches of race leader Ward Burton.
He was right on him when that caution came out.
See some damage on the back of Schrader's car, too. I don't know if that was from checking up.
And we have about 35 cars on the lead lap, and I would say all 35 of them will probably be on pit road right here.
I can't see that side. Right side.
Oh, he just spins coming off that corner. I tell you, that is easy to do, Dick.
Now Jimmy Spencer is in right now. He's going to make a 4-tire change on his car. He said he's neutral in most of the corner, but he's losing the nose coming out. So they're going to try to fix that by taking a half a pound of air out of each of the left side tires. Spencer gone. There's nobody in the pit behind him, so it's easy for him to pit.
Jeff Green getting 4 tires, just a slight air pressure adjustment on the 30 car. The only service for Jeff Green. To Matt.
Tommy Baldwin and company already getting the left side tires. Ward Burton's down and away, but he is not going to beat the 28 off pit road. No adjustments. He said the car was sliding the nose a little bit. I just don't think there's much we can do about it.
You heard Ward Burton hit the rev chip as he tried to power out of the pits and retain the lead. That burbling as the ignition shut off as he exceeded the maximum RPM. And there's repairs on Dale Jr.'s car.
Driving around, go to the garage.
Go to the garage.
Come around with him.
Yep.
He was picking the throttle up off turn 4.
What you get off of turn 4 and off of turn 2 here both is push loose.
Caution out for the 4th time in the Pontiac Excitement 400. 150 laps complete. Under caution for Dale Earnhardt Jr., who spun coming off turn 4, hit the wall near the start-finish line, and has taken his car to the garage. Here's another look.
What you call push loose.
Boy, that'll hurt the rear end, Dick Berggren.
Time Junior was here, he finished 10th. The second time he was here, he won the race. Today, it's in the garage on jack stands. What happened?
I just lost the race car. Track's tearing up a little bit, and I've been pushing all day. I don't know why it got loose, but let's see.
What are the biggest problems they're going to have to fix to get you back out, Junior?
I don't know. Move the rear end back over. Looks like knocked the rear end over.
Now, can't run with it like that. They've got the rear tire off the car now. Mechanics underneath it going to try to get it back out. Mike?
He came in here 9th in the Winston Cup point standings.
All right, I think that where all the liquid come from, that's not rear end grease. It's on the ground. It's out of the oil tank. They have to replace the oil tank. The oil tank is right by the left rear trailing arm. And what happened when he hit that wall, that trailing arm went over there and busted the oil tank where the oil for the car
You
is.
see the oil tank right in there.
So they're going to have to change the oil tank.
That's the trailing arm, and it went up and hit that oil tank.
And the rest of that oil, Darrell, is all the way around the racetrack. They've had to put Speedy Dry down from the exit of turn 4 all the way around.
See, when he hit
Jeff Hammond.
Mike, one of the things you're talking about is the oil tank on Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car is located right here on the left rear. This is the trailing arm. So when the rear end housing went over and came up, it probably has punched a hole somewhere or knocked one of these fittings loose on the oil tank, and that is where the oil is coming from right now. That could be a big problem as far as trying to get that car fixed. One of the other things we had happen here today was Bobby Hamilton's car lost the sway bar arm. Let me show you where it is and what it does. Here's the sway bar arm that connects to the sway bar. The sway bar itself helps maintain the car's attitude in the corner. A lot of times Darrell and Larry talks about big sway bars. Keep that left front pinned down to the ground to make the car rotate through the corner, make that turn to the center better, and keep the nose down on the exit. When you lose that bad boy right there, she flops around really bad, real hard to handle through the corner, isn't it, Darrell?
Oh, yeah, and of course, I just can't imagine that it came off, but I guess it did.
Well, and we heard Dick Berggren talk about he had a flat tire. These tires don't have interliners in them. If he had a flat left front or right front, it rubs the sway bar arm off before you can get back to pit road and get 4 fresh tires on. Makes a ill driving race car.
Tonight, get your Richmond wrap-up on NASCAR Victory Lane All Access Kurt Busch on Fox Sports Net. Following NASCAR's young stars through this rather damp weekend on NASCAR Victory Lane All Access Kurt Busch tonight at 9 your local time on Fox Sports Net.
And I'll tell you, he's wearing the side of his car out. He's been in the fence about 3 times off the 2 over there.
One lap and we'll go back to racing. The 55 of Bobby Hamilton goes to the tail end of the line for pitting too soon.
I tell you, a kid having a great run. Casey Atwood in that 7 car, he's up to 10th, started 29th. New crew chief this week, Tony Furr, moved over from the 25 car, Jerry Nadeau. I believe that's going to make a difference in this race car.
I believe it is too. He's pretty good crew chief.
By demand from the stands, folks, we're going to crank it up on this restart for you. So let it rip. Considered by many to be the pre-race favorite, Ricky Rudd, first out of the pits, is now trying to take off from this field. He led 26 laps at Rockingham, 29 laps at Texas, and here on his home track, running out front.
One of the things that we always have to watch, and it still holds true here, when a fast car like Ward Burton's gets back in traffic, it seems like they don't work as good, and all of a sudden the captain gets out front, clean air. I don't care, we're only on a 3/4 mile track, but we're doing 140 mile an hour. Clean air makes a difference.
Right now, he's trapped behind Matt Kenseth that's still 1 lap down. He has a good race car, just trying to get back up there, hopefully catch a caution and get back on the lead lap after all those problems before we restarted this race today.
A lot of determination on his part. You know, it'd been easy to throw your hands up and say, man, we're 3 laps down here to whatever it was from the get-go. But he's driving the wheels off of it, trying to get back in the race.
Well, you look at Jimmy Spencer in the 41 car. That's his Martinsville car. When we were at Martinsville about a month ago, he was 3 laps down, made 2 of those 3 laps up. A little easier to do sometimes on a short track.
Well, and the other thing, Larry, is when you're a lap down, you go all the way to the front of the line. It's like starting on the pole. So that helps you get those laps back. But then when you get them back, you got to restart in 40th place, and that makes a big difference.
A big knot here, including our point leader, Sterling Marlin, and Dale Jarrett, the 88, who led earlier.
Yeah, that 02 car, Hermie, is kind of holding these cats up. And
ooh, 3 wide.
He is in harm's way, I got to tell you. And that's harm in that 48 car.
Is he going to try it again? 3 wide in the back? No. Wisely.
Boy, Dale Jarrett in the 88 car, he drove that thing in there. Oh, and it gets into John Andretti, and he hit the outside wall.
And there goes
Bobby Labonte.
And Hut Strickland misses it.
Gets by. Wow.
That all started because Jarrett, here comes the 17 car, going to get a lap back, but that all started because
he's not going to get it back. No, because Ricky Rudd's the leader. 28's the leader.
Yeah, Rudd was just way out front of him.
But that all started because Dale Jarrett overdrove the entrance of turn 3, trying to get back into the groove. He got into John Andretti, and Bobby Labonte in the 18 had nowhere to go.
Yep. There's just no, coming off of turn 4 here, there's just not enough grip up high. You get out of that preferred line.
Jarrett's moving around in his car okay, but it is stuck in the mud, literally, from last night's rains. Bobby Labonte going to have a little extra rear spoiler there to work with.
See what the replay shows us, but basically what happens, see Dale Jarrett way up high here. Now he picks up a lot of stuff on his tires. He's trying to get down. Bobby Labonte, he spins around because he sees Dale coming down the racetrack. Hut Strickland sneaking by there.
And John Andretti became the bank shot as Jarrett came back down the racetrack.
See, he picks up all kind of debris on his tires.
Tony Stewart in the 20 just gets by.
And I'm not sure if maybe Bobby Labonte got booted by somebody behind him who couldn't check up in time.
Right, Bobby checked up. Whoever was maybe behind him.
Yeah,
Looks like Nemechek in the 10 car, subbing
Exactly
for Johnny
what happened.
Benson. Chain reaction once again.
On board from Kenny Schrader's front bumper cam. Matt?
Well, Bobby Labonte reporting in that his car is leaking something. First they thought it was fuel. Then Derek Jennings climbed underneath the car and said it looks like it's now leaking rear end grease. They're going to pull the car behind the wall.
That's Dale Jarrett's second car this weekend. He crashed the first practice on Friday. That's his backup car.
They're going to haul Jarrett out of the really wet grass there in the tri-oval and back to the garage to see if they can make repairs. Fifth caution of this race. We've completed 173 laps. Welcome back to Richmond, which has not been kind to Bobby Labonte today. Caught up in Dale Jarrett's spin. Here's another look at it. Both cars in the garage.
Kind of some more of that Gibbs luck this year. You know, these two teams are just snake bit.
Now watch Kurt Busch trying to snake his way through here. What about there on the outside?
Back it down, back it down, back it down. You got to open the wall. Stay right there. Come on, come on. Good job. Caution's out. Come on. Clear all around.
It all happens in the blink of an eye. Dick Berggren.
Well, Bobby Labonte climbed out of his car, very discouraged race driver, and no wonder. They've got the frame machine here to try to straighten out the back end. Big puddle of oil underneath it. What happened out there, Bobby?
It looked like the 88 car got up out of the groove and came back down. He and the 43 car got together, and I seen all this happening from way back there, and I guess the 10 car didn't see it happening, so he got me a little bit in the left rear and got me turned around. I just stood in the gas trying to do a 360 there, trying to get away from the 88 because I seen him coming down the racetrack and it didn't work out.
Well, we're glad you're okay. We're getting ready for a green flag. Mike?
Well, that's a pretty accurate account of what happened.
Very little damage to Nemechek's car as a result of that little bump, but that's all it takes. And we're back under green at lap 178.
Just for the people that wasn't tuned in Friday night or last night, the reason Joe Nemechek is in the 10 car, Johnny Benson, who normally drives that car, was in a wreck in the Busch race and broke a rib, so Joe Nemechek started this car last night.
And I have to defend Joe because when you're back in the pack like he was and something starts to unfold in front of you, somebody's going to check up a little quicker than you do because it hadn't gotten to you yet. That's what happened to him.
Ricky Rudd out front of Ward Burton, Jimmy Spencer, Jeff Green, and Ryan Newman. Here's Steve Burns.
Mike, Ryan Newman's trying to get out of a slump. 3 of the last 4 races, he's finished 40th or worse. But here today, the car is tight at the beginning of the run. Then it starts to loosen up a little bit. They raise the track bar 1 round on their last stop. To Matt Yoakum.
Steve, on Tony Stewart's last run before his last pit stop, the first 2/3 the car was running very well. Then the last third, the car went back to tight, just like it was last night. They made a wedge adjustment, but the big hindrance for Stewart was actually when he tried to make his exit from pit road. He was blocked in by Dale Earnhardt Jr. He lost a lot of time, which equated to 5 spots on the racetrack. He's trying to move back up, and so is Rusty Wallace.
Yeah, Rusty and Jeff Gordon are kind of going at it hot and heavy there. Jeff cut Rusty off over there on coming off of 2, and Rusty drove it down into 3, got under him, and is going to make the pass.
And they have Bobby Hamilton, the 55 car, 2 laps down. He's in the mix. Looks like he's going to take the position away from Rusty, trying to get back up to the front where maybe he can make those laps up.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about his sway bar, and I just couldn't imagine his sway bar was off that car because we were watching it, and it was still sitting real flat going around the track. It would have been raring up if it had a bar loose.
Whatever was wrong with Hamilton's car, and they still aren't sure what it was, it appears they've got it fixed.
Cars are like that. They got demons in them, you know. They'll just go crazy on you. You'll never know why. Kurt Busch rubbing the right side up against the wall here again. He thinks he's at Darlington.
On that last caution, since we'd only ran 7 laps, we had about 4 of our lead lap cars that pitted: Steve Park, Jerry Nadeau, Hutch Strickland, and Elliott Sadler.
Boy, Rusty and Jeff Gordon, I'm telling you, They're after each other.
Yeah, this is war right here.
Yeah, this is like, do you remember that one race here when the last restart?
This is a battle for 7th. You look right back there and see that 7 car of Casey Atwood. And something we do need to mention, Tony Furr, that we talked about taking over the crew chief position. He had to leave the racetrack. Our condolences to him and his wife. Tony's mother-in-law passed away, so he had to unexpectedly leave the racetrack here.
Remember last year here, guys? Come down and they had a restart, and Rusty gets under Gordon, sends him up the hill. After the race, he didn't really seem like he appreciated that much, and I think they've renewed that rivalry. And that's not
you demand.
That's not you demand. He's not asking for directions, I can tell you that.
So today, same stage, different play. We'll see how they write the final act to this one.
Well, it's a little early, but I think that'll refresh both of them's memory. They're both having flashbacks as we speak.
Ricky Rudd's got a view of Ward Burton looming ever closer in his rear view.
Just about 3 car lengths back there to Ward.
Can't say enough about that 22 car. I mean, that thing is awesome.
Meanwhile, Rudd's teammate Dale Jarrett sits in the garage. Here's Dick.
He's still got his helmet on, Mike, but it's going to be a long time before Dale Jarrett gets back on the racetrack, if at all, today. The left front corner of this car is severely torn up. You see the sheet metal pushed in, but much more important than that, he was hit hard enough that the left front upper control arm broke completely through. They're going to have to replace that. They're in the process of taking the hub off, hood is off the car. There are a total of 11 mechanics working on this thing right now. Some in the left front corner, some in the right rear. This car is very, very badly damaged. I don't know whether this is worse or the car he started this weekend is worse. He's now wrecked 2 cars this weekend. A weekend for DJ.
He came in here 13th in point stick, and he could fall out of the top 20.
And has always had good runs here, especially since joining the 88 car in 1996. In 12 races, 9 of those races he has finished 4th or better. Always runs good here.
10 laps to halfway. Ricky Rudd and Ward Burton are just about identical on the stopwatch right now.
They are by far the 2 fastest cars. They're running 2160s. Jimmy Spencer, Jeff Green are in their 2180s. But yeah, for the last 5 laps, their laps have mirrored each other on the stopwatch.
And normally here, tell you how good the sealer is and what the tires are doing. We usually race in the middle 22s here. 22.20 to 22.40, 50 along in there, and we're running 21.5s today.
But what I like about this racetrack and this tire that Goodyear has, Rudd's last lap was 21.69 on lap 191. The fastest lap he ran was on 189, 21.59. Good tire, good racetrack.
Oh, trouble down here, sir. Go.
We're under the 6th caution. Kurt Busch spinning down in turns 1 and 2.
That would be with assist.
Yes. Robbie Gordon right behind him.
Just opens that door. I mean, you know, he's a little wide going into one, and that gives Robbie room to get down under him. And, you know, it's kind of a give and take thing.
Hang on to it. Hang on to it.
Daryl, things are so close down there. If Robbie Gordon checks up, Kenny Schrader will get into him, and so on and so on and so on.
But the one thing I did not hear out of that spotter's radio is clear. I did not hear the word clear.
Herc did a good job of keeping the thing out of the fence. He spins it around, but here come the leaders.
And the reason he didn't hear clear, he was not clear. Now you're clear on that.
Are you clear on that? 1 to go. Let's go back to racing.
Field bunches up behind the safety car. We've had 50 laps of caution, 6 caution periods so far.
We had several lead lap cars pit there. Only had 12 laps on their tires. Dave Blaney, Kenny Schrader, Stacy Compton, Steve Park, Sterling Marlin, John Andretti again. Matt Kenseth, he has 4 fresh tires, and he's back up there 1 lap down, starting beside Ricky Rudd, the 28 car, the leader.
Green flag.
Tell you what, if he's got his pressure down low, like several of these guys have come out on 4 tires, it won't help him much for a while. Matter of fact, it hurts him for a little bit.
Well, Rudd gets a good restart. Already pulled away about 5 car lengths, headed down the backstretch.
Ward Burton's got to go. On the last restart, he got kind of trapped there behind Matt Kenseth and never had a chance to close up on Rudd. So he's got to beat Kenseth here to have a chance at the leader.
He's going to clear him getting that into turn 1.
I'm going to tell you, the old cat is purring today, boys.
Dick Berggren.
Well, Jimmy Spencer's radio conversations have become very, very interesting. Asked how the car was, he said, it's real good, but I got to quit over driving it. He also said that the groove is beginning to move up, and as it does, he thinks he's going to be able to have a better entry because he's going to be able to go into the turns a little bit more wide than he has now. Spencer, a real good car that's getting better as this race wears on.
You just got to be careful. When you make that wide entry, it feels good, but you don't want to let anybody slip in under you and not know they're there. This track's a big D. I mean, the back straightaway is a little short straightaway, and then the front is a great big loop and turn, and so it opens up the bottom going into one for a culprit.
And again, Rusty and Jeff Gordon's cars have a magnetic attraction for one another.
Yeah, and still got a long way to go.
We're just past halfway.
It's a long way to Richmond.
You look right out in front of these guys, the 99 car, Jeff Burton. He'd been trying to make the second groove work. He finally gave up on it and just fell in behind Ryan Newman there, the 12 car. He ran it for about 2 or 3 laps and just wasn't going anywhere at all.
Looks like Rusty's going to prevail here on Gordon.
Well, I don't know. He's being mighty cautious, being mighty kind right now.
Well, they were coming up on Brett Bodine, and somebody had to give if they were going to get by him single file.
8 car coming back out, guys.
And Steve Burns with a fellow who sure wishes he was out there today.
Yeah, Mike, Johnny Benson here and moving gingerly. Johnny, we're glad to see you. How are you feeling?
Sure, that's for sure. Hopefully you can hear me because I can't talk any louder than this. But Joe looks like he's doing a good job. But I like looking at the interior of this car a lot better than the exterior. We'll see what they can do. I think they got a pretty good car.
Benson, who either cracked or broke a rib in that crash Friday night, was kept overnight for observation at the area hospital, and so Nemechek is in the number 10. Meanwhile, Kevin Harvick's been busy.
Like Casey Atwood in the 7 maybe bobbled just a little bit. Harvick in that throttle just gets into the back of it.
That's that outside groove. I mean, it's almost, it's a half a groove, and you get the right side tires up there in that new sealer, and the car will just break loose with you. You got to be really, really cautious. You kind of play around with that. You get the right rear end and say, that feels like it's going to, nope, it ain't there.
Harvick now 11th, Ricky Craven 12th, Tony Stewart just went by Harvick.
And you know, watching Ricky Craven in the 32 car, I believe this racetrack has come to his race car. I mean, he had went all the way to the back last night. I believe the track conditions today in temperatures are suiting his race car much better.
The car looks better with the sun shining.
It's a battle for 13th. Craven's now in 12th.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. has made repairs. He's back in the race and carrying about 80% speed.
24 right there if you want it.
Among the rookies, Ryan Newman is 5th, and last week's winner, Jimmy Johnson, running in 11th position, the Lowe's Chevy. Right behind Terry Labonte.
One of the things that Jimmy Johnson and Chad Canal seem to be real good at is to get that car better as the day goes on. So he's back there in 11th now, but wouldn't surprise me to see him improve as we get near the end of the show.
That's his teammate right there, Terry Labonte, in the 5 car. Terry's running in the 10th position. Had that good run about a month ago at Martinsville. Finishes 4th, and this is the same race car. Was brand new at Martinsville.
Yeah, Terry is quietly hanging around the top 10, and that's it's always a good sign for Terry Labonte.
He has 3 wins here, but he's still hunting that first top 5 finish of this season.
Right behind them comes Tony Stewart, who is closing and has climbed his way up to 12th place.
You can tell, Mike, a lot of these cars that were off a little bit at the beginning of the race are making the adjustments necessary, and they keep creeping a little further up, back into the picture.
Our points leader Sterling Marlin has flirted with the top 5, but he presently finds himself back in 22nd place.
Now, he came on pit road on that last caution, so he's restarted way back.
And with only 12 laps on his tires, you have to believe he just was not very happy with the way his car is driving. I need to correct myself on Terry Labonte. He's still hunting his first top 5 because he actually finished 6th at Martinsville about a month ago. Well, meanwhile, that 28 car, he's done pulled out to a little over a 2-second lead. And Matt Kenseth has got back by Ward Burton, still trying to get that lap back.
And I don't know if they fixed the 55 car or fixed the 55 driver, but whatever it is, he's a lot better, and he's hanging around the front here and maybe try to get back on the lead lap. Oh, trouble down here, man.
Hard, Frank Kimmel in the wall.
Frank Kimmel just took off like something happened to the right front.
Caution is out. Yep, 7th time in this race, lap 215. Right front destroyed.
I think he must have cut a tire down, because that thing, I looked up and he was headed for the fence at a high rate of speed.
This is one of those borderline calls. The leaders have 29 laps on their tires. They may be coming to pit road, Darrell.
Let's see, we're 215 laps.
You could do it on one stop from here if you had to.
I think I'd come.
And I believe they are coming.
Here they come.
Giving up track position. Here come Rudd, Ward Burton, Spencer, Jeff Green, Ryan Newman.
Everybody on the lead lap.
Man. Oh, boy, Kimmel's car really took a hard lick. It's like a shot up that hill.
Saw one like that here. Well, here's Dick Berger.
Well, Jimmy Spencer has slid into his pit area and aligned the car absolutely perfectly for his crew. 4 tires, Steve Burns.
4 tires for Jeff Green. He says he's tight from the center off, so they just made a wedge adjustment. Left side tires going on to Matt Yoakum.
The 28 of Ricky Rudd, the leader, is in. 4 tire change, no chassis adjustments. It's going to be a big race off pit road. The 41 is going to beat the 28. Ward Burton came in. His car was a little tight. He came in because the 28 did.
Remember a race here on the old half-mile Fairground Speedway that preceded this 3/4 mile? When Neil Bonnet was your teammate, Darrell, and he had one cut down in turn 2. It was guardrail then, not concrete, and he just shot into that guardrail like an arrow and stuck there. But the way he rocketed off that corner looked just like Frank Kimmel did a minute ago.
Yeah, the only thing that was left, the bumper, rear bumper, was sticking out of the guardrail, because the rest of it went through.
Hard lick when you figure it's a 3/4 mile racetrack.
Frank Kimmel, though, walks away. Welcome back to Richmond, where under this caution period, Dave Blaney and Ken Schrader did not come to pit road, and therefore they are the leaders. But how about Jimmy Spencer winning the race off pit road?
Those guys got the job done, but just remember Dave Blaney, great run last week at Fontana, and Ken Schrader, the reason they didn't pit, they pitted the last caution flag, and who the real guy sitting in the catbird seat will be Matt Kenseth. He's on the tail end of the lead lap now, on the verge of making both those laps up after the problems earlier.
Track position. Matt Yoakum.
And Mike, Ricky Craven, what a big move for this team last night at the red flag. They started 10th. They were 38th at the red flag. And your driver came on and said, you really bailed me out. What did he mean by that?
Well, we had a long night last night. Roy, McCauley, myself, we worked about all night trying to figure out what we was going to do. And we probably got to sleep about 3 o'clock this morning. And it's worked out really well. You know, everybody's doing a great job. Ricky, he's really doing a great job. And we'll see what happens here. He's really happy with it right now.
The car would not cut. They unhooked the rear sway bar, put in 3 spring rubbers in the right rear. We're back to green.
Craven will restart 13th. Now there are several cars out ahead of race leader Dave Blaney. They are Matt Kenseth, Bobby Hamilton, and Brett Bodine trying to get a lap back from the leader. 77, the yellow car right there. Dave Blaney's our leader.
Blaney's kind of liking this leading races. You know, it gets addictive. He was out front last week. Had a shot at winning up there in California, and here he is today, boys. Looking pretty good.
Darrell, you said a couple of weeks ago he was having a little crisis of confidence.
Yeah, he was. I talked to him at Talladega, and he said, man, I don't know. You know, I don't know if it's me. I don't know if it's a car.
Again, Mike, you mentioned it just a second ago when we came back from break. Jimmy Spencer, look at the pit stop on these guys. But this is what these guys are doing, 14.8. That's the reason it's deceiving. Yeah, he came in third, but he actually went out first. But look at his total time on pit road versus these others. I mean, everybody else, these three guys are close, but look at Spencer right there, and that's the difference. I'm telling you, when it's so hard to pass, you can win races on pit road with what you do right there, what your crew does for you.
Jimmy Spencer right now is second to Blaney. He's passed Kenny Schrader. Dick Berggren?
Well, Larry Mack was talking about how good Spencer's pit stop was. Let me tell you what, when he got to the end of pit road, realized where he was sequentially, he let out a war whoop, a big yahoo! And the crew is so pumped up that they are asking to have him pit often. They are just all fired up here in Spencer's pit. They think they got a shot to win the race. Rusty, with trouble, slowing down in the speedway.
Yeah, he
Rusty got a right rear down. Right rear tire flat.
Kurt Busch got into the back of him, and fortunately there was no damage, just a bit of contact after that happened.
He slides right up in front of him because he got a right rear tire down, and he's lucky he didn't get turned around right there. He's trying to get to pit road, and here we go.
Casey Atwood gets into Jeff Burton, and 5 cars are going to pile up.
And Jerry Nadeau. That's all because Rusty had nowhere to go. He just couldn't get down into the end of the pit lane. That 29 car's laid up against the fence hard.
Now, Matt Kenseth, he'll get his lap back. Bobby Hamilton in the 55, he's going to get one of his 2 back.
Bunch of guys are trying.
Spencer, he'll lead the race here at the caution flag.
Kevin Harvick, Stacy Compton, Jerry Nadeau are the victims of that pileup at turn 3.
And that was because Rusty could not get in. He was trying to get down out of the way. He's got a flat right rear tire. Everybody bottlenecked up behind him and caused the crash.
And Ward Burton in the 22 car, he's in the garage area. Went straight to the garage area, but in the middle of 3 and 4, he didn't even come to pit road.
The pole sitter and the best car here for most of this race has parked it.
I see no damage.
Well, let's see what happened to bring out this 8th caution flag. Watch the 2 car of Wallace.
He's just trying to get down trying to go. There's an opening right there. He thinks he can get down right there, but Jeff Burton didn't know. I don't think he knew that what was going on with Rusty. He was going to dive to the inside, and here comes the 7 car. They collided, and the rest is history.
And I tell you, you see that 29 car up there, that's the one that's really tore up.
Yeah.
That was back up
off turn 2. I was trying to tell him.
He's got his arm out.
Yeah, I don't know what Jeff Burton was thinking about. He gets into him off of 2. Rusty's got his hand out. Maybe Jeff thought he was shaking his fist at him and was going to dive in under him there.
And Casey Atwood came flying in there on the low side. Right there.
Yeah, he had a run. He doesn't know what's going on. 4 car just squeezes through. This is down the front straightaway here, going down into turn 1. This is when Rusty first knows he's got a problem. Car takes off up the hill. Burton gets a run on him, and they bang together. Now, my thought is that Jeff Burton thinks Rusty's trying to block him maybe as they go down into this turn. He doesn't realize that Rusty has a flat tire.
From Kevin Harvick, who was swept up in all this, and he is okay. Back at his teammate, Robbie Gordon.
His teammate, that messes the front of the car up. Gets a run down the back. Here comes the 99. The force jolts him into the outside wall, and that was a hard lick.
Kevin Harvick's okay. The guys I feel for, and it's because I worked there for 4 years, the Fab Shop at RCR. This is 3 weeks in a row. This car is wrecked at Talladega 2 weeks ago. 4 out of 5 cars was tore up for Richard Childress Racing.
Kevin Harvick's all right. Here's Matt.
Well, Mike, this is the right rear tire that came off Rusty Wallace's Ford. You can see an inch or so cut, and that's the reason. That's what cut down this tire, but you can see that the inner liner did keep that tire out. Mike?
230 laps. We're past halfway, but 170 to go. 6 cars involved. Jeff Burton, Casey Atwood, Stacy Compton, Jerry Nadeau, Mike Skinner, and Kevin Harvick. Now, after that happened, Ward Burton drove straight into the garage. Dick Berggren, why?
Well, he really doesn't want to talk to anybody right now, Mike, and I surely can understand that, but there is a trail of liquid that goes from the racetrack to directly underneath this automobile and a puddle of oil underneath the car. One mechanic looking underneath. Tough day for Ward Burton. He surely thought he was going to win the race today. Will not be his day. Ward, what happened?
Broke the transmission.
There it is. Transmission on Ward Burton's car.
His brother Jeff fared a little better on that lap, involved in that crash. Casey Atwood in the side of him, and around he goes. 6 cars involved in this 8th caution flag at Richmond. Cleanup continues at turn 3. Meanwhile, Frank Kimmel, who brought out the 7th caution with his turn 2 crash, has been treated at the infield care center, and the ARCA champion has been released. He is okay. Back down to the garage, Dick Berggren.
With Jerry Nadeau, who also has just walked out of the care center, a busy place right now. What happened to you out there?
It just looked like everybody bunched up coming off turn 2, and then they ended up finally wrecking in turns 3 and 4. My car just wouldn't stop. We've been struggling really bad last couple weeks. Car just hasn't been really good in race mode. We can't get the car to turn. It's been tight today, and I pushed up into everybody. I hate it for all my fans and everybody at UAW Delphi. Hopefully we'll catch a break here soon.
We'll see you in a couple weeks in Charlotte.
Of the 6 cars you see there involved in the crash, Skinner, Atwood, and Burton have been able to continue. So has Stacy Compton after damage repairs.
Now, Stacy's got the whole right side caved in, but he's back out there and going.
And they're actually still on the lead lap. They've been making a sequence of pit stops, but getting back out before the pace car trapped them on pit road.
And Rusty Wallace, if he could have made it to pit road to change that tire, would have lost laps, is still on the lead lap as well. Casey Atwood at the tail end of the lead lap coming off pit road.
That's one of those when you look and say, what happened back there anyway? How about it, Dick?
Now Kevin Harvick walking back to his car. He's just left the care center. You all right? That was a wicked hit.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. GM Goodwin's car was pretty good, and we got hung out to dry. The racetrack's about the most miserable racetrack I've ever raced on in my life. Might as well put dirt tires on and go out there and race on dirt. But it looked like the 99 spotter was sleeping, and Rusty had a flat tire, and impatience behind us come up and just blasting us, and we all wrecked.
Last year, this guy ran in 2 series, had 1 DNF in each of those in over 60 races. This year, in the 11th race of the Winston Cup Series, already 3. What's happening this year?
Well, you get caught up in crap like that. You guys are the TV announcers. You tell me what's happening.
All right, we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
I feel for that young man. I've been there. Believe it or not, I can remember when I was 20-something years old, and I can feel for him.
Several cars showing the effects of the 8 caution flags here at Richmond last night and this afternoon. We'll be right back. Last night, Tony Stewart said he was going to drive it like he stole it. That might be good strategy for this afternoon here at Richmond. Steve Burns.
Well, Mike, Jeff Gordon is having a pretty good day, but believe it or not, he said his car is pushing like the proverbial dump truck on the last stop. They put half a pound of air in the right front, raised the track bar, and crew chief Robbie Loomis also suggested to Jeff that he adjusts the brake bias, put a little more into the front brakes. That's the situation for Jeff Gordon.
Compton and Atwood pit road violations will restart at the rear as we ride with Jeff Gordon and get the restart at lap 240.
160 laps to go. Still have 28 cars on the lead lap. Other than the cars involved in that wreck down in turn 3, the only lead lap car that pitted was Dave Blaney in the 77 car.
Boy, Ricky Rudd's got to be careful here. He's in and amongst a group of lapped cars. Couldn't go around the outside. Now he's got to fight for the inside. And Kenny Schrader in third, right behind Rudd.
Restarts are always your worst nightmare, especially on a track with about 1 1/2 grooves.
Rudd gets under Michael Waltrip. A little bit of daylight ahead now.
Michael's really been struggling. His car's just not been good today. And that really surprises me because he ran the Busch race, finished 4th, and I thought he would have had a pretty good little hot rod today, but it just hadn't worked out for him.
Look at the car behind Ken Schrader. Martin made his way after starting in the 18th position up to 4th.
He's not that good, though, Larry. I've been watching him, just like you said, and he got up there. I'm not so sure he didn't take 2 tires to get up there.
Look at the telemetry on Kenny Schrader here, down to about 5,800 down in turn 1 and 2. About 8,500 into 3 and 4. Into turn 3, about 300 less RPMs into 3 than into 1 because the front stretch is much longer than the back stretch. A lot more RPMs, a lot more miles per hour. You see the interval 2.5 seconds behind lead.
Boy, that was a slick move. Did you see that?
Yeah. Jeff Gordon just kind of moved Jeff Green aside right there.
Tony Stewart was about to move him aside off turn 2 as well and then backed off of him.
Boy, this pretty aggressive driving right here. Right up on him. Of course, Tony Stewart's right down there with him. He got him a little loose getting in there. Jeff cuts right down in front of Tony.
And Tony Stewart.
Well, he saw what Jeff did. He said, that was a pretty cool move. Let me try it. Meanwhile, Jeff Green is getting his dandruff up.
Well, Jeff Green had a great car in the first half of this race.
Let me tell you, I think if he could catch Gordon back. Oh, there's a car around down there. Kyle Petty down turn 2, guys. Just went around on him. I couldn't tell if he got him from the outside. Looked like.
Lap 247, 9th yellow of this race.
Kurt Busch will not get his lap back.
No. Look at Green. Look at Green. Now, Kyle, we're over on the back straightaway having a little conversation here, guys.
Kyle got away from turn 2 and stays on the lead lap. There's a bit of hand gesturing going on there.
Yeah. They're having it now. He's going to go up here and explain that. To say, look, he's got 2 problems, 24 and 20.
And he's right between the 2 of them.
Now watch this. Watch this. He said that he can't get his attention. He drove up beside him on the left. He couldn't get his attention, so he drove up beside him on the right.
Steve?
Falling 30, 24, 20 at noon.
Jeff Green just told his crew chief, Robbie Loomis, and asked him what Jeff Gordon's problem is. He nailed me twice at barriers up in the pit box talking to Robbie. Not like the contact that Jeff Gordon has made.
And then when you get done with that, run down that 20 car and ask Zeppadelli what he's got a problem with.
Short tracks, short fuses.
And a lot of bit sheet metal.
Yes, sir.
Put a point for Jeff Green out of that 30 car. And I don't think he was saying you man.
Nope. He's made his point. 50 laps of this to go. Kyle Petty's made repairs and stayed on the lead lap after hitting the wall in turn 2. Steve?
And Mike, we just heard Jeff. Robbie Loomis relayed the message. Gordon's response was if he wasn't letting off so throttle at the flag stand. It's Jeff Gordon's side of it.
We're under caution for Kyle Petty in turn 2. The red car, red and black car.
It's up here on the outside.
Just got up out of that groove, Darrell.
Nowhere to
no
go.
grip.
Now, up until they sealed this racetrack, people were making great passes up on the outside like that.
You could even run higher than that.
You could go all the way up against the wall down there.
So damage to the Sprint Dodge in the back, but Kyle stays on the lead lap. He radioed in and told the crew, driver error. From Rusty Wallace's car.
Right side tires up there where there's just no grip.
When she starts to get a little twitchy like that, there's no grip. Round she goes.
Matt?
Well, Mike, Jimmy Johnson is slowly working his way to the front. Currently 9th. And his crew chief, Chad Knaus, on your last stop, probably one more stop. What are you going to do to adjust that car to make it another winning car?
I really couldn't hear you too well there, Matt. Right now, our car is just a little bit tight in the center. I tell you what, we have got a serious case of pit road disease. Every time we come on pit road, if we have a good pit stop, we get blocked in the pits. If it's a green flag stop, the caution comes out. If we can ever get this pit road problem we've got solved, I think we're going to be pretty good. But our car's really good today. We got one more chance to adjust on it. Jimmy's very happy with it. I think if we can get up front, get away from these lappers, and maybe have us a real good run. The Lowe's Chevrolet is just running great, and Jimmy's really up on the wheel today.
On the restart, it is Jimmy Spencer, Ricky Rudd, Kenny Schrader, Ryan Newman, Mark Martin, Jeff Gordon, Jeff Green, Tony Stewart, Jimmy Johnson.
We get up on that outside, it's just got a tippy toe here. Rudd would like to get in front of that 11 car and does.
Still got Kurt Busch in the 97 to contend with. Kurt a lap down.
Kurt was pretty speedy, though, on that restart we just had and able to stay out in front of Rudd. Here we go. Chapter 2.
Battle for 6. Jeff Gordon and Jeff Green. Tony Stewart right there with them.
What Green is going to find is he is the rock between two hard places.
Now looks like that bottom groove definitely prevailing down at 1 and 2. Green and Stewart together.
They got together.
Stewart can't get underneath Mark Martin.
Oh, but he will.
Outside, outside.
Behind Tony Stewart, got Jimmy Johnson. He wants to take advantage of that bottom groove moving in the 48 car.
Boy, it's hard to come up off the turn 2 underneath somebody and accelerate hard like Tony's doing. That tells you his car's handling pretty good. Tony's faster, but he's pinned down on the inside by Mark. If he could ever clear Mark, he could go on, I think. Meanwhile, up at the ranch,
Mr. Spencer has pulled out to over a second lead in just about 4 laps.
And he and Ricky Rudd turning identical lap times.
Now, you just remember, this cat, Jimmy Spencer, won both Busch races here last year. He was leading, or he was going to win the Busch race here this year and had a mechanical failure, so he knows how to get the car right for this joint.
Spencer out front of Rudd by a full second.
Easy in, put laps on the board here.
Bobby Labonte has returned to the race, damage repaired, and now Dale Jarrett comes back on the racetrack.
Here Jimmy Spencer spotter telling me to ease it in. Where you beat people here and where you run fast lap times, it's not overdriving the entrance. It's beating them off the corner.
Man, it's crowded down there getting into turn 1. Not enough room for 2 cars to get in there side by side, but they keep doing it.
And Jeff Green climbs the hill in turn 3.
That could be a flat tire from all that rubbing. He's been banging around and getting pushed around.
We talk about that a lot. You could knock a valve stem off.
And if you get up out of the groove, there's just enough trash up there that...
right there, left rear tire possibly could be.
Or that'd be a shame because Green has really had a fast car today and he's done well with it.
I don't believe, don't look like we have a flat tire.
What happened was he got up out of the groove, picked up some of that loose rubber and trash up out of the groove, and it took him a lap or 2 to get it cleaned off and get going again.
Do you ever have gum stick to your shoe? It's kind of the same thing. You have to scrape it all off before you can take a normal step again, and that's what happens to these tires.
Yeah, they're hot, they're sticky, and any trash that's on the racetrack when you get up out of the groove, it'll stick right to them. Whoa, there's a car high.
Sadler. And Joe Nemechek. You see he has climbed to 10th. Now Nemechek had to start this race last because of the driver change. He's subbing for Johnny Benson, who has an injured rib from Friday night's Busch race.
And he said, you know, I sat at home watching Happy Hour, and obviously Johnny had a good car. All I had to do is get in and get comfortable.
Mike Skinner, turn 2.
I don't think there's a caution, though, is there?
That's about the second or third car in turn 2 in the last 3 laps we've seen have a problem. Elliott Sadler just a couple of laps ago.
I think it's just a product of trying to arc it down in there, Larry, and there's just not any grip there. The car's twitch.
Turned down in John Andretti of the 43 car and got him hurt in the 22 car, a post sitter. He's going to be back on the racetrack after having the transmission problems.
36 laps down. And a car that coulda, woulda, shoulda won it. Jimmy Spencer's opened his lead now to 0.8 of a second.
We're trying to keep up with all the action, but it's hard to.
9 cautions so far, 136 laps to go in the Pontiac Excitement 400. .130 laps to go, and the Pontiac Excitement 400 has lived up to its name. 9 caution flags so far. And don't forget, right after today's race on FX, special extended post-race coverage for you on Speed Channel. Right after we go off the air, you can switch over to Speed for more interviews and race analysis. Then Monday night at 7 Eastern, 9 Pacific, Michael Waltrip, Johnny Benson, Kenny Schrader relive the weekend on NASCAR Inside Winston Cup with Alan Bestwick. To get Speed Channel, call 888-22-SPEED. Kenny Schrader and Mark Martin battling now for 8th place.
Yeah, that's it. Get that rhythm back. Let's stay right there.
Look at the up and down day of Matt Kenseth.
He's battling Ricky Craven here now for 13th. And just remember, we restarted this race today at lap 66. He was sitting on pit road going 2 laps down before he even got the green flag.
And folks, this is why when a guy's up there racing that leader and you say, why does he keep doing that? This is why he keeps doing that. To get back on the lead lap, get back in the race, and he's going to salvage some pretty good day here.
Let's have a look back through this field from Jimmy Spencer, the race leader. 0.8 of a second back. We'll find Ricky Rudd, the second place car, whose lap times are right identical to Spencer on the watch, within 100th of a second right now. As we've kind of gotten into a cruise control phase of this race. Ryan Newman has been the leading rookie in this race all day. He's third, but he's 4.7 seconds and a bunch of lapped cars behind Spencer. 15th place, Jeff Burton, Joe Nemechek, Terry Labonte battling. You know, for 275 laps, there's always been a battle somewhere on this racetrack.
We can find a battle. Right now, Rusty's got his hands full with a 77. That's a battle.
'21st place was Wallace and Blaney. That's I think that's Dale Jarrett's wounded car behind. Though there are several that look like that.
And I tell you,
not Jarrett.
Sterling Marlin just keeps kind of inching his way up through the field too. Mike, he's sitting there in 7th place and racing Tony Stewart and pretty hard right now.
Yeah, after his pit stop, Darrell, he was 22nd, and now Sterling's up there fighting for 6th.
Got a pretty good car.
See Kyle Petty going a lap down after that spin a while ago, but he stayed on the lead lap, but here he's going to go a lap down.
A couple of lapped cars, Compton, Newman, Earnhardt Jr. after a trip to the garage, and here's 3rd place Ryan Newman. He's 4.8 seconds off the lead.
He's got a bunch of distance between him and the 2nd place car and him and the 4th place car.
4th and 5th.
5 clear, all clear.
Mentor protege, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, 4th and 5th.
Clear hop, bud, clear hop.
You know, I got to think that if I was Jimmy Johnson, I'd say, you know, if I just run behind Jeff Gordon, I'm going to do okay. And every now and then I might win one, or every now and then I might get a chance to pass him.
And here's the 6th place car, Darrell, Tony Stewart.
Boy, he has used that thing up today. The right side has beat all the pieces on that thing.
Now Sterling Marlin. There's Marlin in the picture. silver Coors Light Dodge. And behind him, Mark Martin, the 8th place car.
Mark seems to be a little bit better, Larry, after they run a while.
Which that's not unusual. That happens with his style and his setup a lot.
Good day for Jeremy Mayfield as well. He's in 9th place, right on Martin's bumper.
That's a good run for Jeremy. He's just been kind of hanging out right there on the outside of the top 10. Now he's sitting there in 9th position.
And look who's climbed to 10th after being 2 laps down making repairs on pit road.
Well,
Matt Kenseth.
Let me tell you, when you've come from 2 laps down, you are so pumped up. There's a good chance this kid could win this race.
Now 11th is Jeff Green.
You know, a car that's in 12th, I don't think we'd give him a nod today, is Steve Grissom in his 44 car. He started back in like the 29th position, and they came up here and tested. I talked to his brother-in-law / crew chief, said they had a good test here, and he's been right there on the verge of the top 10 all day long, stepping in his car just 3 races ago.
Meanwhile, Ricky Rudd has erased that 0.8 of a second deficit. He's caught Jimmy Spencer.
Right now, they're fixing to start to catch the tail end of the pack, which definitely makes a difference. As we talked about several times earlier, patience. That's where you really have to use it, working these lap cars. And cars that's trying to stay on the lead lap.
Early in the race, Spencer radioed his crew, said he was guilty of over-driving the car. The car was fine. Whoa. Now he's under pressure from Rudd.
Whoa. I mean, right now, Ricky's so much better through the middle of the corner. Got underneath in turn 2. He's going to take the lead here going in lap 3.
You know what happened there?
15 laps to go.
He was looking back. He's looking back to see what was going on behind him, and I think he about lost it off of 2 over there.
Rudd led 67 laps earlier here. Kind of surprised to reread the record book that he'd only won twice here. He could have won a half a dozen at this racetrack. Celebrates his birthday here in the race weekend in September, and he's from Chesapeake, so this has always been Ricky Rudd's home racetrack. Matt Kenseth on the comeback trail, past Jeff Green, and looking at Sterling Marlin there for 9th place.
And you know, we talk about being 2 laps down, not giving up, but Darrell, what kind of frame of mind would that put you in to know? And I know we restarted at lap 66 today, but basically he's 2 laps down today before they even throw the green flag.
Well, your attitude could be just put it in the garage. You know, we're all messed up. We're 2 laps down, but he didn't have that attitude. He had that I can still win this race attitude, and by golly, he's putting on a great show here. I don't think we've said enough about where he's come from.
Now Sterling's backing up. Jeremy Mayfield went past him, and now Kenseth. Now Dale Jarrett, who crashed heavily and got stuck in the mud in the front straightaway. He's back out after repairs and a lot of duct tape.
That thing is ugly. He ain't got no alibi. He's just plain old ugly.
Needs some parts off the big brown truck. 110 laps to go. When they come back to the line, Ricky Rudd out in front at his home track, Richmond. Ricky Rudd is a driver whose season has seen quite a turnaround. In his first 5 races, his best finish was 12th at Darlington. But in his last 5 races, well, 4 out of 5. 3rd at Bristol, 4th at Texas, 7th at Martinsville, 14th at Talladega, and 3rd at California.
We talk about this racetrack going from a half to a 3/4 mile. Back in 1988, the team that won that race with Davey Allison was that 28 car.
Darrell, how about Ryan Newman? He has now come up to 2nd place.
That car looks really, really good, and it seems like the longer they run, the better it gets. He's moving up through the field, challenging for 2nd.
Steve Burns is in Newman's pit.
Mike with crew chief Matt Borland. Matt, what is Ryan saying about the car? Tell us about your strategy for the end of this race.
He's pretty happy right now. The car feels pretty good to him. We're just going to pit here one more time and probably take 4 tires and see how it goes at the end.
Newman's car is doing something really it's fun to drive when they'll do it. He is really getting back in the throttle in the middle of the corner. That's where he's really making a lot of time. Car's sticking to the bottom of the racetrack, and he is jumping back in that throttle. Jeff.
You know, Jeff Hammond, what we're looking at here, we're 100 laps to go. Most of the leaders, Ricky Rudd, Ryan Newman, Jimmy Spencer, all were on pit road at lap 216. That definitely makes it where they can do it on one stop. But one key could be when to make that stop. Pit early, get advantage of those 4 tires, but when you do that, you know what the downside is, the old caution flag.
Yeah, you've really got to roll the dice right here. It puts a lot of pressure on the crew chief as well as the spotters to try to kind of like see what's going on with the rest of the race. You got a big pack. Hey, I want to stay out until they kind of split up and break up a little bit. If you're leading this race, you definitely would like to see a lot of guys pit before you do. So if a caution flag does come out, you get the advantage of putting these guys down a lap so you don't have to race them later on. All these things right now, hey, that's what them guys get paid the big bucks for, is to make that good decision right here at the end.
Hey, Jeff, and the other thing I'm telling you as a driver is don't bring me in the pit when somebody's in the pit box in front of me or behind me if it's going to be under green. Give me a clear shot at it.
Exactly. You need to also look all the way up and down pit road. You don't want to have to contend with anybody if you can have that happen. Let you know far enough in advance so you can pick a hole, get down. This is one of those racetracks we've seen earlier. If you back off too soon, you could get turned just trying to get down on pit road. A lot of time's got to be given to let these guys know what's happening.
But this might be our last stop. We can't have any mistakes. We can't have any lug nuts fall off. Driver, you can't speed on pit road coming in or leaving. It'll end our day.
Don't beat yourself, guys. That's the main thing. Don't beat yourself.
Ryan Newman eating into Ricky Rudd's lead.
He's closing, buddy. I'll tell you, he's got a fast hot rod under him right now.
But right now, Ricky Rudd's in all kinds of traffic, plus a lot of cars trying to stay on the lead lap. John Andretti, Ken Schrader, Bill Elliott.
Yeah, there's some cars here now that are going to be difficult to pass.
And amazingly, despite 9 caution flags, there are still 40 cars on the racetrack. Only Jerry Nadeau, Frank Kimmel, and Randy Renfro have retired from the event. They're still trying to fix Kevin Harvick's car, but this track is still pretty chock full of race cars to navigate through.
Yeah, a lot of them are torn up, like Dale Jarrett's and some of them, but boy, that's got to make you. That's got to be the car owner's nightmare, getting passed by the pupil.
That was a battle for 4th. Jimmy Johnson takes 4th from his part owner, Jeff Gordon.
Jimmy was in our Kung Fu opening at the top of the show, and, you know, Grasshopper, whatever, I don't know. I didn't ever watch that show.
But, you know, back to that strategy, Darrell, no matter what, these guys are within about 10 or 15 laps of having to come to pit road because they're going to be up there about 110 laps on tires and fuel.
Larry, have you ever felt like that maybe you and I spent way too much time in the garage area when we listened to Mike and Chris? What is all this? They've watched too many movies. All I know is about race cars.
All I've ever watched is the Weather Channel and FX and Fox.
I was going to get a good night's sleep last night, and I flipping through the channel.
Whoa,
what's on? Last American Hero.
Rusty just went up the hill here. He's got another. Something wrong with Rusty's car.
Yeah, and Ricky Rudd's right on him. He's going to have to go around the outside of him, put a lap down. He's got a problem. He's got another.
Oh,
Ricky Rudd hard into the outside wall.
No.
Our leader.
Here comes the land rush back to the caution flag.
Holy cow.
Newman the leader. Hermie Sadler gets a lap back. Rusty slides up toward the wall as the right side tire's down.
Rusty's got a right front tire down. He's going to tear the nose off the thing trying to get back to the pits. But, you know, I don't know what happened with Rudd. I'm not sure. It didn't look like there was any contact, although, you know, Rusty was there, slow going in the corner, but we got to take a look at this.
But Ricky may have got up in that sealer where there's no grip, and that may have been what happened as he was going around.
Every time we've seen a car get a little high down there in turn 1, this is what they get this kind of result.
Watch the
There's
28.
Rusty. Ricky goes around. Oh yeah, he rubbed him. He rubbed him. He sure did.
Get to the bottom now. You're clear of the bottom. Clear of the bottom. Outside.
Oh yeah. Yeah, just brush.
Inside and outside.
Just brush
to get him out of shape.
Take it all. Go to the caution. Beat that car back to the caution. Inside and outside.
Jimmy Spencer has pitted. He said that the only problem with the car is he's beginning to lose the front end. So far, every pit stop has been fast, including that one for 4 tires and fuel.
A hard crash at the end of the pit wall. Robbie Gordon has run into the inertia barrier and come to rest at the end of the concrete wall.
And what all the water is, this is water barrels filled with water to keep from hitting the end of that pit wall.
Yeah, those are water barrels, and that's concrete.
The window net's down, so he is indicating to rescue workers he can get out. But that water barrel was designed by a great road racer, John Fitch, who raced for Cunningham at Le Mans. The Fitch inertia safety barrier is found on highway, bridge abutments all over the country. and it's also used to good effect, as it was right there here at Richmond.
We got
Raceway.
cars everywhere, Rick. 28 on turn 1 and 2, 31 down here in 3 and 4. What a mess.
I know his car is tore up, but could you imagine hitting that wall right there without those water barrels there, or without that barrier?
And Rusty's tire all torn up as he finally made it to pit road a lap later.
Yeah, what he's got to be worried about is if it knocks the nose off of it, looks like he's going to make it around okay. And once again, Rusty Wallace had a had a left rear down or right rear down over there, caused that big wreck. This time he's got a right front down, took the leader out.
And one big problem he could encounter, we talked about it earlier, thinking that's about what happened to Bobby Hamilton, is before he gets to his pit box and gets a tire on there, is rubbing that sway bar arm off.
Look way up at the top of the racetrack.
There you see Robbie Gordon.
Whoa.
There you see all the water.
Yeah. It's what happened. He was probably coming around there, and they told him to pit, and he tried to turn down into the pit lane and was going too fast.
Now from Kenny Schrader.
Oh.
Well, that's the way that.
If you turn on pit road late, if you turn on the pit road late, you're going to get a lot of debris on your tires.
And this race is going to be red flag. You're going to stop the cars to clean up at turn 2 and at turn 4. But that's how that barrier is supposed to work, Darrell. The water is in there in several compartments separated by foam, and it's designed to disperse the energy so that car and its driver don't have to absorb it.
It sure worked. See all the foam in there.
Robbie Gordon's able to walk away.
That pit wall has been extended around further around this turn. When we first came here, after they redid the track, the pit wall ended right here about pit number 36, and everybody was worried about running into the end of it, so they extended it on further into the turn, and it tightened up the entrance to pit road a little bit.
Yeah, because before they extended it, I mean, the cars were racing just a couple of feet off of it. In fact, you'd go up there and kind of skim those barrels every once in a while.
And Ricky Rudd, who, like Jimmy Spencer Friday night, was likely on his way to winning this race, ends up with his car destroyed.
Well, Rusty's got a right front tire down, and you got very little control over your car.
Your car won't turn.
It just won't turn, and he slipped up there and just got into the side of Rudd there.
From Kurt Busch's car.
Oh. That's the 12 crew there. He's taking the lead with all this going on.
Someone's misfortune is always somebody else's good fortune. In this case, Ryan Newman takes the lead. Dick Berggren?
Well, Robbie Gordon is here, and whatever did happen to you that put you in that wall?
I don't know. I don't know if I hit oil or what happened. I was following 77 right behind him, turned left, and it just took off.
How about that impact barrier? How much did that help you in that accident?
The impact barrier helped a lot, but really disappointing. Gil Martin and everybody here at Richard Childress Racing did a good job. We didn't have a good car when we started the weekend. We just kept at it. We had a really good car at the end there. Very disappointed.
Well, we're glad the impact barrier did its job. He's okay. Mike?
It almost looks like that he was following the 77, and maybe that he was going to try to go around the 77 and got some of that rubber and dirt and stuff on his tires, and the car just took off.
You talk about people's fortunes. I mean, cars that got their lap back because of this. Kurt Busch, Dave Blaney, Bobby Hamilton's back on the lead lap. Kyle Petty, Bill Elliott, Mike Skinner, Kenny Schrader, all these cars get their lap back because of the leader wrecking.
So we're under a red flag with 88 laps to go, 10 caution flags. We've set a record for the 3/4 mile Richmond International Raceway for caution laps set here last September. Red flag is out for a crash at turn 2. Rusty Wallace and Ricky Rudd, the race leader. Dick Berggren's with him.
Now, Ricky Rudd is on his way to the car to see what's left of it. That looked like an awful hard hit. How hard was it?
Well, it was pretty hard. The biggest thing is pretty frustrating. We had a really good race car, this Haviland Taurus. we're just counting the laps off, and I don't know, we came up on a 2 car, and it looked like he changed about 3 lanes. I couldn't see. He was in the middle of the racetrack. I went around him on the outside. Next thing I know, I got hit in the left rear quarter panel, and, just was a big surprise because we were just sort of playing it cautious there.
And obviously a big disappointment, too. He was looking to win it. He won here in the fall. Mike?
Going to be a lot of work to get that car back on track. Rudd came in here 8th in the Winston Cup standings. Ryan Newman has assumed the lead. Or rather, Jimmy Spencer now the leader after all this. Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, Newman is 4th. Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, Jeremy Mayfield, Ricky Craven, Jeff Burton, and Steve Grissom are the top 10. Matt Kenseth, the story of the day, fighting his way back up onto the lead lap from 2 laps down, is 11th.
He's got to feel pretty good about himself.
Jeff Hammond?
Yeah, guys, last night we saw it, Matt Kenseth got together with a couple guys here with Steve Park early on. And then again, same night, he got booted up the racetrack again. Well, during all these altercations, it knocked the exhaust system loose on the 17 car, as well as a brake line. So as we knew at the start of the day, NASCAR would not allow these guys to even jack the car up and work on them. So they had to do effective repairs so they could finish the race. Fortunately for them, the rain did come. This morning they come in, they had a game plan. They put the exhaust back on. They repaired the loose brake line, and even though they lost 2 laps, they felt like they had a good enough race car to get themselves back up there, get in the hunt today, salvage some points. But it's been so good, now he's got himself back up to 11th, and he's continuing for the win. So, I mean, outstanding effort by Robbie Reiser and the whole DeWalt team from Matt Kenseth.
I mean, yes, took the right frame of mind about Matt Kenseth, but how about this group right here led by Robbie Reiser? I mean, these are the guys, they knew they were going a lap down, 2 laps down, but they knew they had a job to do. They stayed after it. They didn't panic. They took what it gave them, and now they're back here on the lead lap. There's Robbie Reiser, the crew chief for Matt right there.
And of course, now that they're back on the lead lap, they're thinking, well, if we hadn't had all that happen, we'd be leading this thing.
And that guy right there is probably one of the most focused racing crew chiefs on pit road.
He's tenacious. I've worked with the guy, and he is very, very focused, and he knows what he wants to do. He wants to win a championship, and together, he and Matt Kenseth can do that.
Under the red flag in the Pontiac Excitement 400. And everybody wants a good picture of their favorite driver as the cars are parked along the front straightaway into turn 1 and 2.
Notice how they're parked there, most of them up the top of the racetrack, angled down. These starters get hot, and sometimes the cars won't crank, so they can roll them off and kick them into gear and get them cranked.
And if I were those fans, I wouldn't buy a used car from any of those guys.
Dick Berggren has run from the hospital to the leader's pit.
And Jimmy Spencer in the last couple dozen laps has gone from 1st to 3rd and back to 1st again. His crew chief is Doug Randolph. We are winding this race down. How do you play your cards from here?
Well, looks like our cards are all dealt right now. Looks like we can go to the end here on fuel. Hoping for a run. Our car seems to get tighter as the run goes along, but Target Dodge really running well today. These bullseye boys, they're knocking off some serious pit stops in the pits, and Jimmy's on top of his game on the racetrack. So we'll just play it out here to the end, see what we have.
Everything is working well for Jimmy Spencer in car number 1. Remember last year he won both of the Busch Series races here. Almost won here on Friday night when the rear end failed. To Matt Yoakum.
Take down here in the 48 pit of Jimmy Johnson. First off, Chad Knaus, you guys dodged the bullet finally on pit road here.
Yeah, I can't believe it. We finally had a good pit stop and we didn't get blocked in, and nothing weird happened. So it was a long time coming, and I'm glad for it because it's put us in a good position here.
You finally got past your car owner here.
I'll tell you what, Jimmy followed Jeff for a long, long time there and learned a little bit from Jeff. And our car is a little bit better on the long run. The tires don't seem to go away as bad as everybody else's. So yeah, we asked Jeff if he could maybe give us a little bit of help and let us by there, and luckily he did.
Now you guys have worked up to 2nd. How difficult is it going to be to get past Mr. Excitement?
Jimmy is very fast, especially on new tires. We don't know how fast our car is early on in the run because we've been trapped back in traffic, but I'll tell you what, this low Chevrolet is very fast. Jimmy switched on, and there's going to be about 85 laps, and we'll see what happens.
He got a boat and a trophy last week. Now all he wants this week is just another trophy. Steve Burns.
Well, Matt, that 24 car is getting better and better. Robbie Loomis, you guys are knocking on the door. How have you done it?
I tell you, this DuPont pit crew, we owe a lot to them today. They've been keeping us in contention every stop. But car started out real tight. Brian and I have been making a lot of adjustments to it, getting better and better with it. You get Jeff Gordon up there where you can see the front, it gets pretty exciting.
About 88 laps to go. Tell us about the end.
88 laps to go. I'm sure you're going to see a lot of different pit strategy here. You know, it'll be exciting to see if they have a caution with about 40 or 50 to go. These race fans, so you're going to see them sitting there for a long time. It's going to be a good show.
Good luck, Robbie.
Okay.
You know, the guys, Jimmy Spencer's pit crew, they've been having a great day making pit stops. Here's his pits right here. What I like, this pit right here, it was occupied by Randy Renfro, who's been out of the race for quite a number of laps. So Jimmy's been able to come in here and stop short and turn out. Now, he qualified 40th. That's one reason he didn't get one of the premium pit spots back up pit road. But sometimes qualifying bad, especially if you end up with a car that falls out early, it can work to your advantage.
And that was wise on their part. You know, Randy, no disrespect to him, but you got to figure, you know, he's probably not going to be a contender. And so even if he wasn't there, he would be a lap down most of the day. He'd get in and out without him being there. So that was a good call, good catch.
Next Friday night, we're going dirt track racing in Canaan, New Hampshire on the quarter mile, and you'll see the results of that on our Busch Series telecast. It's the NASCAR Busch Series taking center stage at the newly reconfigured Loudon, New Hampshire International Speedway. Coverage begins at 12:30 Eastern Time on FX, the Fox Networks, and Speed Channel, your home for NASCAR television.
We're going to see if Jason Keller and Scott Riggs for that PPC team, if they can make it 5 in a row.
You know what? This looks like what Robbie Gordon might have gotten into, guys. When he turned on the pit lane there, he was behind the 77 car. Maybe some of this, God,
now, Darrell,
I guess.
Yeah, I think maybe the reason that's coming up is because that's below where one of the earlier crashes was. There was some fluid dropped, slid down there.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Maybe Gordon, maybe Robbie ran through some of that.
I believe I hear engines roaring once again.
Man, these engines, they've been fired and stopped and fired again. Got good starters.
2 red flags, both for water.
Man, I see something. Look at that track. Look at that sealer. Look at that right there. That right there will drive your race car crazy.
1 red flag for rain and 1 red flag for water barrels.
That stuff, that stuff right there, if you got some happy tires on your car, it won't be long till they won't be happy, because that's where the sealer's wearing off.
Three cars started this race in the back, including both the Joe Gibbs cars of Bobby Labonte and Tony Stewart. They found problems in the engine in both cars. Same problem both cars after qualifying. So from the back to 6th, Tony Stewart today. Matt?
Well, Mike, it's taken them about 2 days to get up to the top 6, but Greg Zipadelli, now that you're up there, you've got some track position. Can you put that car out front?
We're working on it. You heard the phrase these drivers use, pushing like a truck. This one's pushing like a Euclid, one of those big dump trucks there. We've made so many adjustments on here today. We've been getting a little bit better, but we just haven't been able to hit what it needs. Tony's been doing a good job. Home Depot Pontiac, we're inching our way to the front. Some people had some misfortune, but it's kind of the way we've had our season. So we'll take what we can get here. Hopefully we can get a nice long run here at the end, and maybe we can get up to top 5. Who knows? Maybe we can have a shot at winning this thing.
They do. It will be the 3rd win here at Richmond. Steve Burns?
Matt with Ben Leslie, crew chief for Mark Martin. Well, Ben, what is Mark Martin saying about this race car? Can he get to the front?
He's real happy with his car. We're better probably past lap 30 on a run. We're a lot better on the long runs than we are on the short runs. Starts out a little bit loose and then comes to him. Like I say, especially from 50 laps on, we're real good. We need this to go green for the rest of the way. We'll be okay.
So you got enough time to get to the front?
Oh, yeah.
It's been quite a day here at Richmond. Remember last night, 66 laps were completed. A caution for Randy Renfro and a caution for rain last night. And then today, 8 caution flags today. Jimmy Spencer out front. It's been 247 races since his last win. He won 2 super speedway races for Junior Johnson.
You know, we keep hearing a lot of the cars complaining and drivers complain about their cars pushing, and I think a lot has to do with this track temperature continuing to come up. It's up to almost 110 degrees. We see a lot of the cars a lap down or better pitting here, but it's up to over 110 degrees. That's 50 degrees hotter than it was last night and about 15 degrees hotter than when we started this race.
Well, Larry, a car being a little bit tight here is not a bad thing, because, again, as the sealer comes up, and I'd lot rather be a little on the snug side. All that does is makes you a little slow through the center of the corner. but it gives you good corner entry and it gives you good corner exit. And with no outside groove, all the guy can do is run into the back of it. So if you're a little tight through the center of the corner, you're going to get off the corner really, really well. And I think I'd rather have it that way with the conditions the way they are.
We talked about what the teams have had to deal with. Just look at this graphic on track temperature. Here was qualifying the other day, 96 degrees. Then when the final practice down to 84. Last night we started at 61. The last report I got, it was actually about 110 degrees, but I mean, it's been all over the board for the last 2.5 days.
What a day this has been. The race's fourth caution came out at lap 148 for Dale Earnhardt's crash, coming off turn 4. Then at lap 171, Dale Jarrett comes up high and comes down in front of a spinning Bobby Labonte. The 6th yellow, lap 194, Kurt Busch off of Robbie Gordon. Frank Kimmel, the 7th yellow, and then the big one, the 8th caution, lap 227. Kyle Petty on lap 247, caution number 9. And then after a bumping fracas here between Jeff Gordon, Jeff Green, and Tony Stewart, Rusty Wallace has cut down a tire, sending Ricky Rudd into the wall at lap 308, the 10th caution and the resultant red flag as Robbie Gordon, apparently as Darrell pointed out, slid in that paint entering pit road on the asphalt and got into the water barrier. What a mess. We've got it cleaned up. We're set to go green again.
84 laps to go. 23 cars on the lead lap.
His car's pretty good on the short run, so he's really in good shape right now. His car really takes off good, and it's good for about 70 laps, so I think he's in good shape.
Jimmy Johnson, that 48 car, though, he got a heck of a run off turn 2 that time.
And Larry, like Chad said, we don't know how good we are because we've been back in traffic all day. Now here we are up front. Maybe we got something for these guys. And we see that week in and week out. You get up front, get out front, and you can carry the mail. Car looks pretty good, 48 does. He's getting through the center of the corner a little bit better than Jimmy is right now.
He's able to carry that momentum off the corner because of it.
Backing off early. Now watch him. He gassed it right there. I like that. That's a great way to be able to drive, is to back off early, float it down in there, but then gas it.
John Andretti in the 43 car had hung out on the lead lap. He just came to pit road.
Ryan Newman, Jeff Gordon. This is a battle for third.
Behind the 12, clear behind the 12.
I tell you, that outside is you can run out there, but you got to be so careful. You're going to lose positions. It kind of one step forward, 2 steps back.
Right now, that looks like what's happening to Jeff Gordon in the 24 car. Ryan Newman gets by, and Bobby Hamilton in the 55. He's still trying to get up to the front to make that other lap up.
You see how much quicker he is through the center of the corner, and that's because Jeff just cannot take a chance on gassing it too early.
Mark Martin and Tony Stewart coming into the picture. Spencer the leader, rookies second and third, veterans fighting behind them.
Jeremy Mayfield in the 19 car, Ricky Craven in the 32. That's a battle for 7th. And how about right behind him, Jeff Burton in the 99. Started back in 23rd. Remember, he was in the big wreck with Kevin Harvick and those guys not that many laps ago. Over in turn 3, here he is in the top 10.
Boy, there's a lot of cars back here. I'm telling you, I don't know if they got any fenders left on them.
Darrell, Jimmy Johnson chasing Jimmy Spencer for the lead. How much of this is the thrill of victory from last Sunday coming out in this kid right here?
They just can't do anything wrong. I mean, they're putting great equipment under him. They're making good calls in the pits. The rest of it's just kind of easy.
They have Big Mo on their side.
They do. I mean, they got it going their way.
See the telemetry right here on Jimmy Johnson.
I just think it's an indication of when you got good resources like Hendrick Motorsports does, and they give the guy equipment like that, he's going to get the job done for you.
9,000 RPMs into turn 1, 8,800 into turn 3.
2 rookies. As we said, second and third, Johnson and Newman.
Every week it's this way. You know, we end up at the end of the day with 2 or 3 rookies up there setting the pace, 3 or 4 veterans out there chasing them.
We've had a rookie finish in the top 10 in almost every race this year.
And they've won.
Yes.
I mean, you know, it's not like they're just hanging around. I mean, they win races.
Oh, turn 2. Kyle Petty got caught up on the outside of Mike Skinner and Dave Blaney, and that was almost another one.
Well, that makes about 40 almost then.
Only 40?
40.
I lost count.
Not the 40 that I can recall.
Right. Here's what happened.
Yep,
right there.
Trying to run 3 wide up off turn 2. That don't work.
Nope.
Is it 3 wide or 3 wide? Whoa, look, is that a little bump?
I believe it was, and I don't think that Mr. Spencer's going to appreciate that. Now, remember what
Whoa!
Oh, no, there he goes around.
Oh, he's going to hit the wall. Ryan Newman takes the lead. Caution is out.
Uh-oh, look out, Rusty. Look out, Rusty. Clear low. Come on, guys.
Jimmy's trying to get going to stay on the lead lap here, and that will hand the lead.
I don't believe he's got much to get going with. No. Wadded it up pretty good.
Hands the lead to the other rookie, Ryan Newman.
Spence was got a little shove off of 2 over there, and Spencer was holding him down real tight getting into 3. Here we go. He gets into him, and this is like Bristol. Remember what Kurt Busch did to Jimmy? Gets into him a little bit. Doesn't really upset the car much.
Just a little touch.
Side by side. Now, see how close together they are, and how Jimmy's leaning on him. Even here, you can pull the back end around on the car.
And notice how right after that little bump going into the turn, Spencer drives to the right and drives away.
You could already see Jimmy Johnson's wheels turn to the right.
I know why you're laughing. Tell us.
Rookie. That's what Spencer's thinking.
Right, because he knows 8 wheels corner better than 4.
Oh, yeah.
Not going to let that happen. So Jimmy Johnson becomes the latest leader to crash out of this race.
This stuff off so we can try not to lose more laps. No, you're going to have to get it off, Jimmy. All the stuff here.
For the most part, none of the leaders with only 11 laps on their tires. All the leaders elected to stay out with 21 cars on the lead lap.
The green flag is just waved, and another rookie takes his turn at the point, Ryan Newman.
Oh, yeah, we don't run out of rookies. We got plenty of them to throw at you.
He has some veterans lined up behind him. Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, Jimmy Spencer, and Jeff Burton, Jeremy Mayfield, all veterans behind him.
Yeah, Spencer fell to 5th, and Dick Berggren.
Well, I was listening to Jimmy Spencer's radio when that incident occurred, and I listened to it all the way through. In fact, I just shut it off so I could talk to you. And Spencer was remarkably calm on the radio, surprisingly calm. When asked what happened, he said, well, he
Rusty.
said,
Big
crash on the racetrack.
Huge on the back.
Rusty Wallace.
Point leader. Point leader.
Nobody get laughed back. All this started because the 11 car got and Jimmy Spencer got together. They cleared it, and then all this happened behind him. I was looking dead at him.
I don't think Sterling is torn up. I think he just slid in there and stopped with a little bit of damage, but not much.
Yeah, Brett Bodine, Mark Martin, and Jimmy Spencer were all kind of tangled up there bumper to bumper.
Okay. That's the 3rd time Rusty's been. He finally got Rusty this time.
He was actually the first car to get out of shape and spin. Here's Steve Park, the 1. Terry Labonte, the 5 car. Rick Mast, the 90 car.
Pickles, cornflakes, and Pennzoil. That's not a good combination.
No, they got mayonnaise in there too, so it's. You got cornflakes, motor oil, and mayonnaise.
Right here, Jimmy Spencer in the 41, Brett Bodine in 11. Right here, Jimmy had to check up because of Mark Martin in the 6. Brett Bodine gets into his left rear quarter panel. They checked up a little bit. Rusty spins, and then this is what happens.
Yeah, that broke Rusty's momentum.
I'd write down the cars involved, but there aren't many that weren't. That might be an easier task. See Jeff Green, Kevin Harvick from above.
Or Ricky Craven in the 32, Jeremy Mayfield in 19. Those guys just barely getting through. All those lead lap cars.
Darrell, that track narrows up in a hurry when one car gets sideways, let alone two.
Well, and it's slick. I mean, the sucker's slick, and you just don't have a lot of control. He just tried to gas it and get it to turn all the way around, and he made it worse, kind of like Dale Jr.'s deal.
John Andretti, Hut Strickland, Kenny Schrader.
Point leader on pit road. I don't think Sterling's car is hurt anywhere. Got a little damage to the rear, but not much. 55 got a lap back, and I want you to look at it now.
He lost his left rear tire.
He just got back on the lead lap.
There's his tire right there.
What in the world?
Matt?
Well, Mike, down here behind the 48 pit, Jimmy Johnson's crew working feverishly on the front, trying to repair this car for points. Jimmy Johnson, a heartbreaker. What happened?
Well, I'm under here, I guess. I don't know. I was racing hard and must have touched going into 3. Touched tires or something and got loose. Haven't been loose in there all day long. Been racing hard. Just a shame. Started 26th. Had some trouble in some pit stops and been blocked in. And we had a good shot at winning this thing today. I just hate that I made a rookie mistake or whatever there. But we'll be back. Thank everybody at Lowe's and all employee owners. We're having a lot of fun. Just hate that we crashed.
And Dick, he was apologizing to his crew chief Chad Canals. Chad said, "Don't worry about it, dude. These things happen in big league auto racing."
Sterling Marlin has just made his second of 2 pit stops. In the first stop, he pulled the right, or I shouldn't say he, I've got to be careful. This is Sterling. The crew pulled the right front fender out. Second stop, they put left side tires on it, and they pulled the left front fender. He got both of them, neither one of them very bad. Now he's got 4 fresh tires, and going to try to go see how he can do with that. Mike?
Thanks, Dick. Terry Labonte looking over the damage to his Kellogg Chevy, and Steve Part likewise. 10 cars involved in this crash as Rusty Wallace turns around and half the pack piles in. Welcome back to Richmond. Mike Joy with Darrell Waltrip and Larry McReynolds. Here are how the point standing leaders are faring. Not too well.
Yeah, but look at this guy right here and this guy right here. Now, I mean, they're lucky to even be in the race. Kent's is up there in the 9th. Bush was a lap down, and now he's up there in 11th.
And Rusty Wallace, he's been in several cautions.
He's go a little further than that, not on the graphic, but Ricky Rudd, who was in 8th, he's out of the race. Dale Earnhardt Jr., who was in 9th, he's back out there, but had his problems. So really, most of the cars in the top 10, Rusty being another one.
Rusty's up there in, 3rd or 4th, and he's running 28th, 2 laps down.
And they popped the top on Rusty's Ford.
Shock off, and let's send him around. Get the shock off.
Shock
They
problem.
may have a busted shock on the right front.
Let me give you the 10 cars who were involved in that crash in no particular order. Michael Waltrip, Jeremy Mayfield, Steve Part, Sterling Marlin, Jeff Green, Rick Mast, Terry Labonte, Rusty Wallace, John Andretti, and Ricky Craven.
And we didn't mention that Kevin Harvick, after that bad wreck, he's back out on the racetrack. So realistically, 13 cautions, 12 cautions, and 43 cars starting. We only have 4 cars that's actually out. Robbie Gordon, Jerry Nadeau, Frank Kimmel, and Randy Renfro.
Yeah, Harvick was in that one too. That's 11 cars.
Yeah, and I haven't seen this many cars torn up since a bad night at Bristol.
Really?
This is a bad night at Bristol, isn't it?
And
it's
one
the
of
next
the
day.
least marked up cars in the whole place is that of Jimmy Spencer, and another is Jeff Gordon.
Ryan Newman's car looks pretty clean too.
That it does.
It's kind of funny how the guys without much damage are all in the front. Tony Stewart's car got the right side, but
one little donut on the right side of Spencer's car. That's Jimmy Johnson's tire mark. Or no, it's not. Jimmy was on the left side. That's somebody else.
Gordo's car is not too bad. Flames are all still intact.
Now the right front of Tony Stewart's car is
his
pretty
left
well
side.
used up.
That's a good sign when it's your right side it's all beat up, not your left.
Left side looks much better than the right side.
When your right side is beat up, that means you're passing people. When your left side's beat up, that means you're getting passed.
Ryan Newman's our leader as we get ready for the restart. Only 3 times have consecutive races been won by rookies. Billy Wade, 1964, Dick Hutcherson, 1965, and Tony Stewart 3 years ago.
Be ready. Green and green.
57 laps to go.
Well, we know Newman is fast. I mean, we've seen him qualify track records on poles. Now he needs to be real consistent.
Top three clear the lap car of Brett Bodine, Ryan Newman, Jeff Gordon, and Tony Stewart.
And right behind Newman, a fellow who's had 18 straight DNWs. Did not win. It's Jeff Gordon.
There you go. There's side of Tony's car.
Inside.
Tony Stewart in the 20. He didn't waste any time at all getting by Jeff Gordon.
I don't think he's going to waste any time at all getting by all these guys because he's looking pretty racy.
Remember, Stewart started this race among the last three after an engine change.
There's some kind of trend there, Mike.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen that happen. Kansas did it. Sterling did it. Now this kid's doing it.
And there where he looks so strong, he's able to drive that thing down in the corner deep, but yet it still stays on the bottom and goes to the middle of the corner, especially right down here in turn 3 and 4. Watch that thing rotate right around the bottom right there.
The car looks a little free, but that makes it fast. And you know, Tony, he's used to riding on the right rear. He's your midget sprint car driver. He's used to that.
Hey, Darrell, how about Steve Grissom, who hopped into this Petty ride, the number 44, just 3 races ago, and he's out here running in 7th place.
The 1993 Busch champion.
Yeah, and I mean, he hadn't really been doing anything but testing. So, you know, it's not surprising it'd take him 2 or 3 races to kind of get back in the groove, but he's in the groove today.
That car and Mayfield's both look pretty good.
Tony Stewart is making some ground up on Ryan Newman. About 2 car lengths, 52 to go next time by.
Well, let's see, that's 2 more hours, so.
Oh, no.
We're averaging 25 miles an hour today, so it's just.
Still have 19 cars on the lead lap.
And still have 39 cars officially in the race, 34 of them on the racetrack.
1 minute we're down to 10 or 12 cars on the lead lap, and then all of a sudden there's a caution, and we have 19.
Well, when the leader wrecks, a bunch of cars been getting their lap back.
Over and over again.
Dick Berggren.
With one of the real veterans of Winston Cup racing, Terry Labonte. Such a wild race today, and we had a wild race on Friday night. So many accidents. Why is this happening?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what caused that wreck that we were in there. I saw some guys get sideways up there, lap cars, you know, in the way a lot. And the track doesn't really have 2 grooves. It's got about a groove and a half, so it makes it pretty tough there. But just one of those deals.
Disappointed Terry Labonte. We'll look forward to seeing you in Maryland.
He was on the lead lap when that accident happened off turn 2.
And having a Terry Labonte kind of day, quietly hanging around the back 5 there.
Things heating up for the lead. Tony Stewart in the middle of the corner and into the corner. He looks a little better than Ryan Newman, Darrell.
He's gaining on. He's inching up on him. Newman just needs to pay attention to where he's going. Don't look back. When you look back, you lose time. That's an old veteran trick. A.J. Foyt told me that. Run behind a guy, bump him just a little bit. When he looks back, pass him. And if he happens to take his hand off the wheel and shake his fist at you, hit him again.
Joe, I think with 47 laps to go, Tony, he realizes that he's faster than Ryan. You know, he's not. I don't think he's pushing the envelope right now. He needs to pick and choose where he tries to get by Ryan.
But does it look like Newman is beating Stewart up off the corner?
Looks like he's just kind of got his own little pace going here, and it's working for him. And Tony's trying to drive in real hard to catch him, but Newman's just kind of doing his own thing. He's a savvy kid, smart.
Stewart closes the gap into 1. Newman extends it coming out of turn 2. Pretty equal through 3 and 4.
Car looks good. It's right around the bottom. He's back in the throttle plenty early. Doesn't look like he's abusing the car right now, just hot rodding it around there.
Since his rookie season, 1999, Tony Stewart leads the league in short track victories with 4.
Probably could have had 5 if he hadn't pitted at Martinsville when his teammate won. Had the best car. Jeff and Larry talked him into pitting and putting tires on.
There's the Mark Martin slipping underneath Jeff Gordon. This is for 3rd.
See Jimmy Spencer in the 41 right behind this group, along with Jeff Burton in the 99.
I'm not sure if Ryan Newman and Tony Stewart have ever raced each other in open wheels or not. That's where they both came from. Tony may have been out of the series by the time Ryan got going pretty good, but I bet they've raced each other before.
Dick Bergerons with another driver who got swept up in that wreck.
Steve Park, another disappointing day. What happened out there? That was wild.
Lap cars. I mean, they line them up on the inside, and they, I guess, race and get their lap back and end up spinning rusty, and it's just a shame. It just got all of us caught up in it, and we just got the Pennzoil car where we needed it. I mean, the adjustments that Paul made were great, and the car's just starting to handle good. There's 70 to go, then you get involved in a wreck. So, I mean, just disappointing. I mean, I just want my luck to turn around. I mean, the finishes are not indicative of what this car is capable of doing. Just a shame. I mean, I got to keep my head up, and I got to keep my spirits about me, but it's hard right now. I mean, it just, it just seems like no matter what you do, you think you're in the right direction, then all of a sudden you get involved in a wreck. So I'm kind of disappointed right now.
It's going to feel so good when it does turn around, Steve. Mike?
Steve Park was also a lead lap car who got swept up in that big crash off turn 2.
Well, that 17 car continues to nibble its way to the front.
He's only got 40 laps to get there, and he's a long way behind. But boy, if he can get another car too and catch a caution,
he got a caution.
He's going to be in the middle of this race for the lead.
He's pretty fast. He's 22. He's 21.8. Leaders are 21.7. So they're still a little quicker than he is, but he's in traffic. He's in traffic, so if he can catch a break.
But just look at the interval. He continues to whittle away at it just a little bit here.
Yep.
Jeff Burton's coming. Took 5th place from Jimmy Spencer a lap ago here. And
Bobby Hamilton's the one I feel sorry for. He got that lap back on that last caution, came in the pits, and I guess they left with the lug nuts not tight on the left rear, and his wheel came off. And I'm not going to sing the song. I mean, that's old news.
Yeah,
he's in 24th, a lap down.
But you know the song I'm thinking of.
You picked a fine time.
To Leave Me Loose Wheel. It was a big hit for me.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
That and Don't Take You. What's the name of that song? Kenny Rogers song. Oh, Ruby. Yeah.
Trouble turn 2. Kenny Schrader and Mike Skinner.
And Skinner was having a pretty good go of it.
Yeah, he was. And caution is out on the speedway here. About 35 laps to go.
Mike.
Caution number 13.
One inside of you there, the 88. Now you're clear.
That car was pretty undamaged.
I tell you, I don't know where Skinner's going, but I keep a camera on him.
First. See what we got.
He don't look happy.
Got a radiator.
Got the radiator.
And if the thing don't lay down on him before he gets up there to Kenny Schrader, he may be going up to let Kenny know just how unhappy he is.
Well, Schrader went in the corner outside of Blaney, and Skinner was up outside of Schrader.
There's just nothing, when you get up out of the groove down there in the first turn, you go around. That's just kind of the way it's been all day.
Darrell, I'm glad I'm up here in the broadcast booth. These leaders, they have 32 laps on their tires. There's going to be about 30 laps to go. But what I'm seeing, though, with the lap times, I'm not sure the best place to be is out front on those 30 lap tires.
I ain't coming in.
Okay, you're staying out. And it looks like that's what the leaders are going to do, stay out. Jimmy Spencer comes in the 41 car.
He has to because he's been falling back, Larry.
Yeah, he was 0.3 of a second.
His lap times
a lap
were
off the leader.
He's been falling back, so it makes sense for him to come in.
Ricky Craven pits, along with Kenny Schrader and Jeff Green. All of these are lead lap cars still.
Mike Skinner has gone to the garage. This has been a wreck fest. 13 caution flags, 10 of them for accidents. Let's ride with Kenny Schrader.
See what happens here.
I mean, how many times have we seen that right there? You know, it won't work over there. You're chopping people off, going up, coming down. It just won't work getting into one or on the exit of turn 2.
And it's one of those situations where when you go in there, you kind of shrunk up in the seat just hoping that guy doesn't touch you, because if he does, you're out of here.
Here we go. Let's go.
Now Schrader's teammate Joe Nemechek's having a strong run here, subbing for Johnny Benson, who hurt his ribs on Friday night in the Busch race. Nemechek's in the top 10.
You know, right in front of him, a guy that was a lap down. Second in the points, Kurt Busch in that 97 car.
97 and 17, they got to be the story of the day, to come from where they have, and they're back in the hunt.
And another good day for Hut Strickland in 11th place.
Teammate to the pole sitter, Ward Burton. Those guys came up here and tested. You know, it looks like here about third of the way through the season, crew chief Philippe Lopez, Hut Strickland, that Dodge program, starting to come together.
Philippe is fixing things. You walk in the joint, you know, you got to fix things. You got to get the cars right. You got to get them where the driver wants them. That just takes time.
Now, I'm sure he smoked about 2 truckloads of cigarettes.
Oh, yeah.
But he's fixed some things.
But Philippe's a great organizer.
He is that.
He'll get it right.
DW, Larry, Mike, take a quick look right now. But you got the 6, the 99, the 17, and the 97. All Roush cars in the top 10 here again today. Trying to keep their owner, who's sitting up there in Michigan watching them on television, keep him happy.
And all of them, other than Mark Martin, has had eventful days. Jeff Burton in the wreck in turn 3. Matt Kenseth 2 laps down, restarted lap 66, and Kurt Busch at one time a lap down. So they have overcome a lot of adversity today as well.
On a normal day, they'd be out of the race because we wouldn't have had all these cautions. But on a day like today, you can get back in the race because of all the cautions, as long as you're not one of them.
Never quit. Never quit. That's the main thing. When you're trying to do good in a Winston Cup race and score points and get the victory lane, you just can't quit. Caution cars off.
Got to be like a junkyard dog.
There's a lot of them out there right now.
Grab a hold of them.
We'll restart with 31 to go.
18 cars still on the lead lap. The biggest thing a lot of these lead lap cars have to fight still is those lap cars. Tony Stewart, he turned down to the bottom into turn 1, tried to get underneath Ryan Newman. It didn't work.
Newman and Stewart will get way away from these other guys, though, because they're going to be hung up on the outside with, as you said, lap cars.
Who do you like here, Darrell?
I don't like anybody.
Should I rephrase that?
I don't. I like Tony Stewart. I mean, you know, he knows how to win here, and the reason I said that is because every time I like somebody, they wreck.
Mark Martin, he finally gets by Elliott Sadler, the lap car and 21 car. Now Jeff Gordon's trying to get around him in 4th place.
On your quarter, inside.
Yikes! Yikes!
Oh, he's got room.
He doesn't either. Now he does.
Yeah, looked like Ryan Newman just ran out of racetrack over in turn 2. Tony's got the bottom line here through 3 and 4. They're side by side, all 4. 28 laps to go. Meanwhile, Mark Martin in that 6 car, he likes seeing them race side by side because he's pulling up to him.
And Newman's got to be careful up on that outside. No way he can hang. Nobody's been able to all day. That was inevitable. I mean, Tony's got a good car, and like I said, he's won here, so he knows what to do.
Right behind these guys, Jeff Burton in the 99. Jeff Gordon cannot get his car to the bottom of the racetrack, and they continue to go by him.
He's been hung up on the outside all day long.
Newman right to the bumper of Stewart.
Well, now we saw this happen with the last rookie that was back there trying to fight for the win and the lead. Don't want to mess around too much with those veterans.
And Mark Martin in the 6, he's right up on these guys' rear bumper. We got a 3-car race right here at the front.
And Mark's car now, I got to say, and early on, it gets better the longer they run. And he's been out there on those tires a while. He could be sitting in good shape. Obviously, I'm sure he's happy just to be where he is at this point of the race.
Even though a lot of them's been cautioned, these guys have been out there on those tires about 65 laps. Everybody was on pit road about lap 310 for fresh tires.
Jeff Burton in 4th, Gordon now 5th, Mayfield 6th, Kenseth 7th, Steve Grissom 8th, Kurt Busch 9th, and Hut Strickland 10th.
Boy, and I tell you again, just talk about Steve Grissom. He's doing a great job. I thought Busch was all over him. I thought Busch was going to make the move on him, but he's pulled away from him. Having a good day there, buddy, Steve.
Matt.
Well, Mike, under that caution, Greg Zipadelli was talking to his driver, Tony Stewart, just about their pit strategy. Should they stay out? Should they come in for tires? They looked at the leaderboard, 18 cars in the lead lap, and they remembered back last month to Martinsville. They had a great race car, came in and pitted. They had a lot of track position to try to make up, and they couldn't quite get there. They didn't want to make the same mistake twice.
Trouble in turn 2. Caution is out because of a lot of smoke from Dave Blaney's car going down into turn 1. All the drivers staying way up high above where the fluid was put down from Blaney's Ford.
And you know, Jeff, a while ago I kind of questioned, would the leaders pit, would they not pit? We're going to get restarted here maybe with about 15, 18 laps to go. I'm packing my pit equipment up. Stay out, unless you're at the back of the lead lap cars. Come in and get you 4 tires. But if you're at the front, you cannot give that track position up, Jeff.
No, $1,800 a set of tires, I'm going to stay out.
Daryl, look, stay off the radio, driver. Stay out. Stay focused on what's going on, and you can win this race. You got yourself a good race car, and I agree with Larry 100%. The only difference here, Buddy Rowe, I packed my stuff up about 25 laps ago.
Well, which car am I driving?
Hey, you're the leader right now.
Maybe you're driving Jeff Green's car, the 30 car, because he just pitted.
Dick Berggren.
Jeff Gordon's chassis is not the way he'd like it right now. Gordon is running in 5th spot. He said the car is loose going in, and it's pushing, his words, like crazy coming off the corners.
14 caution flags ties the record for the 3/4 mile configuration here at Richmond. When they come around, there will be just 20 laps to go. Tony Stewart looking for his 3rd Richmond International Raceway win. 19 laps to go. They will restart next time by. Jimmy Johnson has returned to the racetrack after a long time in the garage. Getting set for what we hope is the final restart of the day.
Well, we got 17 cars on the lead lap. We got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars a lap down. So we got 7 guys that are lap down are going to be racing each other up on the inside there.
And then once again, the problem, Burton in 4th and Jeff Gordon in 24. Mayfield, Kenseth, good race cars, but they have to fight those lap cars on the inside.
Exactly.
And they waved off the restart. It'll be at least another lap. Matt?
Well, Mike, if Tony Stewart can hold on and win this race, it'll be a nice rebound after finishing 29th in each of the last 2 races. He had dropped from 5th to 10th in points in that time. And really for Stewart, though, the second third of the season is when he really comes on. He really starts to score some points. He's hoping to make another big push in the points, and this would certainly help that effort.
Tony Stewart leads the league in bonus points for leading laps. He and Dale Earnhardt Jr. 45 each. Stewart will have that lead by himself today. He came in here 10th in the overall standings and will move past Earnhardt Jr. and Ricky Rudd today.
Well, you got to clean them up good right now, Larry. Those tires are hot. They've been out there a long time. They'll pick up just about anything to roll over. Rubber, stay dry, anything. So you got to clean them up good. Don't want to spin the tires on this restart.
Exactly. That low gear, you got to be easy with that throttle. You can't be too patient. Can't give up anything, but you got to be easy. Don't spin those rear tires.
And you don't want to go down here in the first turn with debris on your tires and shove up and everybody go by you.
You ready? You ready? Green, green, green.
17 laps to go.
Boy, Tony Stewart, he got a well of a restart. Ryan Newman, he clears the lap car of John Andretti. Next time by, 16 laps to go.
Haven't seen a restart like that since we watched Richie Evans. Wow.
That's a launch. He launched it.
Mark Martin in the 6, Jeff Burton in the 99. They get by John Andretti as well as Jeff Gordon. So now no lap cars to contend with, and they should have clean racetrack the rest of this race.
Roush Racing teammates nose to tail, Martin and Burton. Meanwhile, Newman is closing right back up on Stewart.
Oh, I don't think Tony can't give up on he can't think that he's not going to hear from Ryan Newman one more time. I think Ryan's going to get up there with about 10 to go and see what he's got.
Burton now 3rd, Mark Martin 4th, then Gordon, Mayfield, Kenseth, Grissom, Busch, and Strickland.
Pretty intense back in here for his 8th, 9th, 10th, long in there. Everybody's bunched up, 5th on back. Guys are on the lead lap.
Oh, Busch against the wall. He and Strickland get together in the back straightaway. And Kurt Busch in trouble in turn 3.
I believe he's got a tire down. No caution, though. No caution.
Right front.
He's been up against that wall, I'm telling you, so many times today.
Cars coming. Cars are
He's
coming.
another one of those that's on a backup car. Like
Hang on to it
Jared
now.
was.
Easy.
He's already
Come on
used this
down.
one up about 3 times.
Rear, left side.
Looks like the right sides are down too on that car.
Yep. He's trying to make it to the pits.
I think he's going to be out of. I think he's going to sit out on the frame.
Come see you, Jimmy.
Which is really going to hurt him coming in here second in the points.
Left side tires on it.
Short tracks are hard on these rookies.
Right here, Kurt, 5 away, right here.
Good grief.
Left rear down, a
Look at
rub
all
on
that
the right
junk
front.
on the back straightaway.
I don't think they'll throw a caution though, Darrell. It's down the bottom of the racetrack. Normally you don't see cars down there. 10 to go next time by.
I'm sure not wanting them to throw one, I can tell you that.
Kurt Busch gets his tires changed and he's headed back out. He's going to lose a couple 3 laps. Jeff Burton in the 99, he's really pulled away from his teammate Mark Martin, the 6 car. 10 laps to go that time by.
You know, before this last caution, Mark was up there racing the 20 and the 12. So his that last restart hurt him.
Jeremy Mayfield putting the pressure to Jeff Gordon now.
Got him. He got a nose under him. He should be able to get under him in the corner.
Matt Kenseth in the 17 trying to latch onto the rear bumper. Jeremy Mayfield, if he takes that bottom groove away, he wants to be able to follow him through. Jeremy clears Jeff Gordon. Matt Kenseth jumps up in there. He's going to take the position away getting into turn 3. 8 laps to go this time by.
Jeff pushed up over there off the 2. Had to get up out of the gas a little bit and let them both go by.
His car has just not ran very well on the bottom today.
No, it hadn't.
Kurt Busch back to the pits when they replaced the lefts. They didn't fix the rub in the right front. Now he has new ones on it, and he's getting a penalty. He's going to be held. Craven and Nemechek side by side into turn 3. 9th place battle.
Jimmy Spencer in tow.
And I think the difference right here between Nemechek and Craven was in for tires on about lap 365, so he has much fresher tires, so it's able him to make some position along with Jimmy Spencer, who also pitted for tires. But they're about a third of a lap behind the leaders.
Yeah, the leaders are long gone. They've spaced themselves out. Tony stretching out on Newman. Newman stretching out on Burton.
Remember what Joe Gibbs said last night in the pre-race? You know, he said all his cars are starting up front. That's a good thing. They said, well, now we found a problem with the engine, but we got it fixed and we're all starting in the back. And he said, oh, well, that's a good thing. And you know what? It's going to be a good thing for Tony Stewart.
5 laps to go.
That's optimism, I can tell you.
You bet.
He's definitely starting to stretch it out on Ryan Newman. Has pretty clean racetrack in front of him.
Yep.
Kurt Busch is back out there before he's got his hands full.
He's just barely going. He would get down to the inside, but he can't.
Four to go. "14 caution flags, and half a day later, we're coming around for 3 laps to go in the Pontiac. More excitement than you can stand in a day and a half. 400.
Sterling Marlin, our points leader, he gets underneath Joe Nemechek.
Sterling
is a battle for 11th.
Got tires and he's going to run out of times. His problem.
But he's had the kind of day he needed for that point situation. Came in here leading by 143 points, and in second position, Kurt Busch. He's still all over the racetrack up in turn 2. 2 laps to go.
Pretty much a done deal now. How do we start this day off? Blue skies. Nothing but blue skies do I see.
White flag, Mike.
Tony Stewart has only started 7 races at Richmond International Speedway, and he's about to go to victory lane for the 3rd time here. He won at Atlanta, and if he rounds turns 3 and 4, he'll score his 2nd victory of 2002. Tony Stewart's Home Depot Pontiac wins the Pontiac Excitement 400.
Ryan Newman 2nd, Jeff Burton 3rd, teammate Mark Martin In fourth, Jeremy Mayfield finishes fifth, Matt Kinson sixth, Jeff Gordon seventh, Steve Grissom eighth, Ricky Craven ninth, and Jimmy Spencer comes home 10th.
Substitute Joe Nemechek finished 12th. Bill Elliott quietly finished 14th. And look at our friend there, Hermie Sadler.
It's a good run.
18th.
Just off the lead lap. Matt Yoakum.
And big high fives from Jason Shapiro, the brake specialist on this team. It took 2 days, Zippy, but congratulations, you get your third win here.
Oh, that's awesome. Tony did a great job, man. He stayed focused. We kept down on big picture. If we get up in the top 5, we'll worry about winning this thing. We got to the top 5 and made the right adjustments. I've never in my life made so many adjustments on a race car and come from 43rd to win this thing. This is just awesome. Nobody gave up, and that's what we need to do.
How crucial was the 560 laps of testing you guys did here?
Well, believe it or not, I was a little disappointed that we tested so well here. We came back with what we had, and it was just the racetrack was so much different. Sealer must have worn off between the bush race and this and that, but it was a good starting point. We just had to adjust on it pretty rapidly through the day, I don't know. Home Depot Pontiac did it's pretty awesome going to victory lane here. Short tracks, love this place.
A short tracker from the Northeast and a short track driver from the Midwest goes to victory lane here in Richmond. Mike.
Stewart's 5th short track victory as he comes around the track on a Polish victory lap. His 3rd Richmond win, 2nd win of the season. Led just the last 28 laps.
Sippy said he'd never made so many adjustments. Well, you usually don't have, how many cautions did we have?
14.
That's 14 adjustments he made.
The pass on Ryan Newman is our Pontiac winning moment. The Pontiac wide track attack team congratulates Tony Stewart and the number 20 team for their big victory here today at Richmond International Speedway. Pass it on. And Stewart makes his first right turn of the day, right into victory lane.
See if we can get a word with Ryan Newman. Ryan Newman equals your best ever finish. Tell us about
Pontiac, Ford, Dodge, the top 5 here in Richmond.
Actually ended up with 3 Dodges in the top 10.
Mayfield, Grissom, and Spencer.
Grissom, that's pretty impressive. 8th place.
Strong run.
Good run.
And Jeremy Mayfield, top 5. Mark Martin, top 5. And Tony Stewart, he started at the back of the field after an engine change.
Our points leader finishes 11th. Not a banner day, but did what he needed to do to protect that points lead. Came in here leading by 143 points. It'll stretch it out a little bit.
66 laps last night. 334 today. And Joe Gibbs was right.
Doesn't matter. There's a trend. There's a trend here. We got to keep up with this.
That's a good thing.
Starting in the back, changing motors and starting in the back is not a bad thing.
Kept working and never gave up. We had a great car today. That's where it
Takes a while to get out of these cars now. He's got all those devices on, the safety devices, Hans and the Hutchins device. And of course, he's tired. I tell you, long afternoon here on this racetrack. Slick the way it is, keeps you up on the wheel. Sure, he's pretty exhausted.
And it was hot here today.
Got a little hotter than they expected.
Tell us about your run. Another great top 5 finish.
Steve Burns getting splashed in victory lane.
That's all right, Mike. Tony Stewart, you guys had to drop to the rear of the field. Be patient. Do it over 2 days. Tell us how you won this race.
I'll show you exactly if I can find the guy. I guess he's already running around. Greg Zeppedelli's the guy that won this race for us. I mean, I got real discouraged early in this race last night, and I got discouraged early in it this afternoon, and just couldn't. It was so hard to pass. I mean, I love the people at Richmond International Raceway, but they gave us the worst Winston Cup racetrack I've ever seen in my life. I mean, it was absolutely terrible. The rubber's building up. I mean, it was real tricky, and track position was everything. But Greg Zeppedelli was the guy responsible. Him and the crew, those guys worked hard all day, and we were tight all day long and all night last night, and they kept working on it, just kept making it better as we went.
Yeah, Zippy talked about how many changes you guys made, but when did you know in this race that you guys had a shot to win in your mind?
I think when we got by Mark Martin there, when Ryan was leading and Jeff Gordon was second, and we got a really good run. We were really good on restarts right off the get-go, and
I didn't expect to get by Mark that early because Mark probably had the best car on the racetrack. Just I think the yellows hurt a lot of those guys. I mean, Ryan's car was sliding on the restarts and Jeff's were, and we just worked real hard to keep our tires clean. And my spotter probably gets the call of the day award. I mean, that poor guy. His wife's sitting at home right now. I'm going to send him home. I don't know what you're going to get when you get him, but he's going to be there and he's going to be breathing, but that's all you're going to get out of him tonight probably. He was wore out today, trying to keep us out of trouble and, just try to keep the fenders on the Home Depot Pontiac. It was awesome. I didn't think we could get there, to be honest. As bad as this track was last night and as bad as it was today, I never thought we could get this far up.
Congratulations on a great win. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Steve, the 1995 USAC Silver Crown champ, holds off the guy who finished second, who's also a former USAC Silver Crown champ, but did that last restart hurt you?
I think it did a little bit. My car was better on the longer runs, and once it gets the pressures built up, it felt pretty good. But I knew Tony had a good car too, because both him and I pulled away from Gordon at that time. So just happy to come home where we did in the All-Tail Ford. Happy for Tony. And like you said, it's a tribute to the open wheel ranks, I guess. We used to race here together in the Silver Crown, and it's good to come back and finish one too.
You needed this win, this good finish here. I mean, second for you almost seems like a win after finishing 35th average in the last 5 races.
Yeah, I mean, we've been running up front every week. It's just we haven't had the finishes, and now we have to finish, so we need to keep going with the finishes. So hopefully this will keep the team's morale up, and, guys back at the shop and everybody, we can just keep plugging away.
Ryan Newman comes home second today in Richmond. Dick?
Well, as today's component of this event began, Matt Kenseth lost a pair of laps as his crew climbed underneath the race car to fix the exhaust system and also the brake line. You finished 6th today. Whatever would have happened if you hadn't had to make those repairs?
Yeah, we had a lot of problems for how good we ran. I can't say enough about my Dwalt guys. We came in and worked on it and fixed it. We had a good plan. They executed it perfect. We just came in before we got the car too hot, came in and parked the car and just said, however long it takes to fix it, let's fix it and go from there. So after that, we were just trying to get our 2 laps back. And, Ward Burton really helped me a lot, keeping me close to the front. And, our Dwalt car handled so good that we were able to pull it off.
They're going to remember this day when championship points are totaled up at the end of this season.
Today, Tony Stewart comes from the back to win. Rookie Ryan Newman, Jeff Burton, Mark Martin, Jeremy Mayfield, a lot of turnarounds. And I want to note Steve Grissom in 8th place, first top 10 finish in 4 seasons. Good to see him back and running well.
Saw 3 of the Roush cars in the top 6. Of course, Kurt Busch was there as well. He had that problem with a handful of laps to go. Ward Burton, our pole sitter, looks like it was pretty much going to be a Ward Burton day.
Boy, it did.
There's a transmission up.
And then it was a Ricky Rudd day, and that went away.
Poor old Rusty. I think, he had a flat over there and caused a big wreck, had a flat down here and took out Rudd, and then he got in a wreck himself on the back straightaway. So he had a tough day.
Sterling Marlin, Matt Kenseth makes some inroads on that point lead. Kenseth was 6th. Marlin was 11th today. Kurt Busch, Mark Martin gains some ground. Rusty Wallace. And on back through Ricky Rudd, who drops to 10th. And here is the rest of the top 20. Saturday, we'll be going to New Hampshire International Speedway on FX with the NASCAR Busch Series. Jason Keller looking for his 3rd win of the season. Coverage begins at 12:30 Eastern on FX. The Fox Networks and Speed Channel, your home for NASCAR television. UPS, the official delivery company of NASCAR, delivers a chance to win 4 tickets to the Daytona 500 on Fox by logging on to foxsports.com, keyword UPS Racing. 2 days of racing, 14 caution flags. I don't know how many leaders and lead changes, a lot. The fans got their money's worth and then some.
Oh, yeah, and the souvenir fans are all down there collecting up a lot of debris to carry home. Make some nice coffee tables.
All of those tore up cars, 34 still running at the end.
And Tony Stewart wins the Pontiac Excitement 400.
Got a spin on the first stretch. Back it down, back it down.
Hang on to it, hang on to it. Slow down here, slow down. Look at the front end, Frank. Go step. Inside and outside. Guys, get the hammers out. Still ain't happy. There ain't nothing we can do.